Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Deku Summon Elf Mage Frieren. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. We're going to be okay here, right? Inko and Eri, along with a vast crowd of refugees, watched with bated breath as wide video screens showed off live footage of several battles happening across Japan at this very moment. Above them, a domed energy field, the most integral part of UA's defenses, shimmered, defying the raging thunderstorm in the sky. The school's walls, once simply and unadorned by anything, were now lined with stun gun turrets and electromagnetic carrier lines, the latter of which strengthened and maintained the protective barrier. Yes, Eri, UA is one of the safest places in the country right now. Inko held onto the child with her as they watched. Both of them let out a gasp as she saw Frieren being forced out of the battlefield, leaving the rest of her party to fend for themselves. However, their worry would abate somewhat as Fern shredded a building that Nakaru threw at them, while Stark parried yet another one with a swing of his axe. Wow, the people couldn't help but gape in awe as they watched Stark swing his axe at Nakaru's accelerated projectiles faster than the naked eye could see, creating flashes of light so intense that it was painful to look at directly. As for Izuku and Fern, they appeared to be conserving their energy, relying on Stark's axe swinging and Sane's blessings to remove Nakaru's attacks. So far, it appeared that they were faring pretty well without Frieren carrying them. Inko knew that her son was strong. He is the first mage on Earth for nearly 6 generations, and he was a natural prodigy as a wielder of magic. After all, he had been trained by the second strongest great mage of the Otherworld. His companions consisted of the apprentices of that same great mage and a warrior who could fall off a 1,000-foot-tall cliff, hit his head on the bottom, and only complain that it slightly stung. The warrior apprentice killed a dragon in 30 seconds and could create nuclear fission just by swinging his axe. Or so Izuku said with that last part. Inko wasn't so sure about that. As for Fumikage, Inko turned to the other screen, where an utterly gigantic dark shadow was ruthlessly biting the giant all-for-one summoned at the back of the head while constantly punching him in the midriff with his enormous claws. At least, that's what Inko could make out against the dark night sky that hung over the battlefield against all-for-one. She was worried that the boy was beginning to lose control, as Dark Shadow's eyes were red. But Mount Lady appeared to be confident with him by her side, wielding a pair of enlarged hammers that she used to slam the sides of Craggy Giant's head. They're going to win this. Inko was sure of it. Though Eri, Inko realized as she looked down at the girl that had her hands folded together as though she was in prayer, wasn't as sure of it as she was. Eri looked very worried, but, of course, who wouldn't be? Izuku and Frieren were just fighting a 3,000-year-old demon. Fumikage and Mirio were fighting a giant and the greatest supervillain the world has ever known. It was only right for her to be worried. Other people, though, were a bit less worried. Instead, as they knew nothing about the secret of the Otherworld nor the power of magic, they began to relentlessly theorize and speculate whilst watching Frieren and the other mages fight. Or, in Stark's case, they began going off on how weirdly strong he was. Maybe just as strong as All Might, someone muttered. Where did that guy even come from? What's that axe made out of? Maybe the axe is his quirk? As they watched on, Inko began to feel off. There was something amiss around here. Or, maybe, it was something about to happen outside, or was already happening. She simply wasn't sure. Some people weren't cheering for the heroes, that was for. She scanned the crowd, some weren't looking at the screens with trepidation, but rather, were glaring at them. She understood pretty well why they would feel that way. After all, heroes were supposed to protect the public and prevent something like, say, an entire war, from ever occurring. Now, with the mass displacements from the war, it was easy to say that trust in heroes was at an all-time low. But when they were the only ones still fighting, having taken the fight to the enemy while the military and police focused on defensive postures, one should hope for their success and victory. Unless, of course, one never wanted them to win to begin with. Some people just never liked heroes, or hated the society that heroes created. Hey, look, the sky. Something's happening. Inko looked up as one man in the crowd began pointing at the thunderclouds above them. Sure enough, the clouds were swirling and churning, cold and warm currents mixing and mashing to form an even bigger cloud of hateful darkness. Electrical flashes could be seen crackling throughout the cloud in greater and greater frequency. Which meant that there's lightning coming. Eri, let's go somewhere safe. Inko tugged the girl along as people began to gawk at the storm clouds brewing above UA. Okay. It would be too late, however. The storm cloud roared as several lightning bolts streamed out of it, billions of volts slamming against the electromagnetic barrier. The amount of energy contained in the lightning bolts was too much, and the barrier failed. To make things even worse, the lightning flashes generated EMPs, frying the electrical systems of the hastily built gun turrets lining UA's walls. One thing was for sure. The school is under attack. And sure enough, one of the gates began to melt from intense heat. The metal glowed from the inside, eventually liquefying into molten slag that torched and cracked under the rain as the storm raged overhead. Figures could be seen in the smoke, one of them blazing with blue flames. Inko and Eri would watch, and then run, as a group of villains strode through the previously unassailable fortress gate of UA. One was Dabi, judging by his scarred skin, black trench coat, and, rather shockingly, white hair. The other one beside him was more sophisticated in every way possible. He had white hair, like Dabi, though instead of being a spiky mess, the long hair was arranged in an orderly, well-groomed manner. His eyes were white too. Unlike his scarred and scruffy companion, he also wore a well-tailored business suit. If one were to observe the two of them properly, he could be seen side-eyeing and covering his nose whenever he glanced at the direction of his ally. There were more villains with them. There was an enormous heteromorph with a wolf's head, a lizard's tail, a chimera, if you will. There's also a woman with long red hair that turned into blades, and a man with brown mummy wrappings. More villains and several Nomu were behind them, marching through UA's broken gates. Panic ensued as the latter created a tornado, and the former infused that tornado with blue fire. A blue Firenado began to rage within UA. "Hello, everyone." Dabi began with a dramatic pose and a wicked smile. "Can anyone point me to where the Todorokis live? It's just, family matters that need to be settled." Needless to say, no one answered him as the crowds parted and fled in fear. Robots, which hadn't been activated at the time and thus were not affected by the electromagnetic pulse, began to stream towards them. Dabi was also sure he heard the roaring of jet engines. That meant the Seekers were somewhere close by. "I see," Dabi shrugged. "Well, I suppose I'll just keep burning people until someone snitches." "Tisk," Thunderbolt quietly muttered as he winced at the rotten stench that wafted out of Dabi's half-rotten scar tissue. "What was that, Thunderbolt? You stink. Don't stand downwind from me." The scarred man growled. "I should burn you right now." "Be quiet. Do as I say." The hero's ploy may have separated the rest of the PLF and All for One and his newfound allies, moved our timetable earlier than expected, but we must still proceed as previously planned. Do not pursue personal vendettas like a complete buffoon before we level this place. Is that understood? Sure, whatever. Dabi made a mental note to ignore whatever Thunderbolt told him next, as he knew that 3 members of his family were somewhere in here. He just needs to find them and burn them. That will hurt Daddy Dearest and Replacement very much, for sure. How much fire can one demon put out? Burnin could already barely stand as a fresh wave of fire engulfed the ruined cityscape. Concrete and metal reinforcements melted under the heat. Members of the PLF that had been sent here along with Pyronicon were not afforded any consideration by their supposed ally, as the half-naked demon carelessly casted his destructive fire magic, burning both allies and opponents without discrimination. Already, several of the burning sidekicks had found their resistance to fire pushed to the limit. Shoto had lost count of how many glaciers he and General Winter had sent toward Pyronicon. But, surely and slowly, they had inched closer and closer to the demon, who was floating in midair, wreathed in multicolored flames. Beside them was Denken, who had mostly conserved his mana as the 2 ice users provided cover for him. The plan had been laid out for them, of course. Denken apparently had an ability that could reflect quirks on their users and make them suffer or even die from their own attacks rather than the intended targets. Whatever the case, if Nizu, Night Eye, and the best military planners in the JSDF decided that this is the most viable course of action against Pyronicon, then that was it. Neither Shoto nor General Winter were about to question their plans. However, the trouble was that Dabi with his destructive blue fire quirk wasn't here. It was, in fact, deemed that General Winter and Denken together could beat Pyronicon, if not by sheer power, then through tactics and possessing quirks that counter the demon's fire. But with Shoto here and not having to deal with Dabi, they had actually progressed faster than they would have otherwise. Let us end this quickly. Quite. General Winter. The second phase of the battle has begun. Denken rose from the protective cover of Shoto's and General Winter's ice walls and into the sky, where he faced Pyronicon directly. Catastravia. Shoto's eyes widened as he saw golden arrows of light appear beside Denken and shoot out toward Pyronicon, who blocked the arrows with a wall of mana-infused fire. Most strange of all was the fact that unlike the rest of the heroes trying to engage Pyronicon, Denken didn't seem to feel the flames that much. Of course, it was just his cloak and clothes being enchanted with fire-resistant spells along with other resistances as standard defense, and then some, but they did not know that. General Winter didn't seem as surprised, but he did look at the old mage's strange magic, Quirk, for a second before returning to focusing on keeping the wall of ice that was preventing himself and Shoto from being consumed by the intense inferno that Piranacon was exuding. Shoto couldn't help but be reminded by the heat of Endeavor, though this was still hotter and more intense. Learning that there was a flame user out there that was even stronger than Endeavor himself was a bit of a shock. Zoltraak. Denken fired a beam of condensed mana that was, by all means, completely identical to the one Izuku uses. Piranacon blocked it with an even larger fire shield, though instead of outright blocking it, the beam scattered all over. Part of the beam went back towards Denken, who conjured a hexagon and sent it back towards Piranacon, all the while firing another beam of Zoltraak. That beam, a more concentrated one than before, tore through the weakened fire barrier and ripped a gash across the demon's shoulder. Enraged, Piranacon cast an even larger fire spell, aiming it squarely at Denken. He summoned basic defensive magic. Alone, it wouldn't have been sufficient to protect him from such a huge amount of flame. However, an ice wall came up, taking the brunt of the damage so that the magic barrier would tank what remained. It seems that I must practice evasion in this battle, Denken thought, as he dodged the next fire blast, and countered with yet another swarm of Catastravia, aiming to surround Piranacon with arrows of light and force him to focus on defensive fire magic lest he either be skewered by Catastravia or atomized by Zoltraak. Another gigantic pillar of flame streamed from Piranacon's hands, breaking cleanly through both General Winter's ice wall and Denken's basic defensive magic. The old mage, however, actually bashed the remaining flames away with his staff before unleashing Catastravia once again. Slowly, but surely, he was getting closer to the demon. The demon is probably also noticing that Denken's mana was much less than his. Denken could already sense him gearing up to use his curse, confident that he will turn the old mage into a molten sludge when they got closer to each other. Shoto wouldn't have more time to ponder how the hell Izuku and Denken seemed to have exactly the same abilities as Tenya of all people suddenly landed beside him. Tenya? What are you doing here? You shouldn't be this close to Piranacon. Shoto looked up at the class rep in shock. Your armor, you might be cooked inside it. I am fine, Tenya replied, though his voice was strained from fighting PLF goons all this time. I must inform you that the Seekers have spotted Dabi. Or rather, his blue fire. The Seekers? Dabi? Shoto gawked. But, the Seekers, they were assigned to guard the skies around UA? Yes. Dabi and Thunderbolt are both attacking UA. It would seem that we heroes were not the only ones with plans before this operation began. I see. The Seekers don't stand a chance against them alone. And, he must be going after Mother, Natsuo, and Fuyumi first. He has truly become despicable. Stupid older brother. He's your brother, yes, Tenya nodded. And thus it is your fight. Family drama, huh? General Winter grinned at him from underneath his helmet. Very well, then. The old man and I will finish the fight here. Shoto nodded. Command, he connected to a communication channel to the command center where Nizu, Night Eye, and the other strategic minds of this entire operation were holed up, requesting that it quite be allowed to reinforce UA's defenses. Granted. Phantom Thief will be opening a portal for you momentarily. Good luck there. Shoto took a deep breath. He invented a whole move, Phosphor, especially to fight Dabi, but then Dabi decided not to show up. If his stupid older brother wasn't going to fight him, then he'll have to come to him. He'll make him stop his stupidity. And keep his mother and other siblings safe from his insanity. As soon as Shoto had left through the portal, and Tenya had flown to help fight the other PLF troops that were sent here, General Winter turned his attention back to Piranacon, who was growing more and more confident as Denken appeared to be losing their fight for the most part. General Winter wasn't all that worried for Denken. He stated that he has a trick even if Piranacon seemed to utterly defeat him. But with the world's most powerful ice user here, it was quite possible that he might not even have to use the curse reversal spell. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. There is still water running underneath the city. Water that could be frozen. There was also rain overhead, though it evaporated before it could hit the ground, such was the power of Piranacon's flames. While General Winter could generate his own ice, it is much easier to use existing water. He could never create as much raw ice as Shoto could. But he can control it still. Time for my greatest move, then. General Winter squared his shoulders and took in a deep breath. Even as fire raged around him, the air cooled and condensed, forming the beginnings of an ice construct. Without Shoto around, this will likely result in him becoming frostbitten, but it was in their interests to end this quickly. Jormungand. Denken couldn't help but be fascinated, then, when a giant serpent made out of ice suddenly burst out of the ground and screamed at Piranacon, sending forth cold wind at the demon and snuffing out all but the most powerful of his flames. He could detect that General Winter was in the center of the ice-forged beast, controlling its every movement with his quirk. Denken would take advantage of the big distraction by raining down more bolts of Catastravia upon the demon, aiming to take out his hands. Pyronicon may have immensely powerful magic, but he was fighting against his worst matchups. Of that, there was no doubt. That ice magic girl back in the first-class mage exam, Lawine, would surely love to see this sight. Well, not including the dozens of burning corpses all around the place, anyway. Frostguard Phalanx. General Winter cried out as even more ice burst out of the ground, forming into drills. What's more is that he used his quirk to compress them, crushing their molecules together so much that they had been turned into a form of ice that wouldn't naturally exist on Earth, Ice 7. The ice drills spun and accelerated towards Pyronicon. The demon attempted to swat them away with flames, and was successful. To an extent. A single ice drill, already partially molten, bored itself into Pyronicon's shoulder. General Winter cursed. He had been aiming for the head. The demon howled in rage. The flames intensified as Pyronicon became a living sun in his own right, melting and boiling the gigantic ice serpent that General Winter had conjured up. The Novgorodian hero fell backwards at the sheer force from Pyronicon's power, boiling water burning the unprotected areas of his skin. A flying Tenya caught him before he could hit the ground, and turned around and fled before he too was burned. Kido and Anima, two of the burning sidekicks, were immediately reduced to ash, their flame resistance quirks insufficient in the face of magical fire that Pyronicon cast. That left only Denken, who had been working his way towards Pyronicon. The fire resistance enchantments on his cloak were hitting their limit. Those were the finest enhancements that could be acquired in the Empire, fully capable of resisting a blast of fire from a solar dragon. Even then, Denken had to sheath himself with mana just to avoid being burned. The demon turned his attention towards the old mage. "You are all alone now, old man," Pyronicon smiled. His smile was too wide, too bright, it was too much. He flew forward, hand outstretched to grab Denken by the throat. "You shouldn't have sent that other ice wielder away," Pyronicon chided as he held up Denken. "But again, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. My magic is too powerful for you. Our difference in mana is. Ha, I suppose you already see it for yourself. Now, die." Denken smirked. The trap is sprung. Instead of Denken beginning to melt from the inside out, Pyronicon felt an overwhelming, burning sensation within him. It was pain. He hadn't felt such a heinous sensation in hundreds of years. "What is this? What have you done to me?" Pyronicon let Denken go as he then bowled over in pain. A flash of realization passed his eyes. "No. I know this spell. Curse reversal magic, Mistelzia? Impossible. It takes 100 years to learn that spell. You're human, you can't possibly have dash." "I didn't learn it," Denken smugly replied. "It was given to me." "DMNU." Pyronicon tried to lunge again, but his fire magic and flight had sputtered out. Denken aimed a Zoltraak at point-blank range, ready to disintegrate Pyronicon. But the demon then burned from the inside out, disappearing into ashes. With his death, the magical flames died down, leaving a charred landscape filled with burned corpses and piles of ash. "Come on now, where are you, dear sister, brother, mother?" Dabi walked through the residential area of UA campus, ignoring each one of Thunderbolt's attempts to tell him to get back in line and help him kill the Seekers and the other token forces protecting UA after the EMP pulse. "Come on. Show yourselves. Or else this, I don't know this is, but whoever it is, she'll die if you don't show yourselves right now." "Oh wait," Dabi looked down at his prisoner. "You're the green brat's mother. I remember dragging you out of your house. And burning that house along with all that but might merchandise," did he cry when he found out. "I am not afraid of you," Inko spat. "Do your worst. Frieren will reduce you to ash. You don't want to end up like that Nomu in the USJ. Now what kind of hero just kills villains like that?" Dabi grinned. "Anyway, as you can see, I don't have much longer to live, so I don't really care what she'll do to me. You don't happen to know where my family lives? I know this is where the parents and guardians are housed. I will never tell you." Well, Dabi conjured blue flames in front of Inko's face. "I suppose dash. Tuya. Stop. Oh hi, Mom." Dabi turned around and cast Inko aside as he saw Rei standing resolutely before him. Natsuo and Fuyumi were there, too. Dabi felt the temperature drop, those three were all ready to use their ice quirks. "It was about time you showed up. You need to dash." "What, stop this." Dabi laughed. "I'm too far gone, right? I can't stop. And, besides, now that you're here, I need to put this on camera." Dabi fished his pockets for a phone. Is Tuya really gone, brother? Fuyumi asked. You're being stupid, Natsuo followed up. I told you, Tuya died long ago. That would be when Tuya felt a little hand touch his leg. He was never the most aware villain, since his senses had been partially damaged by being burnt half to a crisp. He relied on reducing problems to a pile of ash as fast as possible. He would catch a glimpse of a head of white hair and a horn before he felt himself become smaller and shorter in a sudden flash of golden light, and, why was he here again? Shoto had been running for what must be minutes. Chimera tried to block him, but then Power Loader riding a giant mecha punched the mutant villain in the face and told Shoto to hurry up and find Dabi, as the fiery villain wandered off to the residential areas and ignored every order from Thunderbolt to get back in line. He slid on his ice, surfing towards the house that Yue had given to the Todorokis. He could see the blue fire burning some of the houses as he got closer, and closer, and closer, and… Mom, where are we? Why am I here? Why are we here? Natsuo, Fuyumi, when did you get so old? Shoto nearly stumbled at the sight before him. Even as Yue burned, his mother, and his siblings Fuyumi and Natsuo stood around a small, white-haired boy covered in Natsuo's jacket. He wouldn't have clothes otherwise, aside from the black trench coat and pants that were lying on the ground. Izuku's mother and Eri were there, watching on, as Shoto's family members appeared to be on the verge of going insane at what they were witnessing. Tuya, Fuyumi began, though she couldn't find the words to express anything. That is, until she spotted Shoto just standing there. Shoto! This is… Tuya. Huh? Shoto mentally blue-screened at the revelation. Of course, he already knew who that boy was. It was clearly Tuya. Well, an 8-year or 10-year-old Tuya, at least, with his memories apparently reset to how they were back then. But to see it, and hear it from Fuyumi herself. He had begun the day expecting to fight Dabi until either one of them could no longer continue. Or, hell, until one of them died, either when Dabi burned himself to ash or burned Shoto to death. But now, how did this happen? Shoto turned toward Eri and Inko. This was your doing, wasn't it? I was following him and hiding, because he had Eri began. I got lost for a little while though, then when saw them again, he was saying bad things to them. She pointed over at the Todorokis, sans endeavor. I had to do something. Which was very dangerous for her to do, Inko weakly muttered. I imagine that you want to thank her, Shoto-kun? Yes, Shoto nodded and looked at Eri. Thank you. For what you did. You saved them. He was screaming inside, though, it was shameful that a girl had to step in and save his own family from his deranged brother. Even with Monoma using Kurojire's quirk to transport him to UA, because they didn't know where Dabi was exactly, Shoto still had to go looking for him in the campus. Eri raised both of her hands, the same way Mirio would. I'm just being a hero like my big brothers. Shoto then turned around, remembering that there was still a battle happening in UA. The Seekers and Gentle Hero were here, along with Snipe and Power Loader. Aside from that, there wasn't much of anyone else. He had to help them against Thunderbolt and his gang. I'll escort you all to an evacuation corridor. Then I have to help the heroes defend this place. Alright? Good. Who are you, anyway? I feel like I should know you. Shoto, was it? Tuya looked up at Shoto. Right, he was rewound back to the point before Shoto was even born. We'll explain everything later, but all you need to know right now is that he's a hero, and a good one, Fuyumi explained. She wasn't about to break child Tuya's mind with the revelation that Shoto is actually his youngest brother. Fuyumi and Natsuo being adults was already a bit much at the moment. Oh wow! A hero. So cool. And there was that. Tuya used to love heroes? Enji had already lost count of how many clones he had destroyed. Already, they had emerged in the dozens upon dozens, each and every one of them unleashing their own brand of magic upon the heroes. Unlike the other demons that were scattered all over Japan in the operation's onset, though, Sabu didn't cause enormous amounts of collateral damage to his allies. Instead, he was more or less focused, deploying just enough clones to help fight the heroes and not make this a one-sided affair, but not so much that they drew all the attention, nor did he try to use up most of his mana. It was most likely that escape was Sabu's primary objective. As a demon, he could care less about the causes of villains or heroes, or even that of other demons. However, he did have a vested interest in seeing Frieren dead. It was an all-consuming desire that the heroes took advantage of. Enji floated over the battlefield, scanning the open fields for any stragglers trying to escape. He and Hawks were tasked with rapidly repositioning and apprehending Sabu if that demon tried to run away, if not spotting the real one and permanently taking care of him. When there was very little cover to be found and flares lighting up the late afternoon sky, it sure was easy to spot who stuck out like a sore thumb, like a certain two-horned demon wearing a sophisticated suit and tie. Or rather, dozens upon dozens of them. By now, the demon's initial batch of clones had been eliminated, leaving mostly the PLF villains to fend for themselves. However, there were still some on the periphery of the battle. Symphony here, one of the UA hero students, one of his son's classmates, in fact, spoke through the comms. NG remembered that she had enhanced hearing and could distinguish the vibrations between different objects or people. It was for this reason she was picked for the team to defeat Sousou. She could very well detect where his clones were, or if he was trying to run away to live another 1,000 years. I'm picking up someone trying to run off from the fight. Northeast, about 300 meters away from the drop zone. I see him. Now that was Kraken, who was standing in the back line with a dozen eyes and ears growing out of his duplicated arms. Like Symphony, he too was here as a walking detection system. He is running away while producing clones left and right. A villain with a smoke screen quirk just obscured him, but he's there. Sousou the Unending Legion. Great was his title, and yet he was fleeing the field of battle. Of course, NG recalled from the briefing on the plan that this particular demon was a cowardly piece of garbage that nonetheless managed to survive being hunted over the last few thousand years. Probably because he is a cowardly piece of garbage. Nonetheless, he and his fellow demons probably decided to come out of the woodwork because of Frieren and Midoriya. Perhaps they feared that the order of magic wielders that hunted his kind to near extinction would have a resurgence with those two. Either way, it had been hard to believe, but it was right in front of him this whole time. Sousou running from the battlefield was perfectly in character for someone that hates having to fight battles by himself. Perhaps it could be a trap, or a decoy. It isn't known if his clones can make their own clones as well, but given that they weren't multiplying exponentially, but rather, in a more controlled pace, that probably wasn't the case. Hawks, NG called out to the number 3 hero that flew beside him, let us eliminate this demon once and for all. Right, Hawks nodded. The two of them headed toward the fleeing demon, who, they realized, stuck out in the middle of the open field of grass like a wart on skin, his black suit and tie contrasting heavily against the green grass. It was an oddity that Sousou wasn't flying, instead preferring to run off by foot. Though he was one fast runner, NG will give him that. Whether that was born from physical training or magic, he had little idea, nor interest to know. All that he knew for sure was that Sousou was to be defeated before he could wreak havoc anywhere else. A demon with clones that can each use different kinds of magic and was part of a group that the Americans tried to eliminate 200 years ago with nukes just to get only one of them. It is a good thing that they didn't care much for the world. Until now. Soon enough, both heroes were within range of the running Sousou. The demon kept running, summoning a dozen clones who all began throwing all manner of basic offensive spells at Endeavor and Hawks. Hellfire Shield. NG threw up a massive wall of flames in front of him and Hawks, melting and stopping the fireballs, ice gusts, water blasts, and earth bullets that the clones threw at them. Sousou, meanwhile, just kept running. Hawks flew over the Hellfire Shield and went straight for Sousou, both of his feather swords unsheathed. More demonic clones popped up around the demon. So that's it looks like when he makes them, Hawks thought as he watched what appeared to be ashes and dust come out of thin air, congregating and amalgamating into the demon clones. They did not appear to have their own minds, as each moved in perfect synchronicity. It was as though they were a hive mind. Several of them threw beams of condensed mana at Hawks, all of which he evaded, preventing him from getting closer to the demon. Several more created javelins out of thin air, only for Endeavor to incinerate them from beyond the Hellfire Shield as beams of fire turned them back to the ash from whence they came. Endeavor was about to continue the pursuit when he sensed a third party coming at them. Turning around, he saw Geaton, one of the Meta Liberation Army's top lieutenants and a rather powerful ice quirk user, atop a moving glacier, screaming obscenities at him. Though what he was saying, exactly, was lost to NG as his screams were drowned out by the sound of crackling ice and roaring flames. However, Geaton was a little less concerning than Redestro, who was standing on top of the moving glacier as well. Redestro, better known as Rikiya Yatsubashi, the CEO of Detnerat Incorporated and as people now know ever since that fateful night, also the leader of the Meta Liberation Army. He was probably one of the richest men in all of Japan, and a believer in both the absolute freedom of quirk use and that the strong must reign over the weak. He was quite strong, but with him and Geaton together, they were dangerous, even to top heroes. Go on and hunt the real demon, Endeavor. Hawks called out to him. I'll deal with those two. I see, NG nodded and blasted off toward Sousou. Hawks moved in the opposite direction, swords drawn. Geaton and Redestro together could possibly outclass you. If you find your life in mortal danger, retreat. Understand? Hawks let out a chuckle. Oh, Endy, I never retreat. Endy? Endy shook off any snarky remark he might have toward the other hero's rather dainty little nickname for him. He already knew that Hawks was casual and easygoing, at least on the surface. It annoyed Endy to no end, just as All Might's constant smiling annoyed him on top of surpassing him. Now, he had an appreciation for such things, though. He would never dare show it, not at least to the man's face. Do not die, Hawks. That is an order. Yeah, whatever. These slowpokes can't catch me if they tried. Humph, very well. Endy turned his attention back toward his target, who was still running. With his Hellfire quirk, he blasted towards the demon, unleashing beams of fire from his fingertips to destroy the clones escorting him. He could see very well which one was making clones. He gathered that it must be the real Sousou. Turn around and face me, demon. No, came the simple reply as Sousou floated up and summoned 2 more clones, who did turn around and face Endy. They would be quickly destroyed and reduced to dust as Endy unleashed Hellfire on them, leaving only a crater where Sousou once stood. His cybernetic augments, a legacy of All for One's torture of him and Rado back in Tartarus, hissed as they let out cooling vapors to lower the excess heat. That was easy, too easy, Endy thought as he looked down at the crater he created. It had already been years since he had to take a life. Granted, it was a human life, a villain that was going to destroy an entire building unless he was stopped. It wasn't every day that the Prime Minister herself orders him to expedite a meeting between creator and creation through Hellfire. The usual restrictions on hero activities loosened as the PLF and Japan entered a state of total war. He didn't hesitate to end Sousou. After all, that was the job. Endy is a professional. He does what has to be done. And a mass murderer like Sousou, who along with the other demons turned the entire city of Salem into a charnel house, had more than earned being burned to death. The 60,000 souls that he and the rest of the 7 used as their playthings surely rest a little easier now that one of their killers had been reduced to ash. Are the clones elsewhere disappearing? Endy asked through the comms. He turned around to head back toward Hawks to render assistance against Geaton and Redestro, just to stop when a panicked Symphony told him that no, they weren't disappearing. So I didn't take out the real one? Endy looked back at the crater, where there was only ash and mana particulates floating from where the now apparently fake Sousou once stood. It seems that his clones could make their own clones, too. He wasn't fleeing the battlefield, then where the hell is he? He must still be hiding somewhere close by, Hawks replied even as he avoided blows from Redestro, who was now a hulkied-out monster. Geaton, meanwhile, lay writhing in pain on top of his mobile iceberg, the imprint of a boot clear on his face. His nose was all but broken, marring his otherwise flawless visage. We should take care of these 2 first, then. Very well. If Sousou insists on hiding in plain sight, then we will keep winnowing the flock until he's the only one left. Between Hawks, Symphony, Kraken, and others with sensory quirks, there was little escape from this battlefield, unless someone used warp quirks. But the only 2 warp quirks in all of Japan right now were being used by All for One, hundreds of miles away and woefully out of range, and Phantom Thief, though Island isn't Japan, so maybe it doesn't count if he isn't physically here. There you are. Geaton screeched as soon as Endy came into view. It seemed that just seeing Endy was enough to re-energize him with hate, because he stood up from his fallen position on his iceberg, rising to defiantly face the number 2 hero. I heard my dear sister divorced you last year. Is that true, sister? This man is Rei's brother? It made sense. The Himura family is well known for having powerful ice quirks. Geaton being Rei's brother was indeed logical. It was strange she never mentioned that she had a brother, though. Or was she ashamed that she had a relative join a villainous organization while she was married to a top hero, and elected to never talk about it? Or did Endy just never create a home environment where such things could be discussed freely? He truly had a hard time determining which reason applies. What he did know, however, was that he wasn't about to talk with a villain about family. Even if it was his apparent brother-in-law. I do not have time to discuss familial lineages with you. We can speak of it later, with you behind bars. Now stay down. It looks like you'll be the one going down. Behind you, Endeavor. Heeding Hawk's warning, Endy turned around, just to see a floating Sousou. He just knew that this was the real one. Just as their eyes met, Sousou produced several dozen clones, all of whom then unleashed fire spells, each of them akin to the beams of Hell Spider, aiming to cause Endy to overheat. It seems that Sousou had deduced that Endy's worst weakness was overheating, as the prosthetics with cooling systems indicated that he needs to cool himself down. Hawks was too busy with Redestro to help, and was also getting attacked by more Sousou clones, all of them flying about and throwing javelins and tongues of fire at him. The two of them were a little too far away from the rest of their heroes, having chased Sousou in order to destroy him before he could regroup with himself. He was the biggest priority, and, in a way, they seemed to have gotten to Sousou. Or rather, Sousou got to them. Not even the cooling systems of his prosthetics could keep up with Sabou's assault were it to last. Fortunately for them, NG had no intention to let it last. His flames were stronger, hotter. And, unlike Sousou, he was actually resistant to fire. Hellfire Corona. Flames were discharged in all directions, overwhelming and destroying the nearby clones attacking NG, reducing them to ash in an instant. But not the ones chasing after and attacking Hawks, who had long left Redestro looking up at the spectacular aerial duels from the ground. Hawks parried incoming javelins, sensing each and every one that was coming for him through his feathers. He evaded the fireballs, ripping through several of the demonic clones with some feathers, reducing them to dust and mana. He had left enough for himself to keep himself at more or less at top speed, though, so Sousou was making replacement clones each time he managed to destroy one. Speaking of Sousou, NG observed that only up to a dozen of his clones could clone themselves at a time, so they weren't turning into a gigantic horde. It made sense. According to the mission briefing, clone magic required putting some mana into each of the clones. Sousou had a deep well of power to draw from, but it was not infinite. The real Sousou, who had long melded into the flock chasing Hawks, could make a dozen in an instant by himself. He just needed to observe which Sousou was making clones faster to determine which was the real one. Symphony and Kraken would then inform him through the comms that there were no more Sousou clones in the main battlefield. So, that meant that Sousou was here, trying to chase Hawks down. NG readied a Hell Spider to dispatch the clones chasing Hawks, when he saw a gigantic Redestro, his quirk empowered by pure, unrelenting rage and frustration, jumping towards him. Geaton had also gotten up, summoning a pillar of ice for Redestro to land on. He had no time for these fools. Get out of my way. NG threw forward an enormous pillar of fire, destroying Geaton's mobile iceberg and sending Redestro flying. With the deed done, he looked back toward Hawks, and ready to destroy the clones chasing the winged hero, the real Sousou along with them. That was when one of the javelins made their mark, piercing Hawk's shoulder. 10 clones turned their attention towards NG, apparently noticing that he was charging up an attack to destroy them all at once, and each sent forth a lightning bolt towards NG. Lightning is still faster than fire. And NG just happened to be wearing lots of metal on his person, attracting the bolts towards him. The other heroes could only watch from afar as they saw Endeavor get struck by lightning. Strange. Most humans would be screaming in pain with a javelin through the shoulder. Sousou quietly muttered at Hawks as the latter nursed a mana-forged javelin in the shoulder. It was frustrating to see that the winged man was still smiling at him. Who are you to say what we can and can't do? Hawks asked, lifting up a feather sword with his good arm. I have to hand it to you. We thought you'd just run. But you decided not to. I have calculated that my chances of victory in this combat scenario are at an acceptable margin, Sousou answered. He had about 200 clones with him now, all of them crackling with electricity as they readied lightning spells. It must take a while for them to get ready to use that, Hawks observed. Therefore, I elected to instead attempt to eliminate and consume you. In this part, it would seem that I am in the verge of success. That sounds utterly revolting, my guy, Hawks replied. He could feel a blood vessel in the demon's head twitch, if only because he'd be annoyed that the prey he apparently cornered still spoke in a casual manner. Do you really want to eat people? We're filled with microplastics, you know. It's not good for you. Sousou looked down at Endeavor, who was still being electrocuted by his clones unleashing lightning spells on him. If Hawks was concerned about Endeavor, then he wants showing it. But, given the dynamics of human relationships, Sousou concluded that he really was. I attempted to overwhelm and overheat that one, but it did not work. But something simpler like this appears to be more effective. He is paralyzed. I can deal with him later. Every facet of our evolution as a species was brought about to make it easier for us consume humans. It is in our nature. That cannot change. That does not need to change. It's true, then. You evolved talking like us to trick us. That is correct. This information will be of little use, however, now that your death is dash. Sousou looked down in surprise as Endeavor, with a defiant scream, ignored the constant electricity coursing through his body, twitching and ravaging his cells. The flame hero looked upon Sousou as flames flared all around him, forcing even the ancient demon to cover his eyes lest he be blinded. Endeavor was now a miniature sun, glowing hotter and brighter than he had ever before. Endeavor growled, forcing his body to move as he wanted despite the lightning coursing through him. He gave Hawks a look as Sousou's clones turned their attention towards Endeavor, all of them throwing all sorts of spells in an effort to kill him before he unleashed his attack. Hawks wasn't about to let that happen, though. He sent out all the feathers he could spare to block and parry whatever he could, leaving himself just enough to let himself have a soft landing on the ground. Mana-forged javelins and arrows bounced off, clones were extinguished as feathers stabbed through them just for their companions to destroy said feathers with fire magic. More lightning bolts struck Endeavor, but he didn't seem to care about the immense damage to his body. Impossible, Sousou muttered as he watched lightning rack Endeavor's body with world-ending amounts of pain, his skin replete with electric burns. He hid within the flying panoply of clones, and they all spoke in unison, obscuring the real one. But he was in there, that's for sure. Not only did Frieren confirm that the real Sousou arrived when All for One and the demons first arrived during Phase 1 of the plan, but there just weren't any more Sousou clones anywhere else on this battlefield. They were all here, fighting Hawks and Endeavor in an attempt to kill them through sheer numbers of spells. You do not possess a durability quirk nor defensive magic. How are you not dead already? I calculated that I would be able to disable and destroy both of you. I took all variables into account. I am superior in every way. How? You forgot one variable, Sousou, the unending legion. You failed to compute the power of our will. Endeavor roared. I always hated this DMN school motto, however. Plus Ultra, Endeavor glowed even brighter and brighter as he broke free of the partial paralysis from all the lightning strikes on him, blasting toward Sousou's clone swarm, and Sousou himself, who turned tail and flew away in an attempt to escape the incoming explosion of fire. But it didn't matter. The incoming explosion of Endeavor's flames will reach him and all the clones. He was too close, and too late to realize that this mere human was simply too spiteful for him to kill so easily. Prominence burn, supernova. Nakaru surrounded herself with debris of many kinds, mostly rocks, soil, plants, and even animals torn out of the forested ground. By now, the demon had already been surrounded by several orbiting rings of rocks, all of which had been infused with defensive magic. Furthermore, the air around her had been infused with layers of mana for additional protection. She was well aware that this killing spell from the other world, Zoltraak, could very well kill her if it connected to her body even just once. While she could deflect it, any stray beams that were redirected toward the invisible weak spots in her telekinetic shield could still be dangerous. However, it would take an extreme amount of analysis to determine where the weak spots were. That elf might have done it, but she had been sent kilometers away by Nakaru's telekinetic magic. It should be hours before she could make her return here. Unless that is, that cackling child with the warp quirk earlier sent her back here. However, it seemed that Frieren was taking her time. Ah, well. Nakaru quietly surveyed her opponents. The warrior, ironically for his class and job description, was the most afraid of them all, or at least, was the one that mostly openly showed his fear. But humans will do as humans do, and he smashed aside the debris that Nakaru threw at the party in order to gauge their capabilities somewhat. The two mages, meanwhile, had deadpan expressions, keeping a level head. Nakaru knew that the purple-haired girl was a master of rapid spellcasting, as her engagements with All for One's forces had shown. The green-haired boy, meanwhile, was a little different. He had many old, fancy spells, alongside simpler ones. Nakaru could recognize Waldgos and Valzambel anywhere. Furthermore, unlike the others, he was very familiar with the technology of this world. After all, this is where he was born and raised. He stood upon a flying machine, freeing up his mana from being expended by flight magic. 5 more of said flying machines were levitating above his head, apparently modified to have weapons. Nakaru reached out with her telekinetic magic in an attempt to grab those machines and use them against their wielder, but she found her efforts rebuffed by the goddess magic, which coated them like protective armor. She could push the air around them, but it's not like they are very important. How unfortunate, Nakaru though, as she turned her gaze to the priest. Now he was new, perhaps Frieren had brought him to this world just yesterday. Nevertheless, the magic of the goddess was familiar to Nakaru, though she would never be capable of wielding it, nor did she believe in any need or motivation to. She doesn't care at all. Whatever the case, they had far less mana than her. That meant that their defeat was all but sealed. As for Bluthund, she was a fool. She kept talking and talking when she could have landed the mortal blow on that elf mage. Nakaru raised her hands, bringing all the gathered projectiles to bear. They all began to spin rapidly like bullets exiting a rifle, and then shot forward, aiming to end the confrontation in one swift slide. Nakaru readied another attack in case that didn't work, and sure enough, the purple-haired girl summoned a storm of Zoltraak to counter. The beams of condensed, demon-killing magic were a shield of their own as they scattered and blew the incoming projectiles apart. The priest summoned a viridian barrier that blocked the rest of the incoming projectiles. No matter, Nakaru thought as she once raised her hands. If I cannot slay you with that, then I will simply bury you under even more mass. The ancient demon tore a gigantic boulder out of the earth beneath the soil of the forest floor, all the while unleashing a monstrously powerful telekinetic push on the air in front of the party, forcing them to block the latter assault with defensive magic. This consumed considerable amounts of mana, but it was to finish this battle quickly. Nakaru needed to be able to face this Frieren alone for the best chances of victory. Die, Nakaru muttered as she dumped the boulder on top of the warrior, as he was in front of the others. The mages and the priest had been forced to focus everything they had to not be pushed into the ground the same way their leader was pushed far away, and so they could only watch as their warrior disappeared beneath nearly 500 tons of weight. That should, wait. Nakaru was about to turn away when the boulder moved from underneath. What? Izuku was shaking. When Fern said that Nakaru's magic was in some ways like the height of magic spell Frieren used against her own Spiegel clone during the first-class mage exam, she surely wasn't joking. It took every defensive spell he, Fern, and Sei knew not to be forced to kneel on the ground, as that demon would have surely liked. The drones weren't being affected, oddly enough, though Nakaru probably just didn't care about those, or, hell, she probably just didn't know what those were for, since demons were so uncurious about things. Stark, meanwhile, held on through sheer strength, though Sane giving him blessings surely helped. Then a boulder fell on top of Stark. Izuku was, at first, going to shout out the warrior's name in worry and fear for his life, but the boulder moved, and he detected Stark's life force still there, strong as ever. Then he saw Stark lift the boulder up with his bare hands. His arms were shaking, as always, but he was extremely strong. Almost terrifyingly so. Right. This guy's master fell on from a 1,000-foot-tall cliff and simply shrugged it off. And he is afraid of Stark, his student. That was the moment Izuku decided that it is probably better for him to worry about himself. Besides, they already planned for this scenario in advance. They all knew what to do. What? Nakaru watched with disbelief as Stark, who had apparently caught the incoming boulder with his bare hands, lifted it up and threw it away from himself and his allies. He was bloodied and bruised, but he was still standing, and now, was being healed by the priest. I do not remember humans of the old world, not even the strongest of warriors, being this durable or strong. He is no All Might or All for One. How did he even survive? That was when the two mages lifted off the ground and began attacking her with spells, the purple-haired girl with flight magic, the green-haired boy standing on top of his flying machine. The warrior, who had been healed by the priest, jumped off as well, axe in hand and ready to cleave Nakaru in half. Infuriated that she couldn't kill them all in one fell swoop, Nakaru moved back, all the while pushing them away from her by telekinetically manipulating the air around her. The warrior landed on top of a flying machine, and almost lost his balance, but soon enough, he was coming at Nakaru again. The machine fired a beam of searing light at her. It didn't do much against Nakaru's telekinetic shields, but it did make her spend a little more attention and mana for her to be grazed by a blast of Zoltraak across her shoulder. It was exceedingly painful. But Nakaru lived, and redirected that beam toward the offending green-haired mage, just for the priest to block it with a barrier. DMN elf, what did you teach them? Nakaru mentally grumbled at the thought of actually finding these for a challenge to fight. Between the purple-haired girl unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of Zoltraaks that were too fast and numerous for Nakaru to all grab and redirect, the green-haired boy using portals, flying machines, and also Zoltraak to attack her from unexpected angles, the warrior that wouldn't die even after having a boulder dropped on top of him, and a rather capable priest backing them all up, they were certainly a challenge to deal with. She was about to have just enough of them. That's, Dad, right? While it had been merely minutes since Tuya Todoroki had nursed an undying rage and hatred towards his father, now, he only had naked concern for his well-being. For, of course, the clock of his life had been rewound, the memory of his father ceasing his training because of the self-destructive nature of his blue flame quirk completely gone. He did not remember a grain of sand from the desert that were his thoughts of how he would make Endeavor suffer and burn, or of how he'll make his replacement, Shoto, burn in agonizing torment. Or how he'll destroy the rest of his family, to end the Todoroki story once and for all. It had just been a minute since Tuya, along with Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi were escorted to a safe place by the strangely familiar and yet completely alien Shoto before the dual-haired hero student blasted off to help in the fight. It was an underground bunker, deep beneath UA. Tuya could only marvel at the sights before him. Things had advanced in the last decade or so. The whole thing was moving. He could feel it tunneling through both soil and rock, the distant sounds of drilling reverberating through the metallic floor. Other people, including a white-haired girl with a horn on her head and a rather rotund middle-aged woman with green hair, were here too. They were both weirdly familiar to him, but he couldn't place just where he saw them before. The last thing he remembered before suddenly being sent here was, walking to school, was it? He'd ask a lot more questions right now, but he was more busy looking at the holographic vid screens that were scattered all over this moving underground bunker. He watched as his now unconscious father slumped in the arms of this other hero wearing a flight jacket. The latter had very stubby red wings on his back. Tuya quickly deduced that he had run out of feathers to use. Is that Dad? Why is his arm and his leg made out of metal now? Why is he down? It's a long story, Rei simply replied as she instinctively held Tuya at the shoulders, though her mind was still racing from the fact that he was Dabi, a crazy, murderous villain, just minutes ago. Then that girl, Eri, casually turned him back into a child. Granted, Tuya being returned to the Todorokis was an opportunity from heaven itself, but just how are they going to deal with all the complications and explanations they'll have to show him? How would he react when he finds out he turned into a villain? What would he think of his parents when he discovers that his parents have divorced already? Wake up, Dad! Tuya shouted at the screen as Hawks tried to get Endeavor to wake up. Just some distance away, an extremely stressed, and thus gigantic, Redestro, was slowly walking towards them. The news lady journalist narrating the whole thing from a nearby news helicopter began to sound panicked. You have a villain coming for you. Wake up and beat him up already. His adult siblings could only cover their mouths and worry at the sight. There was nothing else they could do. Not here, not now. Come on Endeavor, you gotta wake up. Hawks tried to drag the giant of a man away as Redestro walked towards them in a slow, methodical, and menacing manner. You just dusted a demon with one of the biggest, coolest super moves I've ever seen. You now gotta get up and blast that idiot with a ridiculous nose job. Hawks winced and grit his teeth as he remembered there was a whole javelin stuck in his shoulder. Even after being wholly incinerated by Endeavor's prominence burn, Sabu was still being an inconvenience. Some things really cause trouble from beyond the grave. I don't know if you're listening, but I don't have any feathers left, not enough to beat this big guy, anyway. And you are incredibly heavy? Hawks heaved and dragged Endeavor with his remaining good arm, his feather swords floating in front of the two heroes as a last-ditch guard. There were a lot of things he wanted to say, namely, the fact that he had always admired Endeavor. That he was, well, Hawks isn't going to tell him about his upbringing in the commission, though ever since the change in leadership a few years back? Did I ever get to tell you that I'm such a big fan of yours? Hawks began, looking down at the still knocked-out Endeavor. For someone with high fire resistance, he had been burned both by Sabu's lightning bolts and his own supernova move. Right, no. It's too embarrassing to admit. But you saved me back then, when I was a kid. And I really wish I could pay back the favor right about now, but you're so, DMN hard to move. Why did you have to be so bulked up? Endeavor didn't respond. He was either still unconscious or just unable to speak, not that he was opening his eyes. I need you to wake up, Endeavor. Hawks kept dragging him away. There are a lot of other kids you need to save, just as you saved me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Redestro spoke as he approached, his enormous footsteps falling upon the grass with a heavy thrumming as though drums were being played. Not one, but two of the top 10 heroes ripe to be slain by my hand. I've always hated you and the system you've created and abetted. The feeling is mutual, Hawks muttered as his remaining feathers pointed straight towards Redestro. Don't come any closer, or I'll take your eyes out. Oh, can you, though? The long-nosed villain looked down at Hawks. In truth, he was having difficulty keeping his giddiness at having the chance to kill both Endeavor and Hawks at the same time in check. His quirk needed him to be stressed in order to remain powerful. It was not so good, indeed, to feel good when you have a quirk that needs you to be frustrated to be strong. And so he had been focusing his mind on the losses that the MLA had suffered. He thought of and simmered in the personal slights he had suffered, both recent and ancient. Try me. Redestro raised his fist, ready to reduce Hawks and Endeavor into a paste. He tried his best not to relish in the satisfaction of the moment, lest his quirk suddenly weaken from the onset of positive emotion. Before he could actually make his swing, however, Redestro felt an intense heat against his back. He then lurched forward as he realized that a beam of energy was striking him from behind, molten metal pooling into the impact point until the weight forced him to stop and remove the new burden on his back. The villain turned around, seeing 4 other heroes had come to save the number 2 and 3. He could recognize Gang Orca anywhere, his black cape fluttering in the late afternoon wind. There was also another pro-hero, a cyclops with a yellow eye and a metallic head, a beam of accelerated molten metal coming out of his eye. Then, there were 2 children with them. Redestro remembered that these 2 were named Symphony and Kraken. Gang Orca jumped toward Redestro, clocking him in the face with a haymaker punch while the Cyclopean poured more molten metal, this time aiming for Redestro's legs. Redestro skidded back from Gang Orca's punch, his quirk further fueled by his growing frustration that someone just had to interfere in his moment of victory. His anger only grew as he watched Kraken carry both Hawks and Endeavor on his 6 arms and considerably hefty shoulders. Keaton. Redestro howled at his subordinate to come over and help him, just to find that the cryokinetic was currently being swarmed by swirling waves of soil and beasts made out of soil. The leader of the Meta Liberation Army cursed that Pixie Bob was here, never mind that the heroes dictated the flow and setting of the battle, ensuring that individual heroes would be fighting against their best matchups and thus held a distinct strategic advantage. Feeling stressed yet? Gang Orca struck Redestro with a paralytic supersonic wave attack, all the while molten iron was being accelerated towards his legs. Redestro reeled, not used to having his brain vibrated. But Redestro was strong. He quickly recovered and struck Gang Orca on the face, sending the killer whale hero flying. He then tore off the half-molten metal that were sticking his feet to the ground, menacingly walking over towards Shockwave. He's safe, Tuya looked up at the holographic video screen. Mom, is Dad going to be okay? He will be, Rei replied, not sure how else to assure the villain child. She glanced at Fuyumi and Natsuo, who were both positively worried about their father. While it was true Natsuo no longer wanted to have anything to do with Enji, Enji is still his father. He doesn't want to watch him die, or, in this case, die as he's crushed beneath Redestro's hand while his injuries from all of Sabu's attacks kept him down. Fuyumi, meanwhile, had always remained stuck to her father despite everything that had happened. Seeing him die on live television was probably the last thing she wanted to see today. Izuku! Oh my god, what is she doing to them? Rei would then turn her attention to Midoriya Inko as the other woman gasped at a different screen. Honestly, there were just too many battles to keep track of, at least for her. She looked over to the other screen that the green-headed woman was practically glued to. There, she saw all Mana and the rest of his strange new companions stuck against the ground, a glowering, furious Nakaru the Destroyer holding out her hand at them. She was a little familiar with the Salem 7. You tire me, Nakaru muttered as she unleashed the strongest form of her spell, pinning all 4 of her opponents to the ground. They each began to sink into the soil, though the priest's defensive magics and enchantments were stopping them from just being buried 6 feet below the earth, and then some. While the mages were simply looking at her with deadpan expression, the warrior was visibly panicking, while the priest gritted his teeth as he cast divine defensive magic to protect his allies from just being splattered underneath Nakaru's telekinetic spell. Nakaru looked down, flexing her fingers as she watched them get buried deeper and deeper. And yet, Viridian barriers surrounded each of them, ensuring that they were not actually buried underneath. I am more powerful than any of you, Nakaru began. I am a great demon that had lived for over 3,000 years, with more mana than all of you combined. This was a foregone conclusion. Now, I will simply keep pushing you down until that priest's defensive magic shatters. However, pray tell, what made you think that you had a chance against me? You were irritating, for a while, but that was all there was to it. Nakaru smiled as she saw them cough out blood. The impact from being pushed by her spell into the ground must have caused some damage despite all the defensive magic they were using. Let me tell you a story, Izuku began with a cough. Oh, she is strong indeed, Izuku thought as he felt the pressure incrementally increase. Once upon a time, there was a demon king. Nakaru looked on with mild disinterest. Stark pretty much yelled at him. Hey, what's the big idea, telling the demon a bedtime story while we're being crushed to our deaths? Shush you. You tanked a boulder and threw it away. Izuku hissed. Fern looked amused. Anyway, the Demon King's reign was long and terrible, but then he was slain by a party of 4 legendary heroes. They didn't win because they had more mana than the Demon King, they won through what we of this world might call the power of friendship. Huh? Nakaru ped her head to the left as if Izuku had just muttered the most stupid, insane, and useless piece of dialogue she had ever heard. Friendship? There is no such thing for us demons. You missed the part where the Demon King died. You demons can't really work together, so that's why you're almost extinct. Izuku laughed at the demon's face before looking at Fern. While this move, which Izuku was privately calling a force push in his mind, though these people from another world wouldn't understand the reference, was indeed brutal, he could sense that Nakaru's mana detection was down. The demon was putting all her attention into crushing the 4 of them, obviously, and if this went on for much longer, she will actually crush them into a paste as soon as Sane's enchantments broke. It's just like Frieren's Height of Magic spell. The main difference was that Nakaru's spell is more readily accessible and didn't need a long wind-up time, as opposed to the Height of Magic. However, they did share the same weakness, using it left the user open to attacks from elsewhere. Nakaru slowly closed her eyes and intensified her telekinetic magic, burying the four underneath the soil. Stark and Sane let out cries of terror as they found themselves buried alive. Fern and Izuku, however, stayed quiet, as something like this had been part of the many contingencies they created for the confrontation against Nakaru. Had he been his old self, from before Frieren taught him the ways of magic, he'd be screaming in a panic. But now? The trap is sprung. For all their age and power, demons were, ultimately, simple creatures. In the end of the day, they are not but predators that evolved speech to deceive their prey. Good, now she can't see me do this. Izuku coughed underneath about 3 feet of soil and within barrier magic that one might see as a temporary coffin as he cast his magic. Fern would disappear from the pit that Nakaru buried her in, swallowed by a portal that Izuku summoned. Fern, for her part, had become all but invisible to most kinds of magic detection, her presence too weak for the preoccupied demon to immediately notice. Where did? Nakaru took about a second to notice that one of her targets had just disappeared. She looked behind her and below her. Nothing down there, and even though she reactivated her magic detection, she couldn't find Fern. Zoltraak. Fern fired from above. Nakaru didn't have enough time to react before a beam of killing magic tore through her body. I told you, Auntie, he is going to be alright. Eri tugged at Inko's hand as both of them just watched Fern annihilate Nakaru with a surprise attack from above, reducing her to dust. The woman, for her part, had fallen to the floor, taking in deep breaths as she witnessed what she feared would be her son's final battle. But, well, it appeared that the plans and contingencies that were drawn up did include getting pushed against the ground so hard that they suffer injuries and get literally buried in the process. They both watched as Izuku burst out of the ground like a mole, a shimmering emerald barrier around his body keeping his hero costume from being soiled by earth and dirt. Stark would emerge, not by his own accord, but by Fern using levitation magic on him, plucking him out of the soil as if he were a garden plant. Sane, meanwhile, just got out of being buried with magic as well. He's okay, Inko took in deep breaths. He's alright. He's going to be fine. He is very strong, and has a good party with him. Now that Izuku had emerged alright from fighting Nakaru, if not somewhat injured by sheer concussive impact from when the demon smashed him and his comrades onto the ground, Inko mentally checked off a list of things she needed to worry about. All that was left was Hisashi. The Namified Hisashi? How far did she even send Frieren? Stark looked up to the sky, where there was no Frieren to be seen. It's like she's over the horizon. One moment, Izuku said as he pulled out his phone, just to realize that it had been destroyed by Nakaru's force push. He had no other name to give to the spell, given that the demon didn't say the spell's name out loud, and she was too busy being dead to tell him. No matter, he could always have it replaced. If not by buying one, then by asking May to make him one as a favor after he, helped her a few times. Well, he'd have to specify that she does not strap explosives or weapons into the phone, then it would be fine. Or he could ask Tenya for one. Tenya is very rich. Right now, that just left the earbud comms. Izuku tapped at the tiny radio on his ear, relieved that Nakaru didn't break that one, too. Command Center, Izuku switched the channel on his comms. Do you have a visual on where Frieren got sent to? I just tracked her through satellite, she's out over the ocean, 20 kilometers northeast of your position, came the reply. That was Nizu. The rat was probably surrounded by about a dozen different computer screens, keeping track of every single current engagement and redirecting assets as needed. But most importantly, the ocean? Nakaru really used her strongest move to remove the party leader. I do not believe that you need to worry. She's on her way back. You can't call her phone? It appears to have been broken. TSK, of course Nakaru broke it, Izuku grumbled. He looked over at Fern, who was forlornly staring at her broken staff. This would be the second time that thing got smashed by a spell that's reminiscent of a force push. Which is quite strange in that it has happened twice. Okay, then, Mr. Principal. Now, we need extrication from our area to any others that might require our help. Izuku looked up at the 2 portals that just appeared above them. I had told Phantom Thief to prepare to portal you as soon as possible. Now go. Fern and Stark to the left portal, you and the corrupt priest to the right. We will keep the right one open for Frieren to use when she comes back. Hey, Fern, Izuku turned to the purple-haired girl, who was dragging Stark with her to the portal. Your staff is broken, so you can borrow mine. Mr. Izuku, no dash. Mr. Izuku, yes, Izuku shook his head and handed his staff to Fern. It's going to be harder for you to cast magic without a staff, but I'm used to not using a staff. I'll be fine without it. I see, Fern nodded and gratefully accepted the staff. I will return it to you in pristine condition, then. With that, Fern and Stark disappeared into Monoma's portal, emerging into another battlefield. Midoriya, Izuku could recognize Monoma's voice anywhere, though it was still weird not hearing him tout his superiority. He had just been very helpful today. Just going to say, this portal leads to the medical section. You will have to fly over toward All for One and his giant henchmen. Right. Monoma and a permanently sedated Kurogyri were both in Island. It was easy to send them there when All Might just had so many connections. That, and the reunited states had interpreted All for One's war as something that triggered their mutual defense treaty with Japan. Housing him in Island was not too complicated after that, legally speaking. Keeping Kurogyri out of Search's range was a cherry on top. All for One assumed that Kurogyri was dead, slain because his quirk was too dangerous for him to be kept alive, or, as most people thought, he died in prison because of health complications. That assumption, of course, was wrong, and a deliberate red herring spread through mass media in order to deceive the villains. Once All for One was dead, there could be hope that the people who made up Kurogyri could be brought back somehow. When Izuku and Sane emerged, it was just as Monoma said. White tents with the sign of the Red Cross were laid out, where Recovery Girl and others with healing quirks were busy tending to the wounded recovered from the battlefield. Of course, they had already been briefed about Sane, at least when it came to his healing abilities. They were told that he was a licensed quirk user from Germany, a retired one at that, despite his age. Any further questions would have to be entertained afterwards. And, to be frank, Recovery Girl didn't care anymore. She was just glad to have an extra pair of hands, when it did come to her, anyway. Quickly, Izuku flew on, leaving Sane with Recovery Girl to heal the wounded. He would have liked to check up on Aizawa and Manuel, but the sooner he could help his allies destroy All for One, the better. If he could delete the BSTRD with a Zoltraak and thus end the battle in an abrupt note, even better. How's everyone else? He was anxious about what had been happening to his friends and teachers, but he was sure that Nizu was too busy coordinating 100 different battles to answer all of his questions. While he had been fighting against Nakaru alongside Fern, Stark, and Sane, he had no idea what had been happening to them. Nizu mentioned injuries, and Aizawa and Manuel were stabbed, but he had no idea what was going on with Fumikage, Ochako, Tenya, Shoto, Denki, and the others. The medical backline was some distance away from the actual battle, but it could still be seen from afar. Between the thousands of mana signatures, it was hard to pick out who was who. The only ones he could clearly see from this distance were Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who had been merged into the biggest kaiju Izuku had ever seen. It was impressive, if nothing else. There was also Mount Lady, and together, they were fighting this giant of a man that was probably All for One's henchman. Everyone we know is still alive, Monoma replied. The Americans lost their battle carrier, but otherwise, we're doing well. Izuku winced at the news. He recalled that a ship like that would have a few thousand crew aboard. And Deshret destroyed the USS Pillar of Autumn. Hopefully, Kathleen and the other 2 American heroes with her, as well as the rest of the fleet, were more or less alright. I see, Izuku nodded as he flew to the battlefield. Even from more than a kilometer away, he could feel the shockwaves from All Might's and Mirio's punches as they beat away at All for One, but judging by the fact that it had been going on for who knows how long, All for One was far from beaten. Quirk fire was exchanged down below. It was all just too much for one person that wasn't Nizu to properly comprehend. This would be when a dragon crossed Izuku's peripheral view. That wasn't Ryukyu, Izuku thought. It must be? It come into view, heading straight for Izuku. It had dark blue skin, with black wings like that of a bat and a head reminiscent of a reptile, only with 2 crooked horns. Its arms and feet both terminated in long, curved, wicked claws. Its teeth were long fangs, its skin scaly and armored. And its mouth was belching out green fire and smoke. Izuku shakingly ready to conjure a swarm of magical chains to bind his father. He didn't know just how durable All for One made him, but he was certainly a high-end Nomu. I am here, Dad. I'm going to save you. When the Nomu spoke, it spoke in a dozen different voices, each of them saying a different thing. You can't save him. Please end our pain. There is only death. You will fail. Die. I'm sorry. The Nomu swiped its claws at the incoming chains, shattering them, and breathed green dragon fire at Izuku, who blocked the incoming assault with basic defensive magic. He's stronger than the normal high-end, Izuku realized as it broke chains that easily held muscular. It made sense. He would be one of the first Nomu, along with Kurogyri. A prototype. A testbed, with all the best features available bolted onto it. Said features being quirks of at least a dozen different people. Most prominently, of course, being Midoriya Hisashi's dragon breath. I am never giving up on you, Dad, not after all this time. Izuku summoned even more chains and tentacles, all the while readying offensive spells that could knock him down, but not Zoltraak. Especially not Zoltraak. The Nomu replied, once again in many voices. Give up already. End this. There is only death. You will fail. Die. I am sorry. I am sorry, Izuku took in that one voice amongst many. That must be him. What? Redestro couldn't quite believe it when some red-headed teenager with an axe ran up to him and blocked his fists just as he was about to reduce this Cyclopean pro-hero to a pulp. What's more is that he was actually being pushed back. Wait. This is Stark, someone who decapitates Nomo like they're wheat in a farm. That would be when beams of light struck Redestro, sending him flying a great distance. He had no idea who shot him. Inko looked up at the screen, where Izuku was facing off against a high-end Nomu that was no doubt Hisashi. She had no idea what to feel at that moment. Izuku? Fumikage could not afford to turn his attention away from Gigantomachia, lest the giant come in and interrupt All Might and Lemillion's fight with All for One, but he did notice that Izuku had arrived. He was galvanized, however. If Izuku was here, then Nakaru the Destroyer had been slain. He wondered why Frieren wasn't present, but she was probably elsewhere, aiding in a different battlefield. No matter. He had their duties. They had theirs. His was to combat All for One, and though the situation had devolved into what amounted to a kaiju duel, it was still part of the job. Besides, Izuku was a very capable mage. He can take care of himself, no matter what gets thrown at him. Go to sleep, big guy. Mount Lady bashed Gigantomachia's face with a gigantified wrench, to be followed by Dark Shadow hitting the top of his head with both of his claws balled together. It was difficult to keep Dark Shadow in control in this state. Even with 2 years of training, meditation, and emotional regulation, Dark Shadow was, right now, so monstrously powerful that Fumikage was getting overwhelmed every now and then, wrestling back control of the Eldritch Shadow just enough to prevent him from hitting the wrong targets. Ochako's voice certainly helped, too. It was like an anchor keeping him in the middle of a raging sea. He wondered, then, just what people all over the world were thinking. Come on, guys. If you can beat Fleckturn, then you can beat them. Rhodey was practically shouting as he watched the battle against All for One. When he had heard from Raro that a big battle was being broadcasted from all the way in Japan, he had excused himself from his next classes in aviation school and ran back home as fast as he could. It was fortunate, then, that the school was just a few minutes away from the house. How could he forget those three who had saved him and the world, after all? What if they lose? Lala asked. Rhodey shook his head, dismissing it as an impossibility. Nonsense, Lala. They're some of the strongest people I ever met. I know they'll win this. I know they'll keep pushing, go, plus ultra, was it? Plus ultra. Is it true, Nana? It is. Nana Shimura's spectral vestige floated beside Toshinori, sadly looking at her student. But dash. No, Toshinori felt himself at the brink of deflating from his muscle form. He looked at All for One, shocked as he was. It can't be, you, groomed my master's grandson to be your successor? And an awful shame it is that he's dead in the hands of you heroes, All for One smirked. Don't listen to him, All Might. Lemillion shouted, readying to attack. He had noticed that All for One was regenerating a little slower than before. It must be that constantly damaging him also damages his ability to regenerate just a little, bit by bit. But that can't happen with All Might being frozen like this. All Might was frozen. He still couldn't believe it. That was when All for One fired an enormous beam of energy straight toward All Might, smiling maniacally as he did. Nana shouted at him to move, so did Mirio, Mirko, and the others. Bakugo and Ochako could only watch from afar as they tried to get back into position after being blasted away by All for One's air cannon earlier. All Might was sent toppling to the ground at the impact. He lay there, motionless. Toshinori, Chase Ferguson, better known by his old military code name and hero name, Orion Pax, President of the Reunited States, quietly sat within the Oval Office, watching as he saw the world's greatest hero cast down. A hero that he once trained in the ways of combat, years ago? Uncle Might. No. Melissa Shield stood up from the couch as she saw All Might fall, and not get up. No. You need to get up. All Might. Izuku saw his idol fall down only for him to not rise up again. The dragon Nomu attacked him, however, and he could not come to All Might's aid. He did see, however, Denki just close by. All Might, Denki had already expended most of his ammunition, nearly all of his support equipment had already been broken or used up. Shiozaki, Siro, and Mineta were nearby, fighting off villains as best as they could. Edgeshot was working his way up to Gigantomachia's head to lobotomize him. But as Denki looked at All Might's unmoving form, he could still sense a spark within the man, flickering and dying as it may be. A spark that can be jump started to run again. Without a second thought, Denki ran toward the apparently fallen number 1 hero. Kaminari! Don't run over there alone. Zero called after him. It's dangerous. I can save him, Denki muttered to himself as his hands crackled with electricity. I can still save him. He's not down. Fern watched with some disbelief as Redestro got up from getting shot by a barrage of Zoltraak, the sheer stress of the whole situation keeping him somewhat strong, though he began to visibly shrink. Redestro may be the second most physically powerful individual in the Paranormal Liberation Front just below Gigantomachia, but against a spell against Zoltraak, there was only so much he could do. He was only surviving and remaining in the fight through pure, unrelenting spite. She pointed the staff that Izuku lent to her right at Redestro again, who looked up at her with rage flaring in his eyes. He was quite set at her, and Stark too, for that matter. Not only had he been stopped from reducing the heavily weakened Hawks and Endeavor into red pastes on the green grass, but now, he realized that he was faced against an opponent with superior firepower. He'd seen the footage of Nomu, even the high ends, being reduced to dust by Fern's attacks, as well as Frieren's. He knew full well that the only reason he hadn't been consigned to the same fate as those Nomu was that Fern had no intention of killing him, yet. As Fern readied to knock Redestro down for the last time, she looked down on the staff that Izuku lended to her. She hadn't really noticed it, but it had rather interesting design features. The butt of the staff had rather strange red, white, yellow, and blue stripes. Fern recognized that it was probably in homage to the All Might hero that everyone in this world seemed to love and adore. It was also coated in metal casing. Fern remembered being told about how he used that end to bash someone's teeth out. That someone being a cult leader who tried to destroy the world just about a month or two ago. The midsection, while not coated in metal, had strange runes that glowed in response to the staff being used for magic. Fern didn't know what the runes meant, they're Norse runes, but she wouldn't know that, but she remembered seeing them on some of the dark clothes that Fumikage favored so much. And then, the head of the staff itself was like a three-pointed version of the Denkin's, just without the red orb on top. It was a little jarring, Fern thought. But that didn't matter much as she opened fire on Redestro, the non-lethal, at least for humans, Zoltraak's blowing through his Quirk's defenses. The beams of azure light smashed against Redestro's hulking form, first forcing him to kneel. And then, the impacts further forced him down. Gang Orca and Kyoka watched on as Fern unleashed devastation upon Redestro, or rather, they tried to ascertain if he hadn't actually died from all the beams of piercing magic being thrown at him. Of course, Fern had lowered the energy output of her Zoltraaks there, as she had been told that capturing these villains was preferable as opposed to reducing them to dust. Which, in fairness to Fern, wasn't something she wanted to do anyway. She had only ever killed demons and monsters. She had never blasted a Zoltraak at another person. Demons aren't people, obviously, with killing intent as of yet. And so, as the smoke cleared, Gang Orca walked over to the cratered ground where Redestro once stood, just to see that the villain leader lay completely and utterly defeated. Sure, his pinstripe suit was torn apart, rendering him nearly half naked, and sported a great amount of bruises to the point that he was nearly half blue, but he was still alive. Mages are so scary, Kyoka quietly muttered to herself as she watched Gang Orca pick Redestro by the legs and drag him across the grass like he was a sack of potatoes. It was rather in character for Gang Orca, really, and it didn't surprise her one bit. She then looked over as Fern floated back down to the ground and blankly watched the spectacle before her, while Stark congratulated her for a work well done. Fern was quite terrifying in battle, Izuku was equally so. She could still see the fiery glare from Izuku's black hole spell as it swirled and churned within Jim Gamma, or the purple lightning blasts that turn rock into molten slag. Kyoka was so happy that these two, as well as Frieren and Denken, were on the hero's side. Fumikage was getting tired. Keeping Dark Shadow in such a gigantic state like this for an extended PRD of time had been utterly taxing for his system. Already, even with the help of the darkness of the late afternoon sky, the reduced illumination around him due to him casting Nebelung, and a righteous indignation driving him and his Quirk forward when it came to the emotional aspect, he could already feel Dark Shadow slowly shrinking. And still, Gigantomachia felt like he still had a lot more energy to spare while Fumikage and Mount Lady had been punching and bashing him in just about every body part they could reach, though they favored hitting his head in an attempt to knock him out. But even with Dark Shadow's repeated, brutal uppercuts with his equally brutal claws knocking the mountainous giant up and down, Gigantomachia kept getting up and attacking. Mount Lady's continuous attempts to bring him down were but delaying actions that kept Gigantomachia from actually proceeding toward All for One and assaulting the heroes that already had their hands full with the symbol of evil. Gigantomachia was, quite simply put, built differently, a quirked force of nature that could destroy most things in his path by simply walking over it. He was better at attrition than either of his opponents, and that showed, as Dark Shadow began to slowly shrink from the sheer exhaustion of both Master and Quirk, while Mount Lady slowed down, her blows weaker and weaker. Gigantomachia pushed them aside. "Master!" the giant cried out, rushing towards his great lord and king as the two heroes most capable of stopping him could no longer keep up with his speed and vigor. All for One glanced at his most powerful henchman, and smiled. "I am coming for you, Master. I will dash." Gigantomachia froze up. His enormous momentum carried him forward, and his limbs became limp. He fell face first on the rice paddies, or whatever remained of them. There, Gigantomachia lay motionless. All the while, heroes and villains, many of whom stopped to either watch in trepidation or with elated excitement, returned to fighting. The cause of Gigantomachia's fall would emerge from his ear, a figure coated in crimson. Edgeshot crawled out, his ninja-themed hero costume drenched in blood and brain matter, but still alive, if not barely functional from quirk exhaustion. His white hair was also completely drenched in Gigantomachia's bodily fluids, making it a limp, sloppy mess that stuck against the sides of his head. For him, everything was utterly painful, as he had used his quirk to sever crucial blood vessels in Gigantomachia's brain and give him a slide, stopping him in his tracks. There was so much mass to pierce through. As it turned out, a giant like that had many redundancies in place, blood vessels that could carry the slack if some of them were torn up. It took Edgeshot a while to execute the plan to take the giant out of the equation, but it worked. He painfully walked forward, knowing full well that nearby villains could take advantage of his current vulnerability and try to kill him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that Mount Lady was down, pushed aside by Gigantomachia with such force that she was knocked out. As for Tsukuyami, Dark Shadow had been reduced to a smaller state. The two birds were now flying about instead, warily looking over the skies. It must be bad that he had been forced to expend his most powerful move on Gigantomachia rather than All for One, and even then, it took the combined efforts of Edgeshot, Mount Lady, and Tsukuyami to totally remove him from combat. As he walked on, Edgeshot could see and hear his work-study students. One of them was running toward, "Is that All Might on the ground?" Did the number one hero get himself knocked out of the fight by All for One when Edgeshot had been busy helping take Gigantomachia down, tearing through his brain's blood vessels until he could give the giant a slide? And, most importantly, is he still alive? Chain lightning! Edgeshot called out as he could only watch as Kaminari ran toward the motionless All Might, but the wind did not carry his voice, parched as he was from exhaustion. DMN it, what is he going to do? Uncaring about anything else, he ran towards his work-study students as they called upon Kaminari to fall back. He forced his tired legs to move faster and faster, even as his pain receptors sent fiery signals through them, telling him to stop. But he cannot stop. As a hero and the mentor to these kids, he can't stop moving, even with the all-consuming pain. Edgeshot's heart skipped a beat as he saw Kaminari duck, narrowly avoiding being skewered by a villain's claw mutation quirk. With his last functional support item, that being a cable-linked taser, Kaminari quickly knocked the villain down and kept running toward All Might's unmoving body. "Dad! It's me, Izuku!" Izuku called out to his namufied father as the latter blasted towards him in a burst of movement and fluttering wings, smashing against a rice paddy with enough force that water and mud were sent flying dozens of meters into the air. He had no idea if trying to appeal to his father's memories as a living person would help him break past the programming that All for One forced on him when he was fused with a dozen other people as one of the first Nomu, but he was going to try, and by try, he was going to try everything. Izuku fired a beam of basic offensive magic that was more primitive than Zoltraak, knocking the dragon Nomu, but not truly harming it. "My mom is Midoriya Inko, your wife." Using the spell for taking images, Izuku projected an image of his mother for the dragon Nomu to see. It wasn't her in the present day, though. Instead, it was her photo on the day Inko and Hisashi were married. Hisashi was there, too. "Look, Dad. The day you were married. You do remember, right?" "I?" A guttural noise escaped the dragon Nomu's fanged mouth. "I? Inko?" It hesitated, if only for a second, before its programming compelled it to continue attacking Izuku. The dragon Nomu let loose a tongue of green flame, which Izuku blocked with basic defensive magic. While the copper-laced flames were very hot as well as toxic, basic defensive magic had been built to defeat a spell with greater PNTRTN than these flames could hope to be. However, that didn't mean they weren't dangerous, as Izuku watched overgrown rice plants get instantly reduced to ash while the muddy water they were grown in evaporated under the Viridian assault. And, unlike him, the nearby heroes didn't possess magic. They could get caught in the crossfire, which was something Izuku didn't want. He tried to always be above the dragon Nomu, rather than below it, as that meant it had to aim upwards rather than downward. Yes, you remember. And encouraged Izuku dodged the next tongue of fire by jumping to a different drone. He and the dragon Nomu warily circled each other, both of them watching if the other was going to attack. Izuku, for his part, would continue to try to jog the Nomu's memories. Aizawa-sensei's conversation with Kurojiiri back then was proof that memories of the past could break past the shell of a Nomu's programming, even if only for a moment. If the dragon Nomu was really a prototype as Izuku theorized, then the programming might not be as refined as Kurojiiri's and that of the other, more recent Nomu. Remember your first date with Mom? Izuku began, one again dodging a blast of green flame from the dragon Nomu. The dragon Nomu then lunges toward him, forcing Izuku to parry the high end with basic defensive magic. You both went to a restaurant called Mary Grace. She ordered Italian meatball spaghetti while you had a lot of cheese bread, because you really like cheese and bread together. You told her that you really like her green hair, and both of you blushed. The dragon Nomu hesitated again. Maybe he could break the programming? Izuku didn't know, and small bouts of hesitation were not a really good indicator that a Nomu wasn't still mostly bound to the mental conditioning all for one forced on it. Furthermore, while he was doing his best to avoid collateral damage by remaining airborne and thus keeping the dragon Nomu from the other heroes down below, there was no guarantee that the more intelligent high-end wouldn't eventually analyze his intentions and instead begin attacking his allies in order to force him into a harder spot. Fortunately, the dragon Nomu was primarily focused on him. And even now, Izuku could see that the tortured minds within it were trying to break free, his father most of all. You two met back in high school, Izuku went on. You both went to the Shinzo Abe Memorial High School. You were seated to her right, and you always teased her about how she has an attraction quirk. And your classmates in turn teased both of you about how she must be attracting you with her quirk. The dragon Nomu paused, shaking its head and growling to itself in a dozen different voices at the same time. It can't be. How adorable. Shut up. Inko. That moment of lucidity lasted for about 3 seconds before the dragon Nomu retched its neck toward Izuku and let out yet another fire breath, which Izuku stopped with yet another barrier of basic defensive magic. The moments of lucidity are getting longer and longer. Izuku muttered to himself. I just need to keep going. I just need to keep telling Dad about all the things Mom said about him. With that, Izuku dared to get closer, his flight of drones scattering about to get ready to catch him if he had to dodge yet another of the dragon Nomu's attacks. Dad, Izuku began again, just to be met with more fire. Beams of offensive magic struck the dragon Nomu, just enough to stop it in its tracks as it tried to charge at Izuku again. He had no idea what it would take to help his father fully break past the programming, or if he could even do so, but he was still going to try. When Mom was PRGNNT with me, you always talked about going to America, the three of us, to see the sights and wonders in San Francisco. You said you wanted to see the same streets that All Might strode on when he was still an exchange student. The dragon Nomu began to think again, for 4 seconds. It shook its head, hissing and grumbling all the while. What? Seriously? I remember. Yes, remember, Dad. Izuku yelled. The Nomu kept shaking its head, programming clashing with the memories that had begun to resurface. The programming in him isn't as good as the other Nomu, Izuku thought as he warily circled the dragon Nomu, knowing that it could still snap and suddenly attack someone else. And snap it did. A few seconds of growling and hissing at itself passed before it suddenly turned away and flew downward. No, come back. Izuku gave chase, realizing from its trajectory that it was probably headed for Shiro, Shiozaki, and Mineta. Could it be that he's been programmed to flee if someone tries to jog his memory? Izuku thought. He conjured offensive magic, and shot at the dragon Nomu to try to bring its attention back to him. Izuku then remembered that he didn't have a lot of mana left in case things got from bad to worse. Stopping Nakaru's force push from turning him to a paste had expended considerable mana. Not only that, but All Might was down, and Izuku wanted to go and help him so bad, but someone else was already coming to him. He could see Denki running to the fallen All Might side, with Shiozaki, Shiro, and Mineta trying to get to him as well. Izuku could only trust them to help the number one hero while he dealt with the dragon Nomu. Curses. If only he had a binding spell for reptiles. He only had one for birds. His trump card, then, would be the sleep spell. Nomu are still humans mashed together, and their brains are, well, still human somewhat, so it should work. He just has to get close enough to actually touch the dragon Nomu's head. Chains tightly wrapped around the dragon Nomu, stopping its rapid descent. Beams of yellow light struck it at the back while Izuku got closer and closer. The dragon Nomu reared its head towards Izuku, green fire and smoke belching out of its mouth. Izuku reached out. When Denki reached the crater that All Might's impact on the ground created, what, or rather, who, he found, shocked him. Other people, villains and heroes alike, were also shocked, at least momentarily, but they were too busy fighting each other to really do anything about it. The news drones, however, meant that people all around the world were now doing something about it. But Denki didn't care about that at all. Instead of the gigantic man that everyone knew as the #1 hero, Denki found a gaunt, skeletal-looking man. No, is that All Might? He tried to reconcile the giant he had always seen before, and the scrawny form now lying motionless in the center of the crater. He didn't know if that was really All Might, nor did anyone else, apparently, as villains seemed to ignore the crater in favor of continuing to fight the heroes. Neither side could really stop to gawk at the sight, not while such a massive battle was ongoing. He did, however, wear All Might's costume. Could it be that All Might's mysterious quirk was actually a kind of transformation? Either way, All Might or not, he wasn't going to leave this man here to die. Ignoring the explosions, and the screams, and the roaring of fire and flames and death itself, Denki slid down into the crater's center. He could still sense that there were still small bioelectrical currents within the man's body. He is still alive, barely. His skin was blotched by burns from All for One's energy blast earlier, and rivulets of blood flowed from his mouth. This, he remembered, this is Toshinori Yagi, All Might's secretary. Or, was Toshinori Yagi All Might all along? Denki's hands crackled with electricity. No matter. He will save All Might, or Mr. Toshinori Yagi, it didn't matter which was which, or if they were one and the same. He's a hero, and saving people from the jaws of death is what heroes do. He laid his hands on All Might's chest, letting out an electric shock. All Might's body jolted upward. If only Kyoko were here, then she could hear his heartbeat as soon as it was restarted. But without her, Denki could only put his ear against his body to hear if the heart was beating again. Nothing. He has to try again. And again. And again. After several tries, he could see All Might's life slipping away, the remaining flickers of currents within his nervous system fading into nothingness. All Might had been dying for the last few, how long has it been, anyway, a minute? A few minutes? Denki had already lost count of the time. He barely even noticed several villains being thrown about by Shiozaki's vines just a few dozen meters away from him. Shiozaki called out his hero name, but she would be faced with several more villains, blocking her path. Zero and Mineta came up beside her to assist, but there was only so much they could do in such a short amount of time. Another shock. Toshinori Yagi's body tensed from the electric currents and fell back down. Denki listened for his heartbeat. Still nothing. Interesting. Denki wasn't sure who that was, but the way that word was spoken sent chills down his spine. If he were to make a wager, it was probably Unwar, and it was. He glanced over his shoulder, and sure enough, there was the 7th member of the Salem 7, and its last survivor, Unwar the All-Seeing. He sat on the crater's edge, observing Denki as he worked on reviving All Might. You seek to revive this man, yes? What does it look like to you? Denki spat back as he shocked All Might one more time, hoping that his heart would restart. There was still electrical activity in his central nervous system, Denki could sense it. As long as those were still present, there's still hope. Throughout all my research, I have consistently witnessed this phenomenon, Unwar continued, unheeding of the fact that there was a whole battle happening around them. In the sky above, All for One continued to do battle, regenerating from the damage that got past his stacked durability and barrier quirks. Humans will often prioritize the well-being of other humans that are on the verge of death and have suffered great injury, even to their own detriment. A truly strange exhibition of human behavior, as such actions are evolutionarily detrimental. Such as you are, right now. As if to prove a point, Unwar produced a blade made out of solidified air, brandishing it in front of Denki as he kept trying to revive All Might. Some flee when threatened by outside forces. Some remain, protecting a would-be corpse, resulting in there being two corpses. Those that I have seen to be in the middle of treating the dying, as you are, will often continue their treatments to the last minute, the last second. I wonder which one you are. Is he not human? Denki wondered as he shocked All Might, again. I'm not running, that's for sure. That's all you do, right? Run away the moment things look bad for you. Why wouldn't I? It is only logical, Unwar replied. He didn't move 1 inch. It was almost like he wanted to watch Denki's efforts, see whether or not they bear fruit. Even a predator needs to flee if there is a larger, more powerful predator. That's what you consider yourself? Denki asked, deciding that if this guy wanted to waste his time talking, then he'll humor him. A predator? My species evolved as predators. That is what we are. That is our entire purpose for existing. What? Denki could only hide his confusion, and his joy, as he finally heard All Might's heart beat, though it was still weak and intermittent. But he was still down, unconscious. In this shrunken state, he wasn't sure if he could survive getting stabbed in a vital area by Unwar's air blade. The only reason Aizawa-sensei and Manuel are still alive is because Unwar found it more entertaining to keep them alive as he plucked their eyes out. But, Unwar continued. I'm an eccentric one, you see. I researched humanity's magic, and have taken to using some of their most useful spells. What is he even talking about? Denki turned to face Unwar. He still had plenty of electricity left if things came to shove. He just had to avoid getting stabbed. Shink. Oh, you thought you were facing me? My apologies, Unwar's voice now came from behind him. That, and you do not possess the ability to detect mana. How your species evolved such a great variety in magical abilities and yet failed to have an instinctive understanding of one of the most basic principles of magic has been an interesting phenomenon. Ugh, you stabbed me from the back? Not cool. Denki took a step back, but he didn't fall over. Instead, he turned around to face the real Unwar, his body crackling with electricity. You won't get away with it. Most curious, Unwar looked at Denki as though he was examining a laboratory specimen. You know that further pushing yourself will only end in a painful death. Leave this man to his fate, and perhaps you may survive. I will be gracious to you if you do so. I will not pursue you. Of course, whether or not the other hostile forces in this battlefield extend you the same courtesy. That's a mystery. Well, pushing ourselves is what UA is all about. Denki painfully covered the stab wound that Unwar gave him with his right hand, while holding out his left toward the demon. He still had his cable taser. He can still do something. Plus, I'm not going to leave All Might. He's everyone's hero. He is my hero. I won't let you kill him, not while he's down and out. As one friend of mine would say, that's just not manly. Denki fired the cable, just for Unwar to chop it midair with his air blade, letting it clatter uselessly on the ground. Manly. That is an adjective I am not very familiar with, Unwar pondered for a second before looking back at Denki. Ah, well. If you will not leave, then you will both die. And then I'll kill your friends over there, before Frieren arrives and makes things difficult for me. I will then pluck out and collect All Might's eyes, along with yours, to serve as part of my collection. See? Unwar brandished a grisly jar filled with several pairs of eyes. Now stand still, and die. Never, Denki growled. And, don't you dare threaten to kill my friends and take their eyes, because I'll die before I let you do that to any more people. If you say so, Unwar pointed the blade at the electric user and walked forward. I know you cannot deliver your electricity without physical contact. Your, what was it, indiscriminate shock? It would damage your precious All Might, thin and weak as he is now. The demon smiled, knowing that such an action was unnerving. Now, hero, what will dash? Whatever it was that compelled Denki at that moment, he was not sure. Was it hatred towards the demonic villain that had so brazenly expressed his desire to mutilate people he cared about? Was it the pure desire to protect them? Maybe it was one or the other, maybe it was both. Whichever reason it was, it mattered little, the result was the same. Golden lightning exited Denki's fingertips straight towards Unwar, who put up a barrier of defensive magic in response. Interesting, Unwar quietly muttered, noticing that Denki's lightning was beginning to wear the barrier down. You have experienced an evolution of your power. But it will be for naught. Unwar brought his blade downward, aiming to cut Denki in half. Just for someone to grab the electric user and get him away from Unwar's slash. The demon looked over at his praised savior, a hero student, no doubt, with an avian mutation and a sentient shadow as a quirk. Ah, right, he had been one of those fighting all for one's giant minion earlier. I'm sorry, Chain Lightning, I wasn't fast enough. I came here as soon as I saw this happening. Fumikage protectively put himself between Unwar and Denki, as well as All Might. He would congratulate Denki for having gained the ability to fire his lightning at his targets, but that time was for later, especially after he had been given medical attention. One side of him, or rather, Dark Shadow, wanted to rip the demon in half for what he had done. The other side, however, knew well that evacuating the wounded Denki and the still unconscious All Might in his shrunken state was the priority. He could carry both of them, probably. He was already carrying Denki. You are one of Frieren's apprentices, yes? Unwar asked. Am I correct in surmising that you headed this way as soon as you detected my mana after I exited the stealth spell? Yes, what about it? Zero. My netta. Denki croaked. Shiozaki, he's going to go and kill them, don't let him. Fumikage's eyes widened at that, though Unwar wouldn't know, as the avian boy was wearing night vision goggles. I'll advise them to leave this zone. I need to get you and All Might out of here as well. He then opened a comm channel to Shiozaki, advising her and the other two to retreat from this area as soon as they're able. You are a most curious specimen, Unwar continued. Dark Shadow picked All Might up, slinging him over Fumikage's shoulder. A quirked individual versed in the ways of magic, even if you cannot use anything but the most basic of magic. I can see that you are exhausted. Perhaps you would like to take a rest? No thank you, Fumikage replied, readying himself to take off. Demons always lie. He then sensed a great amount of mana enter the battlefield, which made him smile for once. She's here. Unwar nodded slowly. He feared Frieren greatly, and rightly so. It appears that I must take my leave. Farewell. Fumikage wouldn't stop the demon from leaving, as he flew off and carried All Might and Denki away from the crater. He had bigger concerns. Frieren the Slayer will find and kill that demon, that's for sure, even if it takes 100 years. Look upon your great hero, all of you. All for one laughed as the heroes engaging him froze, if only for a moment, as the smoke cleared and showed the weak true form of All Might, at least while it was being slung over Tsukuyami's shoulder. Unwar was facing them, his blade of air no doubt in his hands. Now, you will die, just as, huh? All for one paused as he felt about 1/4 of his body disappear in a beam of purple light. It came from afar, from a trajectory away from where he was facing. He could have never sensed it coming, nor could he have known that she had arrived. He never knew how to detect mana, not that anyone would ever teach him to. No, those demons, they could not stop her from coming here? He also sensed that his super regeneration had slowed to a crawl, likely a byproduct of that magical attack. Kill him, before he fully regenerates. Mirko screamed. In the next few seconds, contained explosions, punches enhanced by one for all, tungsten spheres accelerated to a fraction of the speed of sound, kicks, beams of wave motion energy, and a dozen other quirks came upon him. As it turned out, the sleep spell does not work on Nomu. At least, not completely. As Izuku placed his hand on top of the dragon Nomu's exposed brain, he cast the spell that he had used so often in operations against the PLF in this Forsaken War, as well as on himself whenever he really wanted to go to sleep. Mana seeped into the flesh golem's nervous system, and failed to find purchase. Strange nerve connections, far too different from that of a normal human, confused the spell, rendering it mostly ineffective. However, just enough of the spell worked so that the dragon Nomu's movements became sluggish and uncoordinated, as though it had been thoroughly intoxicated. It could barely move its wings, resulting in it crashing on the rice paddies below. Mud splattered all over everyone around the impact zone, though many of them were already half covered in muddied water, anyway, as they waded through rice paddies that had not seen basic maintenance for nearly a month. Some used their quirks on instinct to cover themselves from the incoming barrage of mud, while others were too busy fighting to even notice. The dragon Nomu groaned, its garbled speech slurred. It tried to get up, only to stumble on its face. The spectacle before Izuku reminded him somewhat of the arcane intoxication spell that Fumikage searched for just to give to him during his 16th birthday. However, he knew that, while the sleep spell hadn't been totally effective on the dragon Nomu, it had done enough to render it unable to fight effectively. Well, except for the fiery breath, which still belched and smoked and hissed out of its unnaturally wide mouth. Izuku flew downward, accompanied by the drones and standing on one. Maybe it didn't work so well because he was only able to touch the dragon Nomu's forehead for a second before it thrashed its head away. Perhaps repeated casts of the sleep spell would do the trick. However, at the same time, he was running low on mana. He used the strongest binding magic he had to keep the dragon Nomu in check, and yet, he was still wary that it might break those. There was no knowing how many more casts it would take to totally put it to sleep, if Nomu were even capable of sleep. Kurogyri never slept a single second while in prison. He could be an exception in that regard, or he could be the norm. But again, Nomu are mostly golems made out of flesh. The high-ends remember bits and pieces of who they used to be, but if you were Dr. Garaki and or All for One, you would very much like your bioengineered killing machines to have no need for rest nor recovery. Izuku floated over the sluggish dragon Nomu, laying a hand on its head to cast the sleep spell again. This time, absolutely nothing happened or changed. The Nomu was still sluggish and combat ineffective, but that was it. He couldn't put it to sleep, because it was wholly incapable of it. Perhaps Dr. Garaki surgically removed the part of the brain that dealt with sleep, Izuku thought as he checked on his surroundings again with mana detection. No one appeared to be heading towards him. By this point, villains probably already knew, and feared, him. They were probably too scared of taking on All Mana, a hero student that has proven to be one of the most dangerous individuals working the hero society today. There was also Unwar the All-Seeing, but until he showed himself, there wasn't much Izuku could do about him. Besides, Frieren had arrived. That demon would probably be too afraid to even peep with her around. Dad, Izuku continued as the dragon Nomu found itself unable to do anything other than lie down there, its limbs tightly secured by Izuku's binding spells. I don't know what it will take to save you from the programming that's keeping you prisoner, or even if it's possible to technically raise you from the dead. But as long as I'm alive, I'll keep trying. You shouldn't. Thank you. You should just end our pain. This is too much. You have your own life to live, the dragon Nomu muttered in a dozen voices again. Green fire and smoke belched from its mouth, but its nerves were too fried, its fractured, mutilated mind too obscured by magical fog to be capable of anything more than just firing at the direction it was already facing. Izuku watched on as it blasted away, vaporizing water into steam as it did. Mom's waiting for you to come back, Izuku went on. He barely even noticed it when Frieren shot All for One with a long-range Judrigem, blasting an enormous, burning hole through his body. She misses you. I'll make sure you get back to her. To us. No matter how long it takes. I have to introduce you to all my friends. You have to meet them. You won't believe how cool they all are. The dragon Nomu let out another blast of fire, muddied steam appearing from the cone of destruction it let out. However, it then forcefully shut its mouth, keeping the fire within. It then spoke again. Can you really? Stop it. Let it all end. Don't worry about me. Thank you. I know you're fighting it. Izuku floated towards the front of the barely functioning Nomu. All for One was being blasted at this very moment, thanks to Frieren's opening. The Nomu are all connected to All for One, right? That's what we were told. You are all bound to his will, as much as he could exert that will, anyway. He could only remember the report forwarded to him when Dream Eater was reportedly done digging in Kyudai Garaki's mind. The mad scientist was left brain-dead in the aftermath. The brain-eating killer had 10 years chopped off his 70-year sentence, and many things about Garaki's works became known. Including the creation of the Nomu. What was it? A sort of telepathic network quirk that All for One stole from a warlord in the Balkans during the dawn of quirks. Whatever it was laid on top of the programming so that All for One had absolute control over the Nomu. Now, if All for One were to die, or be severely damaged, only the programming would remain to keep them in line. Most Nomu are not but mindless automata, though, so it didn't matter much, except for two, Kurogiri, and the Dragon Nomu. The highest of the high-ends, prototypes and proofs of concept with the greatest degree of independence. Not that it meant much when All for One commanded them. But now, the villainous tyrant's command over his legion of undead was slipping, his attention spent primarily on surviving. It's like beating him to a pulp also dispelled a spell of control. Like Aura the guillotine spell over her own undead army. At least, until Frieren turned her control spell against her and told her to kill herself. Which the demon did, decapitating herself with a sword. Unfortunately, there was no current way to command All for One to kill himself, so there was just the old-fashioned way of killing him instead. Keep fighting, Dad! Izuku shouted as he saw how the dragon Nomu struggled against its programming, keeping its mouth shut to avoid letting out the flames. How much of it could be attributed to Midoriya Hisashi's love for his son, or the slipping of All for One's hold over all the Nomu, Izuku didn't know. All he knew was that his father was in there, fighting. Give me your face. Mirko grabbed and ripped off All for One's face, what remained of it, anyway, as soon as a big chunk of the villain's body found itself vaporized by a long-distance attack. It pierced through my barrier quirks, my durability quirks, and all the enhancements Garaki put in me, All for One thought as his pain-dulling quirks worked to prevent him from just being overwhelmed by the burning sensation of losing his whole right arm, nearly his entire left lung, half his heart, and his stomach to Frieren's attack. That wasn't to mention Dynamite's explosions, Uravity's tungsten spheres breaking through All for One's body and her black whip keeping her allies away from his hands so that they wouldn't be atomized by his stolen overhaul quirk. Then there's also Mirko's kicks, Lemillion's devastating punches that shattered bones and tenderized flesh, Nijire's wave motion beams piercing through his defenses, and Sunny-Eater's tentacles holding him down. It was the dogpile of the century. How ironic. He lost the same organs he removed from All Might when they had last fought to the death. Still, even as it was happening right in front of him, to him, he couldn't quite believe it. For more than 150 years, he had reigned from the shadows as Japan's demon lord. He ruled over a dark underworld of crime built upon decades of murder from above a throne of brass atop a pile of skulls, quite literally, in fact, until All Might destroyed that throne, and the pile. He looked up at the Salem Seven after they committed a grand atrocity on the city of Salem, murdering its 60,000 inhabitants, and decided that he would just be like these demons. Just as they're the demons that reside in the shadows of the North American continent, so would All for One be the Demon King of Japan, and then the whole world. Now, however, all of that was crashing down. One for All, his brother Yoichi's Quirk, had grown more and more powerful with every generation and every holder. Now it was absurdly strong. It either needed to be ended now or taken back. Now, All for One was the one being ended. And then there were the mages. A mage coming from another world and ruining plans that were years in the making would have never entered his thoughts, but here they were. A mage killed Tamura Shigaraki, reducing him and All for One's plans for his successor to dust. A mage also killed Johnny, Garaki's Warp Nomu, and captured Kurojiiri, two of the most important assets to All for One's kingdom. A mage apprentice, the son of the man that All for One turned into the first of the high ends, would wreak havoc upon many of his lackeys. And so, mages, had proven to be the biggest thorn he had ever had the displeasure of dealing with. How could this all happen? How could it be that such an outlandish thing occurring would destroy his plans? Even with using Overhaul to return him to his prime, in the end, it seemed that everything would be for naught. But All for One always had contingencies in place, at least for most situations. Garaki was utterly irreplaceable, so there was no Garaki 2.0 protocol. However, he did have plans in case he lost. The first of these plans went into motion when All Might removed half of his head, allowing Garaki to bring him back to life, if only barely. Another plan was what he could call Operation Cinder. All for One began to laugh as he felt his life ebb away, the dozens of stacked durability quirks failing to protect from a second long-range blast from Frieren. The black beam of magical death sliced through what remained of his body, disintegrating his cells in the atomic level. He could see the elf mage from a distance, floating and looking down on him as if he were the most insignificant creature she had ever laid her eyes upon. Do you think, All for One coughed as his form began to fade into ash. I'd let you have your happy ending? Shut up and die already. Dynamite unleashed an explosion and blew away All for One as he began to totally turn into ashes, scattering it all to the four winds. The other heroes looked on, relieved that All for One's fate was sealed. He is dead. Izuku let out a great sigh of relief as the dragon Nomu stopped struggling, instead staring over at him. He could feel All for One's life slip away, the infinitesimal amount of mana he had ebbing into nothingness. The dragon Nomu also spoke. The voice, it's gone. The distortion was now absent from the dragon Nomu's voice. It now sounded like Izuku remembered old videos of his dad and mom together. He could still recall Hisashi's voice. Is that really you, Dad? Izuku asked. He dispelled the bindings, letting the DRA know, Hisashi, get up. He no longer has control over you, right? It's like a fog has been lifted from my eyes, Hisashi replied. It was a rather strange sight for anyone else, seeing a Nomu and a hero student standing before one another and speaking in civil conversation, but here they were. Izuku, you're all grown up, huh? I'm sorry for missing everything. I wasn't there for you. No, it's okay, Izuku wiped at his eyes with his sleeves. No, he wasn't crying, or so he would say. It's not your fault. I'll fix you one day, bring you back to normal. You and everyone else that's in there. Also, what do you remember, Dad? You can do that? Hisashi asked. As for what I remember everything. It's like I was there, but I can't control what I did. It was like being a prisoner in my own body. Like watching a movie. I guess talking with all the people in here is the only reason I'm not totally crazy right now. So you also remember? Tell your Uncle Rado I'm sorry for blowing fire at him, Hisashi continued. And Endeavor too. Can you believe it, I actually met Endeavor? You're being awfully optimistic about all that, Dad. Well, if he had proper shoulders to shrug, then Hisashi would have. But he was more dragon than man at this point. I can't get any worse than this, Dad. Izuku moved forward as he saw Hisashi double over in intense pain, something that Nomu didn't tend to feel. What's happening? I feel like I'm on fire, Hisashi groaned. Izuku then noticed that Hisashi was glowing a sickly yellow. The outlines of blood vessels could be seen from beneath dark blue skin as a roaring, fiery light churned within him. I think you should get out of here, now. I think I'm going to blow up. It's done. Mirio slumped down onto the ground, exhausted from all the attacks he did. He watched as All for One's face faded away last, his unnerving smile the final thing that remained of the devil with human skin. It's over. We have Wadash. It's not over. My drones are detecting instances of energy build up all over the battlefield. Shining Finger's voice ripped through the comms, jolting the ostensibly victorious heroes back into wariness. It's the Nomu in this sector. All of them. They're going to explode. Explode? How big of an explosion are we talking about, and how much time? We got 3 minutes before criticality. The high ends are emitting radioactive isotopes. No, you mean. All over the battlefield, Nomu froze up and began to glow, the chemicals in their bodies mixing and mashing to form explosive compounds. Heroes and villains alike would be faced with a grim prospect, death by fire. The high ends are nukes, Shining Finger finished. Each of them will detonate with the force of a tactical nuclear warhead. What? Nizu slammed the table as the news came in. He had been watching from the relative safety of the command bunker, relieved that All for One was finally dead, but no, this just had to happen too. Phantom Thief, evacuate everyone, now. It's not that simple, sir. Monoma yelled back from the other side. I need precise coordinates. I can only open portals in some locations and let people run to them. Do that, then. Can we portal the Nomu out? Night Eye asked. All for One probably had that in mind when he created this contingency, Nizu muttered. As if to prove the point, when a portal opened near one of the light-skinned Nomu, it immediately exploded in a shower of radioactive elements and hot plasma, killing everyone within several meters. We need to be the ones to leave the battlefield. Phantom Thief, open the portals in the same coordinates that were previously used to deploy our forces to these fields. The Nomu will simply detonate prematurely if they detect a warp quirk near them. If one of the high ends explode now. What about the captured villains, Nizu? Carry who you can, leave those you must, came the reply from the mammalian pro-hero. He ignored the shocked gasps that came back at him. If our enemies intend to consume themselves in nuclear fire, let them. Our priority is to save each other. Explode? Izuku shook his head at the news from Shining Finger. All the Nomu, exploding? The high ends, emitting radiation of all things? He couldn't quite believe it. He could not accept it. He had spent the remainder of his mana just restraining the dragon Nomu, keeping it in check, until All for One was destroyed. Until Hisashi resurfaced from beneath the mental kaleidoscope of madness and control. Until the memories of the past broke through the programming. No, no, no. I can't accept this. I have an opportunity to save my father, I'm not going to let it go to waste. All mana, I know how you feel, Nizu replied from the other side of the comms, but you need to evacuate. You don't feel it yet, but if you stay beside the drag, your father, you will suffer from radiation poisoning. You will also die from the explosion. No, no. I can't. I can dispel this. Izuku pulled on the last of his reserves of mana to use the dispelling magic that he learned from Frieren. Nothing happened. Magic and quirks may be related. But they're not the same. This is something you can't dispel, Midoriya, Nizu continued. This is not a magical curse. The Nomu are going to detonate, pure and simple. So I implore you, leave. Izuku grabbed and threw away the earpiece. He then turned toward Hisashi, who was still writhing in pain. Unlike the other Nomu, he had his mind relatively intact, and as such, he suffered the full brunt of the internal transformation from All for One's destructive contingency. Izuku held out his hand, preparing to use the dispel magic again, when Hisashi spoke again. You should go, Izuku, Hisashi panted. Green smoke wafted out of his mouth. He held out his clawed hand, taking Izuku's hand into it. His son's fingers appeared insanely tiny compared to his own. It's okay, Hisashi continued. I'm okay. You'll be okay. I may be gone soon, but I will die free from All for One. And I'll die knowing that I have the best son any father can ask for. No, don't talk like that. I can dispel this. Something tells me you can't, Hisashi chuckled. Go. Live and love. He is right, Izuku. Izuku turned around to see Frieren floating in the air. I could not find Unwar. He ran away. But now we must be the ones to flee. No. Frieren. Listen to the elf, son, Hisashi coughed out blood mixed with industrial chemicals and fused radioactive material. Just remember that I'm proud of you. Frieren would turn away and fly off. Izuku, however, stayed, staring at his namufied father. Dad. Do you kids just never listen to your elders? Hisashi let out another cough. Get out of here already. Frieren looked over her shoulder and saw Izuku still staying behind. She was considering going back and dragging Izuku to the portal when a black and pink whip flew towards Izuku and pulled him away from the radioactive Hisashi. Izuku! Ochako called after him as she pulled Izuku away, his drones following after him like lost lambs looking for their mother. We have to go. Izuku didn't struggle anymore. He just watched as he was dragged away. The elf looked away, not sure what to do and say to someone who was about to see his father detonate into a firestorm. This wasn't something even she could prevent, shooting the Nomu with an offensive spell would probably just make it explode either way. Even Zoltraak. She wasn't about to doom everyone in this battlefield. Not that everyone could escape in time, anyway. She watched as Ochako and Izuku plunged into a portal, and then plunged into one herself. Both Frieren and Izuku would see a bright explosion of fire and light as they went inside, consuming the rice paddies and all those who remained there. When he arrived in the fallback point in the nearby mountains, Fumikage had been in a bit of a panic. He had already left Denki and All Might with Recovery and Sane, who had, along with most of the wounded from the battle, been the first to flee through Monoma's portals. He was assured that the two will be fine, and so he left the makeshift triage section that had been acted in the wake of the detonations. He ignored the pit where the captured villains, those who survived, anyway, were gathered. Instead, he looked for his classmates and friends that had been amongst those who fought in the same battlefield. Izuku had been one of them, if only arriving rather late. It was fortunate that Kurojiiri didn't have the dead man switch like the other Nomu. He must have been that special. It made sense, since he was supposed to protect Tamura Shigaraki, All for One's successor, even if All for One himself were to die. So Island wasn't reduced to an atomic wasteland, unlike the rice farm that was now the radiation-ridden grave of All for One, and many villains and heroes. He would first come across the students of the Lurkers, as well as two of said pro-heroes. Zero, Fumikage began, panting as exhaustion crept up to him like an insidious parasite. Zero, Shiozaki, and Mineta were there, sitting on some rocks as they watched the mushroom clouds slowly dissipating in the distance. Zero looked back at him, and gave him a weak smile. Mount Lady and Kamui Woods were there too, exhausted beyond belief, but somehow still conscious. Have you seen Dash? Wait, where's Edshot? He's gone, Shiozaki said. She had been praying there, likely for the souls that had been lost. We were able to take Mount Lady towards the portals, but when we found Edshot, villains must have taken advantage of his weakened state after he spent his energy defeating Gigantomachia, Kamui Woods added. Who were you looking for? Izuku, all mana, Fumikage corrected himself. I have not seen him, nor Frieren, anywhere here. Oh, Mineta looked down. I didn't see him. Fumikage nodded. I see. My condolences for Edshot. Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Zero, Shiozaki, and Mineta. He remembered that Denki doesn't know that Edshot died yet. He wondered how his electrical classmate would take it. He then left them to continue in their quiet morning, eventually coming across Ochako and Bakugo, who had been quietly conversing amongst themselves when Fumikage came upon them. Fumikage. Ochako ran to him and wrapped him in her arms. You're okay? I didn't see you after the portals closed and I wondered Dash. Shoo, I'm here, it's alright, Fumikage hugged her back. He then looked over at Bakugo as soon as he and Ochako were parted. Bakugo. It is good to see that you are alright? Bakugo quietly nodded in response. It seems he wasn't in the mood to be loud as he usually would. Ochako, did you see Dash? Izuku? Yes, I dragged him through the portal, Ochako sighed. He was just staring when we came out. He then walked away and sat over there. She pointed at a nearby rock outcropping some distance away. He and Frieren are there. I saw her fly over. I see. He's not mad at me, isn't he? The dragon Nomu was going to explode, but I know that it's his father and all Dash. I'm sure he isn't angry at you, Fumikage replied to assuage her concern. Now, I'll go and try to help coax him out of the shadows. Thank you, Frieren, Izuku quietly said as he looked upon the fiery mess that was the erstwhile battlefield against All for One. Frieren stood beside him, quiet, and somewhat unsure of what to say, if there was anything to say at all. Well, she didn't say anything, but there was now a field of flowers around them, where there was once only rock and stone to be seen. I know you're not good with words, especially emotional ones, but you just being here, it means quite a lot. You're my apprentice. It is the least I can do. Izuku sighed. Why wasn't he crying already? He probably should be, but it just didn't feel right yet. Or he just didn't have the energy to do so. He wasn't sure why. It feels bad, doesn't it? To have so much power and magic, and yet, there are some things we can't control. Things we can't prevent, problems we can't solve. We mages are not gods, Frieren quietly replied. In the end, we are still human. Izuku. Izuku turned his head to see dark shadow streaming towards him. There wasn't much else he could do before the sentient Quirk had wrapped himself around him in a hug. Oh, thank you, Dark Shadow, Izuku patted the Quirk as his master approached. Fumikage. You look like you're about to fall over. Are you okay? I should be the one asking you that question, Fumikage sat beside him. I'm sorry. For what happened to your father? Izuku let out a sigh. It's okay, it's not something I could, his voice quivered. Oh. Now it's starting. It's not something I could control, there was nothing I could do. Nothing, ugh, I'm going to cry aren't I? That is completely fine. Frieren would watch on as Izuku began bawling his eyes out, while both Fumikage and Dark Shadow hugged him. She understood what that felt, somewhat. While their circumstances were markedly different, they were alike in some ways. Just as Frieren failed to get to know Himmel, Izuku never got to know his father. Not really. Stories from his mother won't ever be equal to actually interacting with him. Just as Aizen and Hyder were there for her, on funeral, back then. Fumikage and Dark Shadow were here for Izuku, in the direct aftermath of his father's final death. However, at the very least, Izuku knows that his father is proud of him, even unto his fiery grave. Frieren, on the other hand, took so long to realize what Himmel actually felt about her, despite the signs being right in front of her. Izuku did all he could to get to know his father, to bring him back, just to fail because of All for One's pettiness. Frieren didn't realize it until Himmel had died. Until he had truly died. Such are the ways of human emotion. Ochako is quite concerned about you, Fumikage quietly said. By that point, he realized that Izuku wasn't going to let him go, not for a while. You're not sick from radiation, aren't you? One of the other healers helped him. He is fine, Frieren said. Ah, I see. And here I feared we'd need Eri to rewind you. How many did we lose? Too many. Over half of those in the battlefield against All for One are now dead. As the battles all over Japan and the nearby sea ended with victory for the heroes, one thing became clear: it had come at an enormous cost, a cost that may be difficult to recover from. How many of our top heroes did we lose? It was the Prime Minister that posited that question. She sat at the head of a situation room, where the chiefs of staff and other important members of government were present as well. As leaders of the nation, it fell to them to decide how it should proceed in the aftermath. While it didn't take more than a day for all of Japan's allies throughout the world to already pledge to send aid to help in the rebuilding, a picture of the situation was still needed. The Prime Minister needed that picture in order to know how to move forward. Edshot, Yoroi Musha, Wash, and Crust are confirmed. Kia, the HPSC president replied. Endeavor, Ryukyu, and All Might have sustained critical injuries, though the former two are expected to make full recoveries. The latter, well, this is a shock, isn't it? The Prime Minister sighed. The world witnessed how All Might was sent down by All for One, and when the smoke cleared, he lay on the crater as a thin, weak version of himself. His true self, rather. All this time, our greatest protector has become but a shadow of his former self. What of the American forces? How much did they bleed in order to help us? The reunited states lost Uncle Sam and half of the fleet they sent, including the USS Pillar of Autumn, the chief of staff of the JSDF replied. In total, 632 lives were lost in the battle over the sea. Deshret pulverized the Pillar of Autumn just before Stars and Stripes could tear him in half. Groans echoed throughout the room. The loss of half a fleet against a single villain was not a good ratio. Who can come to help us the soonest? The Prime Minister asked again. The logical answer would be whoever was closest, but some countries just move slower than others. Some of United Korea's top rescue heroes are coming by tomorrow to help rebuild. The remaining American fleet will be returning home, but Stars and Stripes and Grand Admiral will stay here to help. Within 3 days, help from the Republic of China, East Siberian Commonwealth, Novgorod Republic, Philippines, Australia, Indonesia, and the Northern Han will also arrive. In a week, our European partners will be here as well. Good. Now, we have to worry about one more thing. We need heroes that can stand in the legacy of those who died, and those who will be forced to retire, like All Might. It has been a long time since I saw him weep in such a manner. Fumikage kept on patting Izuku at the back as the latter stopped crying after what felt like an eternity. Even then, Izuku held on tightly, as if he would dissolve into water the moment he let go. He didn't know what to say to him, not that there was much to say. What else could he say, but, sorry for your loss and, I am here for you. He already fulfilled both things, and Izuku obviously very much appreciated the fact that he was here. Well, he and Dark Shadow. And Frieren was there too, quietly standing and watching. Fumikage then felt his phone vibrate. That happens when he receives a text message. He took out and read the message, first noting who the sender was. Midoriya. Dark Shadow had been the one to set her contact information like that on Fumikage's phone, and he never bothered to change it, mostly because it accurately described who she was. That, and Dark Shadow would just change it again when he was either asleep or not looking. He could put the phone in a padlock drawer, but then the quirk would just break the padlock itself. Izuku, your mother texted me, Fumikage said as he showed Izuku the message. My phone broke when I fought Nakaru, Izuku sighed. He fished his jacket's pockets for the phone. Honestly, thinking about how his father had just died, permanently, had distracted him from contacting his mother, and by extension, Eri. The past few minutes had helped him calm down somewhat, clear his nerves, and set his mind straight, somewhat, anyway. She's probably very worried. His eyes then bulged as he read the message. Fumikage, can you pass this message to Izuku? Right now, Eri and I are in an evacuation module, or something like that. I'm not sure what it is, it's just that we're going to Shiketsu right now. UA was attacked, but don't worry about me and Eri, we're perfectly safe right now. Your classmate, Shoto, helped us get to safety. The house burned down, BTW. The two of you stay safe, okay? Please text me back. Izuku stared at the message for a moment. There was just concern about him and Fumikage. Nothing about his father. She did see how all the Nomu exploded, didn't she? News drones were watching the battle, broadcasting it all over the world. Perhaps, whatever she wanted to say about that, she preferred to say it to Izuku in person. She did miss her husband dearly, and like Izuku, had some hope that he could be returned to the way he was before he became fused into a dozen other people to produce the dragon Nomu. Needless to say, the text was quick to be sent. By the way, Frieren, Izuku looked over to the old elf, who was now staring at the radiation-ridden battlefield the mountain they were on overlooked. Now that Fern and Stark are here, they'll ask you to come back with them to your old world, right? They most certainly will, Frieren replied. We do have a journey to come back to, after all. And when I reverse the summoning spell, it will bring all of us back. You do still have to find Endi and talk to Himmel, after all, Izuku realized. So you'll be leaving soon? I can force Fern to stay for around 3 months before she becomes a force of unrelenting rage. Izuku almost choked at Frieren's remark. But Fern is indeed terrifying when she gets mad. So much so that one of the strongest warriors to ever exist and one of the 2 great mages become ineffectual before her wrath. In that time, Frieren continued, we will hunt down and eliminate Unwar. Thanks, Frieren, Izuku nodded. That would be appreciated. 2 hours later, Izuku, Fumikage, Ochako, and Bakugo arrived in front of their school's main gate, deposited there by Monoma's copied warp gate Quirk. He still hadn't left Island, instead opting to keep using Kurogiri's quirk to assist in the rebuilding as much as possible while the Nomu remained seated and sedated. Unlike the rest of their classmates and schoolmates, they hadn't been injured enough to warrant being brought to a hospital. A rather ironic thing, given that they were fighting against All for One himself. Well, they arrived in front of what remained of the gate, anyway. The gate had been reduced to molten slag, though it had long cooled, forming a mound of solid metal that obstructed the entrance. It would have still been hot to the touch, had it not been covered in a thick sheet of ice, which was clearly Shoto's handiwork. Looking up, Izuku could see that the 4 iconic towers that formed UA's primary academic building had been devastated by the villainous assault, one of them even missing its top half. One of the other towers had clearly gone through a nasty fire, as burn marks marred what now looked like a skeleton made out of concrete and galvanized steel. Though Dabi's flames had long dissipated into nothingness, taken out by robots and drones armed with water hoses, the damage they did still remained. The other towers didn't have any of their iconic glass window panes remaining. They had all been shattered, as evidenced by the glass shards that UA robots were busy cleaning up from the ground, along with all the other debris. It was really a miracle that Heights Alliance itself hadn't been touched by the fighting. Who knew that Power Loader designed the dorms to be capable of going underground in case things went south over here? It was probably an oversight that the houses for the parents, guardians, and refugees weren't built with such sophisticated defenses, but given that they were built in great numbers, it made sense. Izuku was dead tired. So was everyone else. They moved through the former battleground that was UA High School's grounds, where robots and a few pro-heroes dutifully cleaned up debris while civilians watched on or busied themselves with various activities. Such as watching on, or just standing around, thinking about the climax of All for One's war against Japan. Others, however, had volunteered to help with cleaning up the place. The hero students could use some rest. Their dorms offered that, at the very least. And, though UA was devastated by the battle, its defensive systems were already back up and running. A domed energy field covered the entire campus, while the automated defenses that lined the walls were once again keeping watch. The only people capable of breaking these defenses were either dead, like All for One and Gigantomachia, or captured, like Thunderbolt. Or, they were on the hero side, like Frieren. As they walked on toward the residential portions of the UA campus, they would come across a triage section, which was laid out in front of the hospital wing. It was a veritable beehive of frantic activity, as medical personnel used both healing quirks and the medical technology of this world in order to treat the many victims of the attack here in UA. They were mostly afflicted with burns, though some appeared to have been struck by lightning. Others had bandages wrapped around what were probably stab or claw wounds, judging by how there were some trays with discarded bloody red spikes nearby. Soon enough, Izuku would spot Gentle Hero. His once immaculate suit had been marred with burn marks and dust. His neatly groomed white hair, once considered to be the direct challenge towards Best Jeanist's own immaculate hairstyle, had been burned off in places. And yet, even as he surveyed the destruction, he held a cup of tea. Impeccable style, as always. What happened here? Izuku approached the pro-hero. He already knew UA was attacked, and that his mother and Eri were safely sequestered in evacuation modules that dug underground, along with most of the people here. He also knew that Shoto helped them get out of here safely. However, he had no knowledge of the specifics of anything else. Well, the amount of fire damage, as well as the mere fact that Shoto bothered to come here at all instead of staying in Nagano, meant that Dabi had been here. Other than that? He had absolutely no idea. Ah, all mana, it is good to see you. Gentle Hero greeted. He produced a teacup and a small kettle from within his long coat, offering it to Izuku. How the teacup didn't get shattered to pieces during all the fighting here was a complete mystery. Well, I would have you know that the dastardly villains attacked UA, but that part was probably obvious. Nay, it seems that they had been planning to invade this place for some time. It's just that our plan to divide and conquer the forces of the PLF, lure all for one in and all that, moved their timetable up. Did anyone die? Izuku asked. Unfortunately, both sides suffered losses, and we heroes were forced to take the lives of some of our foes so that we may be able to save the civilians that look to us for salvation, Gentle Hero replied. Is there anyone whose well-being you seek to clarify, young one? He quite came here, didn't he? He did, and before you ask, yes, he is fine and alive. Gentle Hero raised a hand just in time to stop Izuku from blabbering about whether or not he is fine, alive, and intact. Izuku let out a relieved sigh. Though he was injured, but not severely. I see, so he'll be at the dorms. Yes, I suppose he would be. Gentle Hero offered him the teacup. Tea. To calm the soul. I know that war is not a good thing to bear witness to, especially not for a child like yourself. Izuku eyed the teacup for a second. Won't you need it? Gentle Hero let out a slight chuckle at that. Ah, well, La Brava and I have many more to spare, so there is no need to worry about me. You do remember that I had dozens upon dozens of sets when I hosted a tea party in your dormitory, yes? Now that was a fun memory. Izuku made everyone there drunk. Yes. That though there is much of that night I simply do not remember, Gentle Hero sighed. Ah, well. I will not hold you up any longer. You children should rest for now. You deserve it. Izuku and his classmates would soon step within Heights Alliance. It was a safe place within the devastation, an island of calm and familiarity that they could rest and recuperate in. One member of their class, however, was already there, quietly sitting in the common area as if he had already been waiting for the rest to arrive. Shoto? How long have you been here? Izuku already knew that was here, as his own mother's text message and Gentle Hero's words could attest. If not for Gentle Hero, though, he wouldn't have known that Shoto was well and alive. Or anyone else that was here, really, if not the bouncing hero. Thankfully, no one of Class 2A had died, either, as the publicly accessible casualty list showed. Though there had been some injuries that would confine many of them to hospital rooms for the time being. Really, it had been very relieving to know that they were all alright, more or less. He also knew from a phone call that his mother and Eri were already evacuated to a safe zone by tunneling machines despite the attack, so he wasn't particularly worried about them at the moment. Besides, some members of 2B were also in the tunneling machines with the refugees, so they'll be fine. Oh. I've been here for about an hour. Shoto shifted uneasily on the couch. I've been thinking. Diamanted ice spice. Izuku nearly spat out the tea that Gentle Hero gave to him when those words left Bakugo's mouth. Ice spice, really? We get separated for one battle and you get stabbed through the arm? Did your father not teach you how to dodge? Are you scolding me for getting injured in the line of duty? Shoto asked. Yes. You're not supposed to get stabbed by some low-level villains, you moron. If you get shanked like this again, I'm going to be sad. They were not low-level, Shoto grumbled. One of them summoned lightning bolts from the sky and destroyed the barrier protecting UA in the first place. He would have destroyed everything if Snipe hadn't dealt with him. I was busy with his lackeys. I could not intervene. Gentle Hero did say that casualties were incurred. Izuku thought. He'd have to ask Snipe-sensei later about it. You were supposed to help fight Piranacon over in Nagano, right? But you're here. Dabi went here, didn't he? You invented a whole move to fight him. He did, Shoto slowly nodded, like he was unsure if he answered correctly. He went after Mother, and Natsuo, and Fuyumi. How are they? Ochako asked. They're fine, thankfully. What happened to Dabi? Bakugo asked. Did he burn himself to death before you got to him? You don't look like you fought someone as crazy as him. It is rather complicated, Shoto replied. He looked over at Izuku and Fumikage. Your little sister, Eri, was it? She turned him back to a child. What? Izuku imagined how that scenario would have played out, and was immediately terrified at the implication. His mother hadn't told him about this when she sent that message earlier, maybe she knew how he'd react? After all, he is very invested in keeping Eri safe. So was Frieren, but she was currently sleeping off with Fern and Stark in the treehouse while Sane was over in a hospital, helping Recovery Girl. Denken was apparently being helpful in the rebuilding using his magic. Shoto, you let her get close to a villain like that? What if she was burned? Or hurt, or dash? I didn't allow anything to happen. Shoto shot back. I had just arrived at the scene when I saw that Dabi had turned back into a child. Back to Tuya. He doesn't remember me at all, nor does he still hate Endeavor. Or us. I suppose that his mind is still reeling from the fact that Fuyumi and Natsuo are already adults. I wonder how they are explaining things to him right now. Sorry, Izuku shook his head. I shouldn't have yelled. He was, however, holding your mother hostage at the time. And just like that, Izuku felt the need to cast Valzenbul, Schwartz's Lock, and Judrajim, all at the same time, if only he didn't have enough mana left over to do so, as well as the fact that Heights Alliance is one of the last places he'd wreck. This place just felt like home. Mother, Natsuo, and Fuyumi were prepared to confront Dabi to stop him from harming your mother, but then Eri intervened, rewinding him into a child. When I arrived, it had all been resolved. I then escorted them to an evacuation module and then assisted our allies here. I'm sorry, what? Izuku stood up so fast that he might as well have had a super-speed quirk. Dabi held my mother hostage? As I said, Shoto sighed. It is all good now. Tuya is now a child again, our respective families are unharmed. We were fortunate. Sorry, I shouldn't have yelled. Izuku took a deep breath and sat back down. It's just that, between everything that has been happening, with my father's permanent death. Your father? Permanent death? Shoto recalled Endeavor telling him about his encounter with All for One back in Tartarus, during the onset of this war. In particular, when All for One taunted Rado that the Nomu the villain was riding on was actually Hisashi Midoriya. He hadn't asked Izuku about it, not in specific, but he figured he already knew. I'm sorry for your loss, Izuku. I heard about how All for One's death triggered all the Nomu in your sector of battle to turn into nuclear bombs. It must be difficult, having the opportunity to save him torn away from you by All for One's pettiness. It's all right, Izuku waved his concern away. Fumikage glanced at him like he was the biggest liar on planet Earth. It was not all right, that was for sure. But Shoto didn't need to know that, not yet, anyway. I am doing well. I was, well, prepared for the possibility. I did get to talk to him for a few minutes. He said he is proud of me. That must have been good to hear from your father before his death, Shoto nodded. Had the conversation not been about Hisashi Midoriya's actual death, then Shoto might have commented about how he never heard Endeavor say that he was proud of Shoto until recently, but that was simply not appropriate. You are one of the most capable people I had the pleasure of knowing. Any father of yours would be proud. Do I need to mention the big, stinking elephant in the room? Bakugo was almost growling, but that was just Bakugo being Bakugo. Endeavor and his wife are divorced. How do you explain that to little Dabi Dash? Tuya, Shoto corrected. Yeah, whatever his name is. Bakugo threw his hands in the air, while Ochako just watched with a passive expression. How is your life going to be like moving forward? Do those two just have to come back together just so that their resurrected child doesn't completely lose his mind? What a mad banquet of complications, Fumikage sighed. I'm sure they can figure it out, Izuku shrugged. Right? Shoto then stood up, wincing as he moved his arm a little too much than what was recommended. My father will surely embrace this as an opportunity to make up for his shortcomings. I will not deny that to him, at the very least. It's going to be so weird for you, Ochako added. You're going to tell him that you're actually his youngest brother despite being older than him? I suppose. There is no other way around this. Keeping complicated. Secrets will probably merely backfire in the future. I know one thing or two about complicated secrets, Izuku thought. He wondered how the rest of the class will react to the fact that he has been using magic all this time. Kyoka was fine with it, more or less. Fumikage always knew from the start. What would Bakugo think? He had become at least respectful and cooperative over the last 2 years, though he was still loud as ever. The rest, well, they would probably be a mixture of amazed, shocked, in awe, and completely dumbfounded. Don't overthink it, Izuku told himself. He won't be too mad about it. Probably. There's one more thing, though, Ochako added. Will he know that used to be the villain called Dabi? Shoto sighed. That really was the most complicated matter in all of this. How would a kid react to being told that he eventually grows up into a mass murderer? Or, well, he used to be a mass murderer, and then was turned back into a child by a unicorn child's rewind quirk. I suppose not. Not now. It would be too much of a revelation. He will eventually know as he grows older. Fumikage sat on the couch beside Izuku. A secret like this cannot remain buried forever. Yeah, all it would take is him finding articles about Dabi the arch-arsonist, and then he'll compare his own blue flames with Dabi's blue fire, and then it all goes downhill from there. Bakugo continued. You and your crazy family should discuss that? Endeavor is crazy, Shoto nodded, but Natsuo and Fuyumi are not. That is not Bakugo facepalmed at Shoto. Fine, that's what I mean. Well, Izuku remembered how it was Eri that set these series of events to motion to begin with. Eri would probably like to be his friend. She hasn't met many kids her own age, and she just regressed him to her own age. Knowing her, they are probably playing already, Fumikage shrugged. I look forward to hearing about how they interacted in the evacuation module. Tag, you're it. Eri tapped Tuya at the back and ran away, causing the white-haired boy to chase after her. No fair. You're too fast. Get good. Well, Inko looked on while Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi could only watch the surreal sight before them. The evacuation module was still tunneling through the earth, heading for the fortress that was Shiketsu High. They appeared to be getting along. Mrs. Midoriya, Fuyumi began. What does it feel like to have your adopted, niece run around with someone who was holding you hostage just hours ago? That's not him, Inko said with a smile. I am just glad to see that Eri has made a friend. And she's given your family a second chance. I suppose she has, Rei nodded along. I wonder how Enji will react when he wakes up. As the later afternoon turned into night and nearly everyone in Heights Alliance, everyone who had been able to come back, anyway, went to sleep, Izuku knocked on Fumikage's door. Yes? Fumikage groggily asked as he opened the door. He'd usually ask, this better be important. But not now. Can I borrow your agency phone? The satellite-linked one, Izuku asked. You know, the ones Hawks gave us. Of course, Fumikage nodded. Just a moment. Izuku waited for about 30 seconds before the bird-headed boy came back with a phone. Are you calling your mother? Yeah. I'll give it back after just a few minutes. No, give it back on the morning, Fumikage waved his hand at Izuku. I won't lose any sleep over it. You should speak with her for as long as you like or need. Thank you. You are the best. Likewise. Now I must return to my slumber, but if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Okay. Izuku went back to his room and dialed his mother's number. It took a little while, but she picked up. Fumikage? How is Dash? It's me, Mom. Oh, good evening, Izuku, baby, how are you? Inko's voice filtered through the other side. She sounded tired. Everyone is tired these days. I'm sorry I couldn't call or text you. It was a miracle that there was still enough local signal for my phone when texted. I asked Shiketsu if I could borrow a satellite-linked phone, but they said they're using those to coordinate evacuations. Makes sense. Izuku clambered up his bed and sat on the All Might-themed blanket, while hugging the All Might-themed pillow. Hey, Mom. You saw what happened, right? We did, Inko replied. Izuku could detect the hint of hesitation in her voice. We were watching. About Dad. Baby, it's okay Dash. It wasn't supposed to end this way, Izuku tearfully cut in. It wasn't supposed to? I had all these ideas on how to bring him back to how he was before. And even if they don't work, he still became himself. He talked with me before he died. He told me how he's proud of me, but it isn't enough. A few minutes isn't enough. Izuku. I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't save Dad, Izuku sobbed. I'm so sorry. I know that you miss him every day Dash. Izuku, you tell other people not to blame themselves, but you can't keep blaming yourself for this. Izuku paused. I've had my peace with Hisashi's death long ago, Inko went on. And though the revelation that he's become a Nomu was a big shock, I never let my hopes go up. I mostly didn't expect that he'd actually be saved. I wanted to, but I just couldn't. You didn't hope? A little bit, Inko sighed. But that's beside the point. Izuku. You couldn't have predicted everything that could have happened. You couldn't have predicted everything that could have happened. You couldn't have known. You're one of the strongest people right now, but you're still human like anyone else. There are just some things we can't control. And, things like these, they are never truly in our control. Frieren did tell him earlier that mages are still human. And I didn't really listen, Izuku thought. Right, you're right, sorry. Izuku, don't apologize. Okay, sorry, I mean, when can I see you and Eri again? Inko let out a tired sigh. She does seem to sigh a lot, but she is quite tired, so it made sense. In a few days' time. They won't let us leave until they've ascertained that the situation is truly safe. Until then, we'll be staying here in Shiketsu. Okay, then. You kids take care of each other, okay? Don't worry about us for now. Maybe visit Kaminari in the hospital. Or All Might. Everyone's talking about All Might now, even when All for One is dead, things are still uncertain. Izuku knew all too well about All Might's condition. His real condition. Does he even still have One for All, or does he only have float left? Well, speaking of kids, how are Eri and Tuya? Shoto told you, didn't he? Yep. They're getting along. Tuya is confident that his dad is strong and will pull through. Izuku could only imagine the two white-haired children chasing each other while the militaristic Shiketsu students watched on with amusement. Dabi held you hostage earlier, right? He did. You don't feel mad, seeing him? I don't. I just look at him and I see you when you were 8. Mom, I can't help it, Izuku. You were so cute. Mom. Well. You should go to sleep, Izuku. It's late already. Yes. I suppose so. Good night, Mom. Izuku put the phone down. He could see Dark Shadow squeezing his head through under Izuku's door. It looks like the sentient Quirk wants to see how he's doing, but had been polite enough not to interrupt his conversation with his mother. Hi, Dark Shadow. Izuku instinctively put his hand forward to give the sentient Quirk head pats. You're really worried, huh? I don't like it when you're sad, Dark Shadow purred out. Neither of us do. So, I am here. You want to keep me company for tonight? What about your master? Dark Shadow shrugged. He's already with me every single second of every day of every week of every month of every year. He can survive without me for just one night. Izuku nodded. Cuddling with Dark Shadow for tonight would be nice indeed. Okay, then. Oh, good. You're finally awake. When Izuku finally woke up the next morning, Dark Shadow was still there, though the sentient Quirk had clearly slithered out of his arms and settled on top of his chest. His glimmering yellow eyes stared down at Izuku as he sat there, as if he was a cat waiting for his owner to feed him in the morning. Izuku, for his part, lazily stared back at Dark Shadow, though it is quite obvious that a staring contest wasn't something he'd win. He needed to blink. Dark Shadow did not. Dark Shadow doesn't even have eyelids. Or technically, eyes. Or tear ducts. Or anything else that would facilitate or require the very act of blinking. You stayed until I woke up? Izuku yawned. The thought of, well, everything that happened yesterday hung in the back of his mind. But seeing Dark Shadow just being himself in the morning instantly lightened his mood. Who could have thought that a shadowy creature of darkness capable of destroying mountains could also be this cute? It's like having a cat that can also talk. You're one of the last to wake up, Dark Shadow replied. He was still perched on the green head's chest, the only movement he made being how his shadowy form constantly shifted in and out of itself. They're getting ready to go out. Izuku yawned again. He wrapped his arms around the Quirk and dragged him down with him as he shifted his position to the side. Just 5 more minutes. Get up or I'll drag you out, Dark Shadow mumbled from underneath Izuku's arms as he tightly held on to the sentient Quirk. He rubbed his face against Dark Shadow, imagining that he was one big plushie. It would be a lie if Dark Shadow said that he didn't like it when people gave him headpats and cuddles, but there are just times when they have to get up from their beds. I said, 5 more minutes. You're becoming like her, you know? Where are they planning to go, anyway? Oh, I don't know, Dark Shadow would have shrugged if he wasn't currently being constricted, held onto, and squeezed, visiting your injured friends in the hospital? Izuku's eyes fluttered open. You should have led with that. We have to dash. Izuku stood up so fast and so suddenly that he suddenly had a crick on his neck, making him wince in pain. Dark Shadow also got flung out of the bed in the process, though he stabilized and floated in midair before he could be thrown against. Well, anything, but especially not Izuku's All Might merchandise collection. Ow. That hurt. Hee. Dark Shadow chuckled as he receded his tether, moving himself away from Izuku and then to the space underneath his dorm room's door. I'll be going down now. They're making breakfast. Who's cooking? Bakugo, though he looks like he's arguing with someone invisible while cooking. I think he's gone crazy. Dark Shadow, Izuku let out a tired sigh. You do know that he has one of the quirks of One for All, right? Yeah, what about it? He's arguing with the ghost of the second user of One for All. You know this already. Oh, right? Izuku then looked like he had a proverbial light bulb appear over his head. His sleepy demeanor shifted to one of excitement, because, by hell, while he used to be annoyed with his explosive childhood friend, Bakugo's shouting had become more entertaining to watch than anything else. I'm going to shower and get changed, because this is something I need to see. Why? Izuku jumped toward the shower room. I'll take a video of him arguing with the air and show it to Mom. And his mom. Okay. I'll tell him that. Don't you dare, Dark Shadow. The sentient Quirk began to squeeze his amorphous form back through the bottom of the door when Izuku spoke again. If you tell him, no headpats for a week. Dark Shadow looked like he was truly, utterly, and absolutely horrified at the prospect. No headpats. For a week? He can't live without them. Fine. I won't tell him of your plans. Good. Now get out while I shower. No, you listen, old man. Katsuki yelled at Kudo as he masterfully cut some chives with a kitchen knife. Bowls of chopped up skis and ingredients lay on the counter, while hot, burning oil popped out of the frying pan, splashing landing on Bakugo's skin. However, because he was already resistant to heat, he didn't really care. You keep giving these suggestions when it's all just ingredients that aren't even here. Or, hell, they straight up don't exist anymore. Where the hell am I gonna get oyster sauce when oysters already went extinct 100 years ago? How am I supposed to know what's dead and alive in this century? The crimson vestige of the second user of One for All floated beside Katsuki, his arms crossed in a disapproving manner. It's not like someone gave me a comprehensive encyclopedia. Also, that's too much chili powder. Do you want to cry your eyes out? Or you're but to be on fire when you go to the toilet? Also, think about your friends, you baboon. I've been eating spicy stuff all my life, it barely even affects me anymore, Katsuki hissed as he liberally placed more chili powder on the ramen soup he was cooking. On top of that, he mixed chopped up jalapenos, several spoons worth of soy sauce, and the squeezed-out essence of calamondin in a small bowl for dipping purposes. Over to the left side of the counter, there was a plate with several slices of pork chop, as well as another bowl with steaming rice in it. The plate with pork chop had a piece of paper placed near it, with the words, "For pussies" written in big, red, angry letters. Clearly, these weren't spicy. Or rather, they were just less spicy than Bakugo's tolerance level, which was still a high bar to pass, so for most people, it would still be quite hot to the taste. It's because your taste buds have been burned away, Kudo snapped back. Who cooks like these? Are you trying to kill everyone around you? Bakugo looked at the vestige as if he was the greatest criminal to ever disgrace the earth. Are you calling me tasteless? Why, I am. Bro, is that ghost bothering you? Ijiro walked up beside Katsuki and placed an arm on the explosive blonde's shoulder. I'm sure it's not too bad. The redhead grabbed a spoon and took a sip of the soup, and immediately needed to stifle a cough. Yep, it's great, Ijiro gave Katsuki a thumbs up, even as he felt his mouth go on fire. I need to tone down the skis, don't I? Katsuki sighed as he saw Ijiro choking on the sheer concentration of capsaicin turning his throat into a burning hellscape. Kudo looked smugly. That's what I've been telling you, Dash. No, you weren't. Fumikage, who had been looking on at the commotion in the kitchen from one of the couches in the common area, sighed and crossed his arms together. What a mad breakfast of spice. I fear my tongue will be lit on fire. It always is when he is the one cooking. Bakugo always makes everything extremely spicy, Ochako quietly noted. She glanced at the plate of pork chops with "For pussies" written beside it. Well, not everything. Don't worry about it, Izuku cut in as he appeared from behind the couch those two along with Tsuyu and Tenya were sitting on. Ochako jumped as she heard him speak, while Fumikage didn't seem to be surprised at all. I have a spell that turns spicy food sour. Aizu? Ochako had launched herself into the air in fright. When did you get there? You didn't go down the stairs? Are you using your Magi quirk to teleport around now? Tenya would ask, chopping his hands, as he always does, for emphasis. Should I even try to convince you not to? It has been 2 years. I think it's very convenient, Karo, Tsuyu noted from beside Ochako. Well, anyway, Izuku floated up and down to seat himself beside Tenya. Dark Shadow said that you're all planning to go to Grand Central Hospital? Izuku already knew about what happened to Aizawa-sensei and Manuel, as well as Hawks and Endeavor. He saw All Might and Denki being injured firsthand, but Fumikage brought them to safety. Overall, they had been very, very lucky. Many heroes in that battlefield didn't make it to the portals and were reduced to dust by the atomic explosions, or for those with enhanced durability, suffered greatly before they expired. That was all yesterday, though. Though we were going to wait for you, obviously, Tenya replied. Now, Izuku, are you, well? Oh, me? Izuku pointed at himself. Nothing specific needed to be said, he knew well that Tenya was quite concerned about him after what happened yesterday. I'm okay. You know what will help me, though? What? Izuku broke into a mischievous smile. Intoxication. Izuku, Tenya let out an annoyed sigh. Please, don't do so again. I'm kidding. Izuku chuckled. I won't do it again. Probably. Knowing you, you probably will, Fumikage snickered nearby. Oh, I probably will, Izuku thought. Well, except that Aizawa-sensei specifically told him not to do it again, so it would have to be something that will happen after they've graduated. After all, there was nothing said about when. Oh, the old man's here, Izuku looked up. He could very well sense Denken's mana from here. He was no specialist in hiding his mana, unlike Fern and Frieren. The odd thing, though, was that Izuku could tell that the old mage was in Nizu's office? Time to eat! Bakugo yelled from the dining area. The hero students present would be propelled from the couches and chairs as soon as they heard him. If you don't get your part, that's just more for me. I must say, you are one with sophisticated taste, Denken, Nizu grinned as he sipped a cup of tea. A visibly younger Denken, by about a decade, sat opposite the mammalian principal, sipping his own cup of tea. If Denken was surprised or miffed at how Nizu was sitting on the table instead of an actual chair, he didn't care to show it. That, or he understood perfectly well that it would be difficult for Nizu to use a chair like anyone else. He was far too small. Nizu's office had been one of the few portions of the UA campus that had remained relatively intact after Dabi and Thunderbolt burned and broke their way through it. Even then, the windows had been broken, exposing the office to the outside air. As a noble of the Empire, one can say that my tastes are always refined, Denken set down his cup. However, you still do not answer the question as to why you have invited me here. While you and I are certainly of exquisite taste when it comes to drink, it is impossible for me to believe that this is all you want. After all, you are one of the few who know the truth about us. About the other world. I would, but the others aren't here yet. Nizu laughed. Denken could see that the mouse had sharp teeth, befitting a predator. Perhaps that was the bare part of his chimeric biology at play. Denken immediately understood what, or who, Nizu referred to. There was no doubt that the chimera was talking about the others from the other world. Oh, speaking of which, Nizu looked up as the door to his office opened, ushering Frieren into the room. Greetings, Frieren Locks. I trust that the stairs were not too tiresome? The elevators hadn't been fixed yet. I flew up and went through a window, Frieren replied. Now, what is this about? Take a seat, Frieren, Nizu motioned towards the empty chair beside Denken. You did not elect to bring your other companions with you? Fern, Stark, and Sane are quite busy at the moment, Frieren answered. She glanced at the broken window, where she could see Stark carrying a boy on his shoulders while 3 other kids followed him around. Fern, for her part, was using levitation magic to move some debris to help, while Sane, he was probably assisting. Recovery girl over in the medical side of things. The old pro-heroine obviously appreciated having a healer like him nearby. Very well, then, Nizu clapped his paws together. I would like your help, Frieren. I have something in mind that our mutual student would very much appreciate. Will grimoires be involved? Why yes. Nizu gave a rather unnerving, sharp-toothed smile. There will be plenty of grimoires in this, quest. After all, I had been collecting grimoires and books of magic myself for quite a while. Frieren leaned forward on her seat. Oh? You are an avid collector as well? I did not know this. A rather strange interest for a person as yourself, Nizu, Denken echoed Frieren's sentiment. I would have thought that any collection of yours would be mostly composed of teacups and tea packets. Well, there is a reason why the UA library has books on occult rituals, and it's not because Tokoyami and Yanagi are students here, Nizu went on. Though all of those are fake and do not actually work, unlike the spell that brought you here. So, I have never had the worry that any of these children would actually summon a demon from another world. Or an elf from another world. However, those books from other stores are beyond my control. Well, let us just say that it was a happy coincidence. Now, how would you know which spell is real and which is not? Frieren asked. You are clearly not a mage. Oh, but my creator was. Nizu laughed. If Denken and Frieren were more expressive individuals, then they would be currently looking at like he was insane, but whatever they were feeling, they kept it under wraps. Instead, they gazed upon him intently, waiting for him to continue. You see, everyone thinks I was the result of mad science. However, the truth is, I was the familiar of the last mage of Earth. Well, she was the last mage on Earth until Midoriya Izuku enrolled here in UA High School. Frieren nodded. So that is why you didn't seem to mind making me fake documents. That I did. Nizu chuckled. The pieces of the puzzle connect now, do they? How intriguing, Denken rubbed at his beard. He then took another sip from his teacup, savoring the flavor for a bit. Normally, a familiar would be made out of mana. I am, Nizu nodded. Well, partially. I was cobbled together from all sorts of creatures. How horrifying, Frieren muttered. I see, Denken nodded. To return to the primary object of our conversation, what is it that you want the help of us mages with? Nizu sipped from his tea, as if it was for dramatic effect. It is patently obvious that Midoriya will seek to create an organization of mages sometime in the future. I wish to assist in this endeavor, in secret, of course, since we are obviously not quite ready to reveal the existence of yet another power to the world. However, as you both know, while I know of magic, I do not know magic. The collection I have gathered over the years, it is useless to me in any practical sense. I cannot use magic, I was merely my master's eyes and ears in places. With her gone, I am simply an animal of chimeric configuration and human-like intelligence. The part where humans experimented on Nizu back then because of his strangeness went unsaid. However, you will be able to make sense of it all, perhaps create a structure. And I will be able to read in every grimoire in your collection? Denken shot Frieren a glance of concern, knowing that it may very well take her an inordinately long time to read all those. And since reversing the summoning spell would bring all of them back, Denken calculated that it would take mere months for Frieren's party members to begin fearing for their lives. Of course. I know that you like reading. It's half of what you do. Or so your students say, Nizu cackled. Frieren was smirking now, a sure sign that she was in. Do be warned, what I possess is whatever survived the Bronze Age collapse and then whatever survived all those centuries in that library in Nepal, so it is not very plentiful. You would probably finish it all in, perhaps 2 months. Denken let out a sigh of relief, though it was more on behalf of those 2 youngsters. Oh, and sane. I see. Very well. I am not one to pass up an opportunity to learn more magic, especially if it comes from another world. Perhaps it would be helpful to compare the trajectories of magical development between our worlds in this manner. Where is this collection located? Frieren asked. Oh, just 100 meters underground. Nizu rubbed his paws together. It is a section of my personal residences underneath UA. I call it the Rat Cave. I see. When do we begin? You have been such a great help, Sane. Recovery girl couldn't help but give the strange European-looking priestman that had been assisting her a smile as they walked down a hallway in the Grand Central Hospital, one of the best medical facilities in all the country, with a wing that catered primarily to pro-heroes. It had been a day since that fateful battle, where all for one perished and the war over Japan ended with victory for the heroes. Though one of their battles had ended with a Pyrrhic victory. While Sane had been a little miffed that he simply got dragged into this situation by Frieren's summoning magic, he had been grateful for the opportunity to be of aid to people, and, to meet some single ladies. This was probably one of the better adventures he had ever had since he parted with Frieren's party. The sights he had seen, the people he had healed, they were all so strange. If not for you, I fear we might have lost a lot more people. My healing quirk may be strong, but if someone doesn't have stamina left, it would kill them instead. Yes, of course. It was great to be of help, Sane nodded. I've also learned quite a lot while I have been here. I may have to return home soon, though. I just remembered. I saw how Midnight was winking at you when you were healing her. And her comments, recovery girl went on. Immediately, Sane brought up his hands to wave away what was coming next. She may be a total flirt, but that's just a persona she built up for herself. Don't think too much about it. Unless, of course, she actually asks you out. Oh, no, of course not. Sane laughed the elderly pro-hero off. Though I have to admit that I would definitely entertain it if she were to act a dash. Sane would stop as he heard someone whistling behind him. He turned around, where he would see Midnight, still dressed in a hospital gown, winking at him from behind a corner of the hospital wall. Hey, Sane managed as he could still remember how Midnight looked like from the magazine that Izuku showed him when he first got brought to this world. Sane had to admit, she is quite beautiful. And definitely his type. You shouldn't be up, Miss Midnight. Corrupt priest indeed. Recovery girl kept walking, leaving Sane all alone. He couldn't even protest against that, as the diminutive Dr. Pro-Hero slunk away, laughing to herself as she did. It's just going to be a little while, Midnight giggled. She hadn't recovered well enough to comfortably assume her voluptuous poses, but she didn't even need that to convey what she wanted. Say, when I'm up and running again, how about we go somewhere nice? How can I refuse? Sane smirked. You seem to be someone I'd like to know more about. Oh. Then I'll see you soon, in a few days' time. Yes? Of course. Thank you, Frieren, Sane thought as Midnight blew him a kiss from the hallway and went back to her room. All the parties that he had joined since he left Frieren's party were composed primarily of middle-aged men. Veteran adventurers, they all were. Now, they were all reliable folk, at least when it came to fighting monsters, but Sane just had about enough of seeing only middle-aged men around him. Now that Frieren brought him here, well, it was going one way he liked. Hello, Kigo. Huh? While most people knew him as Hawks, Kigo Takami, though he preferred never to be referred to with Takami, not that most people knew that, had his real name known to a small, select group. There was Rado Tokoyami, his primary handler in the HPSC and the man that basically watched him grow up. There's also Madam President Imamura. There were a few others, but they never referred to him as Kigo. Just Hawks. And then there was Kana Tsutsumi, or as most would know her, Lady Nagant. She is what Hawks would have become had the previous administration in the HPSC been allowed to stay in power. Once a pro-hero with a quirk that allowed her to turn her arm into an actual rifle, she became the president's personal assassin, carrying out targeted killings of villains, and heroes, too, when they became critical of the current administration. She went to the cusp of insanity and shot the commission's president, but now, the public believes she was killed by a villain. The commission, meanwhile, has a standing order to find her. They never did, even after 6 years. Right now, though, she was standing beside his hospital bed, her vibrant purple hair now dyed a dull black. And her face, well, it was completely different. Kigo didn't even know who the strange woman standing beside his hospital bed was until she peeled her face off. Well, a silicon mask, that is. Kana? What are you doing here? Ow, Kigo winced as he felt a pulse of pain from his shoulder. It was not completely healed, then. Visiting you, what else? Kana replied. Sheesh, you really got yourself hurt this time, huh? Kigo got up on the bed, besides the point. The old man and I didn't help you get to China just for you to come back. You're lucky most of the old guard is dead, but there are still those who would like to drag you in if they ever found you. What, I can't visit a friend just because I'm a wanted woman? Kana quietly muttered. The part where she shot the previous president for ordering her to carry out one unjust assassination after another went unsaid. She was lucky, then, that other people within the commission knew that the current establishment was unjust. They helped her get to China, and start anew. Should she have shot the president? Maybe, maybe not. That's the past now. Okay. How did you even get here? Through the window, the woman lazily motioned with her head toward the open window. This is the 32nd floor. How did you get up here? Parkour. Kigo could only put a hand over his face and let out an all-suffering sigh. I guess, it's really nice of you to come visit, but you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't even be in Japan. He would ask how she even got back in, but between the silicon mask and hair dye, as well as the country just falling into disarray in recent days, it was probably really easy. I just wanted to see how you were doing, Kana sighed. Your battle was broadcasted to the world, if you didn't know. You had a DMN spear through the shoulder, all the while you were trying to get Endeavor out with a villain about to turn you to paste. I saw it all happen on live TV. I guess I'll have to thank that red-headed punk for saving you, but I don't even know who it is. Oh, you wouldn't believe it if I told you the real story behind that, Kigo chuckled. Yes, it was a shock that his 2 work-study ments were involved with an elven mage from another world, who in turn was accompanied by a purple-haired mage apprentice, and a red-haired Bishounen with a fat axe. But it was interesting, if nothing else. Anyway, you should go out soon. I can hear my kids coming down the hallway. It was nice seeing you again. I trust that you have been doing well over there. I'm seeing someone, actually, Kigo blinked at that. It was unexpected. See you, then. Kana put her silicon mask back on and proceeded to the window. Take care. You too, Kigo nodded. Just as Kana had begun running over the nearby rooftops, the door to his hospital room burst open, revealing his 2 work-study ments. Oh, and Dark Shadow. Hawk-sensei. Dark Shadow flew toward Kigo and wrapped him in his claws. Are you well? Dark Shadow, cease squeezing the man, you know he is injured. Tokoyami ordered. Meanwhile, Midoriya just chuckled at the sight. Nothing I can't recover from, Kigo replied, though he knew well that the catastrophic damage his shoulder endured from Sabu's javelin meant that he won't be able to wield a sword with his right arm anymore, or do anything strenuous with that arm anymore, really. How about you 3? Step on in. Nizu beckoned Frieren and Denken to the elevator, the only one that survived the attack on UA completely intact and functional. So, there was no danger of it suddenly breaking into a free fall. The rat cave awaits. I wonder what kind of spells those earth mages had, Denken wondered out loud. He knew well that those mages were able to create a spell that could summon beings from an entirely different dimension. That spoke of a high level of mastery in visualizing the fabric of space and time. In addition, there were also stealth spells and a spell that could turn air into a blade, if unworthy all-seeing was indeed using the human magic of this world in conjunction with his own demonic scrying magic. A spell that could greatly reduce one's magic signature, if only for a short time. It would probably be one of the most dangerous spells for mages to possess. Fern would most certainly become even harder to combat, as the girl is already a master of hiding her presence. Too bad Ciri probably can't make use of it, though. Her mana is probably simply too gigantic for a spell to completely hide. It would be like trying to hide a bonfire with a sheet of cloth. Let's find out, shall we? Frieren smirked as the elevator came to a stop. As they stepped out of the elevators, the two mages would be ushered into a truly enormous library. However, instead of the hardbound grimoires that any mage of the modern era would be familiar with, there were instead rows upon rows of scrolls and stone tablets. They were kept within glass containers, LED lights illuminating the magical literature for all to see. Scrolls and stone tablets weren't the only magical artifacts present, either. Artifacts like witch pots for mixing magical ingredients, spheres that capture mana for later use, a levitating cloak and a staff that's also a spear were but some of the items present. In the center of the room was a clay golem with a scroll in its mouth, standing as a silent sentinel over all of Nizu's collection. "You are the first to visit this place in a long time," Nizu began. Denken looked around, wondering which spells would be useful for his future quest, while Frieren wanted to acquire every spell present. "Here, I have gathered everything that I could find. It is the least I could do to ensure the legacy of my master's order is preserved. Look at all these treasure." Tee-hee. While Denken had always known that Frieren loved collecting grimoires and magical items, whether or not they were good, he didn't know just how enthusiastic she would look when faced with a veritable treasure trove like this. The ancient elf mage was, within mere seconds, sitting in front of a mound of trinkets and artifacts. She held up what looked like to be a small, metal vase, gazing upon the simple object with much wonder. Nizu simply chuckled at the sight. Denken couldn't figure out what that vase was for. Maybe for mixing magical ingredients together? After all, that's how potions are made. With this, it will be so much easier to make potions, Frieren giggled as she placed the vase down. "What kind of potions, Frieren?" Denken asked. He was currently looking at one of the many scrolls Nizu had in his vast library. Apparently, this scroll was for learning a spell that would allow one to expel worms from their digestive system. In an era where proper sanitation and medicine did not exist, this spell was probably exceedingly useful, if not a little gross to think about. Priests could use goddess magic to help cure indigestion and expel parasites, but if a party didn't have a priest and then proceeded to eat something unsavory, then they were in for big trouble. However, something like this probably wouldn't be too needed in this world as it is right now. Technology was advanced, the sanitation here, never mind that Japan had just begun rebuilding from a destructive war, is in levels that even the most high of nobles could dream of, and cars. Those metal horseless coaches are excellent in traveling long distances. Oh, and trains. What if trains could be powered with mana? Denken could only imagine what kind of revolutionary advances would occur if even just a fragment of the technology of this world were to be leaked to his own. As for Frieren, she had just given Denken a wry smirk. The old imperial mage could only guess what she was thinking. It better not be anything strange. I see, you do that, then. Denken nodded and went towards one of the stone tablets. He rubbed at his beard as he read the simple magic inscribed on it. While it was written in Sumerian, Denken possessed a spell that could translate any language as long as they have heard it or seen it. So did Frieren. If they didn't have that spell, they wouldn't be able to talk with anyone in this world. It would have been difficult, just communicating. Though it can't translate ancient Elvish for some reason. I see, this is a spell for instantly sharpening any bronze tool. Including weapons. Denken read the line where the blades of chariot wheels were included. Well, that is certainly horrifying to imagine. Well, these mages do come from the Bronze Age, Nizu helpfully added as he sat on a nearby ledge. Tell me what else you find. A spell for taking an object from another world? Denken had moved on to yet another tablet, this time one with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics as its text. It seems that these mages have been aware about other dimensions for some time before they summoned Ciri's disciple. It made sense, really, to create a spell that could pull a person from another world. There needed to be something simpler for it to be based on. In effect, a foundation of knowledge and technique that would be built upon to accomplish a greater goal than the last one that was already achieved. This spell, though, apparently needs a magic circle, like the one that was used to bring Frieren and all the other denizens of the old world here, in order to work. It even needed specific materials to be in the circle to work. Apparently, it had to be sand and salt. Denken then took a moment to look up at the golem in the center of the room. It wasn't like the golems Lernan made. This one was an ornate metal statue, with the sculpted head of man and the body of a lion. Gold plating and precious gemstones studded its body, mostly around the head. The forearms terminated in sharp claws of bronze, while the eyes were multicolored kaleidoscopes of tiny gems placed together. A golem, it seems that the magic of our two worlds has more things in common. Ah, that? Nizu turned to Denken. That's a sphinx. It's the last of its kind. Though without mana to animate it, it's just, well, a statue. You don't happen to know anyone who would be thrilled to have a golem like that? What sort of function did this golem perform? Now it was Frieren asking a question, as she touched the shiny metallic sheen of the Sphinx golem's form. The face looks uncanny. I believe it was used to protect a tomb, Nizu replied. However, that tomb was destroyed by the demonic invasion, and so were the golems protecting it. Except for this one, which I found and excavated in Egypt a few years back. Oh, I see. Frieren recalled how golems were created by the unified empire back in the heyday of humanity's dominion in her world. Flam built a cooking golem herself, which made the best meals with precision and efficiency. Though this particular golem was, as Frieren said earlier, uncanny to look at, least of all because its face was so close to that of a human. Things that were not human, and yet had the face of humans? Frieren found them unnerving. Or, in the case of demons, she simply wished for their extermination. It felt both like an eternity and mere moments in the library. Frieren hungrily devoured the knowledge from the scrolls and tablets, not caring whether or not the spells they contained were useful for anything but the most mundane of things. She would have taken all the artifacts there if only it wasn't possible to fit them all through the elevator. As for Denken, he searched for more combat-oriented spells. Unlike Frieren, he did not have all the time in the world. And he had a goal in mind. This was an opportunity like no other. Elves or other long-lived races did not exist in this world, so the chances of a spell requiring a century to learn was nil. After all, he had entered the first-class mage exam and passed it, obtaining the curse reversal spell, Mistelzia, from Ciri. It was the same spell he used to reflect Pyronicon's explosive curse back onto him, making him burn and melt from the inside out. It will also be the same spell Denken will use as a trump card in his upcoming battle, one that he had spent years preparing for. Soon, he will be fighting the last of the 7 sages of destruction of the old world, Mocht. And soon, he will be fighting in hopes that Mocht would undo the curse that he had inflicted upon Denken's home city. Anything that might help him defeat the demon, he will obtain and learn. The cards of that battle will always be stacked against him, regardless. Pyronicon, Dishret, Nakaru, and Sabu may have more mana than Mocht, but they have no real combat experience against equal opponents. Their skills had waned as they quietly sat in silence in the shadows of the world, and then proceeded to die one by one in battles that their foes dictated. Mocht, however, was surely to still be a lethal combatant in a place that he had been accustomed to for nearly 80 years. Anyone who isn't Ciri is surely going to have a very difficult time killing him. Ciri already had the opportunity to do so, after all. It's just that her apprentices wanted to keep Mocht alive on the off chance that he could reverse his curse on those he afflicted. And so alive he remains, imprisoned within an impenetrable barrier. How is it that a curse that turns things to gold was far, far, far more difficult to fight than another curse that makes things melt and explode? Ah right. Mocht can reverse Diagal's on himself. Pyronicon couldn't. He was too busy melting into his constituent parts to bring himself back to normal. As those thoughts fluttered within Denken's mind, he read through scrolls and tablets, though he mostly stuck to the titles as he was looking for useful spells. If he was a little less competent, he'd have lost track of time. However, it took somewhere around 15 minutes for him to find something truly interesting. Frieren, Denken was now reading over a scroll written in ancient Greek. Look at this. It is the spell for creating and maintaining a gateway between worlds. This must have been the spell that inadvertently allowed the demons to attack this world. Let me see. Frieren walked over to look at the scroll. Nizu stood on the table, reading as well. We should take this with us when we leave. On the off chance that Unwar might find and take it. If he comes to our world? He will become exceedingly dangerous, even more so than now. Denken nodded. A demon that studies human magic is an anomaly amongst a species that is normally completely incurious about things. Demons don't usually care to study. A demon does that cannot be ignored. If the demon began studying magic in the old world, he could become a massive threat. Perhaps even more dangerous than Mocht, if he is given enough time to amass knowledge and strength. As such, he would either have to remain trapped here, or be killed. Very well, then. Now, Frieren stood up. I still remember how my master taught me. Do you remember yours? I do, Denken nodded. I can't ever forget. After all, Denken thought, Mocht was a good teacher, if nothing else. Hey, he's waking up. Get Shoto. The last thing Enji could remember was pain. Loads and loads of pain. 100 thunderbolts had stricken him at the same time. However, there was a reason why he called himself Endeavor. He was all about hard work and enduring the worst the world had to throw at him, which just happened to include a demon that could unleash a horde of flying clones. The other thing Enji could recall as he blinked his eyes open was heat. Immense, blinding heat. He remembered, unleashing the most powerful attack that he had ever done. What was it? Plus Ultra, Prominence Burn, Supernova? Ah, right. Enji made that demon experience the temperature of the sun, and then some. Painfully, he got up from his bed, blinking at the bright white lights overhead. The pain all over his body was still there, but it was dull and muted. Whether he was mostly healed, or had been a huge amount of painkillers or affected by someone's painkiller quirk, he had no idea yet. Instead, he slowly looked around. To his right was a window, where the bright morning sun shone from the east, beckoning him to a new beginning. On the windowsill itself was a vase with blue flowers. The same flowers Ray liked so much. Wait, Ray? She's here? Enji turned to his left. There, Ray was quietly sitting on a couch, dark circles under her eyes indicating that she had been up all night. Natsuo had just rushed out of the room, while Fuyumi was running towards him. Shoto, well, Natsuo was presumably fetching him. Dad. You're awake. Enji froze at that child's voice. He could never forget it. How could he, after everything that had happened? He felt something small impact against his gigantic shoulder, sobbing and weeping. He looked down, and saw a familiar head of white hair. Tituya? Enji croaked. It's me, Dad. You were asleep for too long. He couldn't believe it. He knew that Tuya was alive, that's for sure. The entire family knew. But he wasn't a child anymore. He had become the murderous villain, Dabi. So who is this? This boy looked like Tuya. He sounded like Tuya. And he definitely acted like Tuya, at least when he was a child. He already had white hair, so by this age, he'd already have awakened his fire quirk. Enji could estimate that he was maybe 8 years old, so his age as of now pointed to a time when his training hadn't started yet. Enji could remember that he first began training Tuya's quirk when he was 9, and then he discovered his weakness to his own fire when he was, and then, he died at age or so it would seem. Am I dead? Enji muttered, wondering if this was the afterlife. If it was, then the only regret he had was not being better. No, Dad, you're still alive. Fuyumi wiped a tear that trickled down her cheek. It's good to see you up again. Enji looked down at Tuya. He wasn't sure if this child was real or not. Was he hallucinating? Were the painkillers that the doctors gave him too strong? Or was he actually already in the afterlife? But, how? It is quite the story. Ray walked forward and held the still crying Tuya on his shoulders. She handed Enji a piece of paper, where she had written about the circumstances that led to Dabi being turned back into Tuya. After all, it would do Tuya no good, for now, to know about everything. He could learn everything about Dabi and so on in a later date. But for now, let's just say that we have a second chance. Rewind? Shoto's classmate's sister? Enji quietly read the paper Ray gave him. He'd have to thank that girl for bringing Tuya back to the family. Perhaps he could shower her family with cash as thanks. I see. Enji turned his gaze back towards Tuya, who looked up to him with wonder. Tuya, Enji spoke softly. It was something he had very rarely done before. Dad? I missed you so much. Young Tuya would be surprised, again, as Enji scooped him up and hugged him hard. Dad, Mom? Can I ask something? Yes, Tuya? Ray asked. Being here was both painfully awkward, given her divorce with Enji, but it was also making her want to cry tears of joy. She had been with the son she thought dead for years for about 12 hours now, and yet she still couldn't believe it was happening. So, you haven't answered me yet. Why are Natsuo and Fuyumi old now? Aren't I older than them? Well, you were struck by a villain's quirk. You were transported across space and time. Shoto. That works for now. Father, Shoto closed the door behind him as Natsuo sat down on a nearby chair. Father? Displaced across time? What? Tuya looked like his head was going to explode. Also, who are you? I am Shoto Todoroki, your youngest brother. Technically, Shoto kneeled down to be eye level with his older but also younger brother. And yes, you were displaced across time. Such quirks are rare, but they do exist. So, I disappeared? For a few years. Yes. The family kind of broke apart after that, Natsuo added. They had, after all, collectively decided to give Tuya a story that's close enough to the truth, but not exactly it. The Todoroki family did become hell after Tuya's apparent death, that much was true. So that's why. Mom, Natsuo, and Fuyumi looked like they saw a ghost. Tuya looked down. You all thought I died? Frankly, how else were they going to explain it? We did, Fuyumi replied. But what's important is that you're back. We missed you so much, Tuya. Well, I think you know what this means. What, Tuya? Natsuo asked. Tuya started a mischievous chuckle. I'm the one that keeps us all together, huh? That means I'm the most important person in this family. Ah, there was that. The mischievous child that was once the pride and joy of the Todoroki household. Shoto would have to give kudos to Midoriya for helping him plan out this web of white lies. I definitely will, Enji let out a snort. This is truly a second chance. This time, Enji will do everything to make Tuya feel loved. That is, except for training his quirk. That did not end well. It would not end well. Filling his head with dreams is what led to the mess with this family to begin with. Enji, however, didn't have much other than the hero world to share with Tuya, and he knew just how well that went. The boy needed to be interested in anything else other than the one profession that needed him to train his quirk. Enji's eyes settled on his two older children. Perhaps Natsuo can interest Tuya in the medical field? Either way, there was something he needed to know. How did the battle go after I lost consciousness, Shoto? Enji asked his now second youngest son. Yours went relatively well. So did mine, Shoto replied. The part where Dabi got turned back into Tuya went unsaid. The battle against All for One, though, it was costly. Define costly, Enji narrowed his eyes. Just what kind of losses did the hero suffer in the hands of that dastardly villain? That battlefield is now a radioactive crater because All for One was a sore loser, Shoto answered. Though all my classmates and friends there survived, many other heroes did not. Enji could only weakly nod at that. No one ever said that the fight would be easy, but at least the children are safe. I see. Oh, and is Hawks all right? He is. Why? Nothing. It is simply concern. Well, it wasn't just concern for the young number 3 hero. Enji heard and remembered everything he said when he was trying to drag his bulky form away from the battlefield. He found it surreal that the same man whose first official interaction with Enji was making fun of him just also happened to greatly, secretly admire him. Hawks is a true, bona fide Endeavor fan. And, it felt nice? But at the same time, it gnawed at him. I'm not the great man he thinks I am, Enji thought. And yet? Oh. I'm sorry about your dad, Midoriya. Izuku couldn't help but be reminded of Frieren when Hawks went ahead and patted his head. They had just finished discussing the results of their respective battles in the final operation against All for One and the Salem 7. Telling his work-study mentor about how his father was turned into the first high-end Nomu and then into a nuclear bomb turned out as much as he expected. Hawks was quite sympathetic, though Izuku could tell that he was being reminded about something at the mention of a father. That being said, he still had no idea what Hawk's backstory was. Maybe it was because he never asked? It's okay, Hawk-sensei, I was prepared for an eventuality like that, Izuku lied, while the possibility was dancing around his head. He was quite sure that he would be able to save his dad. All for One turning his Nomu into walking nuclear weapons upon his death just didn't factor in Izuku's calculations. Nevertheless, that conversation he had with his mother had helped. But thank you. Besides, it was hard for Izuku to feel much of any sadness, at least the kind of sadness that wasn't mostly stuck to the back of his head, when Dark Shadow had once again wrapped himself around Hawks despite Fumikage's protests. Your quirk is really sweet, isn't he? Hawks teased an increasingly embarrassed Fumikage. He gave Dark Shadow head pats, making the sentient quirk purr. Apologies, Hawk-sensei, Fumikage looked away, as if that would do anything to help. Sometimes he is just like that. I wish he doesn't stop being like that, Izuku chuckled. Right, Hawk-sensei? Yep. Hawks let out another chuckle. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only person you'll be visiting today. Who else is on the list? Oh, well, quite a few, actually, Izuku replied. Aizawa-sensei and Manuel would be there if not for the fact that Eri had personally called Yue's contact number using Inko's phone and asked if she could help those two get their eyes back. In classic Nizu fashion, that request was granted, and so the two eyeless pro heroes were currently being brought to Shiketsu so that Eren would rewind their eyes back, though once the deed was done, she will take a while to recharge her quirk's energy. That left just two people, really, Denki, who was probably going to be cleared soon after recovering from the nasty stab wounds Unwar gave him, and All Might, who was apparently still unconscious. Come on, now, go ahead. Hawks would have pushed them if the result wasn't his shoulder feeling like it was on fire. But they needed no pushing, so they left Hawk's hospital room and entered the adjacent corridor. "Hey, guys!" Just as the two had stepped outside, Denki was there to greet them. Instead of a hospital gown, he was now wearing a white t-shirt with a big yellow thunderbolt stickered on the front. He also wore a pair of shorts and flip-flops. Beside him was Kyoka, who looked like she hadn't slept for a day. Knowing what happened, she probably didn't. "I didn't know you'd come here." "Denki." Izuku walked over to the electric user and hugged him, gently, so as to not disturb what was probably still a tender wound, or scar. "You're already discharged? Oh, and Kyoka, you look absolutely terrible," Fumikage completed the sentence for him. Kyoka looked a little offended, though again, she can't really deny it. "When I found out what happened, the first thing I did last night was go here." Kyoka twiddled her thumbs together. "Thanks, by the way, for bringing him to safety. It is what friends are for, right?" Fumikage nodded at the girl. "Yeah, if not for you, All Might and I would have probably been goners." Denki laughed, as if the whole thing about nearly dying was a laughing matter. "Though, I gotta tell you, I'm really lucky. I got stabbed through the liver, apparently. Lost a lot of blood." Izuku couldn't help but gasp. The liver was the absolutely worst place to get stabbed through besides the head, because, well, it would be hard to continue surviving with a sword through one's brain. "That's not even Recovery Girl could help me. She said that if she used her quirk on me, I'd run out of stamina and die. I was super tired at that point, after all." Denki continued. "But this guy, named Sane or something, used his healing on me and fixed me up. Then I just needed a blood transfusion, which wasn't too hard because someone with them has a blood production quirk, plus plenty of rest afterward, and now I'm discharged." Izuku couldn't help but hug him again. "I'm glad." "Hee hee," Denki chuckled as he patted Izuku at the back. "Dude, are you crying?" "I'm not." "You are," Kyoka dryly pointed out. "Ugh, fine, I'm just so happy he's okay, okay? Anyway, let's go see All Might, then," Denki said as he began walking off with Kyoka close in tow, while Fumikage and Izuku followed behind them. "I'm sort of responsible for saving his life, you know. It's just, can you imagine that All Might is actually a scrawny guy like that?" "Well," Izuku scratched the back of his head. "I, kinda knew already." "You what?" Denki turned around like he had been betrayed. "You already knew All Might was like that? Not always big and strong." Izuku and Fumikage exchanged glances. "It's a long story," Fumikage replied in lieu of Izuku, who was still trying to think of a response. "For now, let us see how our teacher is doing." When they arrived in the corridor near All Might's hospital room, it was mostly as expected. Sir Night-Eye was there, of course, standing in the middle of the hallway. Mirio was probably inside the room itself, looking over the battered All Might as he recovered. However, Izuku didn't expect Stars and Stripes to be here as well, talking with Sir Night-Eye about All Might and All Might stuff. As far as he knew, she probably would have already returned to the reunited states, leaving the job of helping to rebuild Japan to lower-ranked pro-heroes and contractors. However, now that he saw her, standing right here and now, she was probably anxious about All Might's condition. That, and she was probably also going to help rebuild the country. The most striking thing about Stars and Stripes was that she was no longer wearing her signature costume with the golden pauldrons and all. Instead, the world's most powerful woman, Frieren, didn't count as she wasn't from this world, wore a red, yellow, and blue shirt that was probably some kind of All Might merchandise. Probably a very expensive item, too. She also wore some casual jeans and black rubber shoes, making it look like she was just going on a casual stroll to the mall, a casual stroll where she'd tower over everyone else, anyway. She was also as huge as ever, her enormous, bulging musculature visible from underneath her shirt. Her blonde hair was, as always, arranged in 8 large tufts that trailed behind her like a cape would. She also looked pretty serious, at least until she saw Izuku. "Hey, kid. Nice to see you again." No sooner had Izuku entered the general vicinity when Stars and Stripes had already noticed him there. Sir Night-Eye also turned around to look over at Izuku with a neutral expression, though that was just Sir Night-Eye being, well, Sir Night-Eye. Stars and Stripes barreled forward. Izuku expected her to go ahead and extend a handshake, but to his surprise, the gigantic woman instead picked him up and held him aloft. He couldn't help but remember the time he held Tenya up so that crowds of panicking students would see him, 2 years ago. So, this is what it feels like when he levitates someone. Figures. Denki could barely stifle a chuckle at the sight, even the sleep-deprived Kyoka was about to laugh alongside him. Fumikage, meanwhile, looked away, his shoulders shaking as he tried his best to keep his composure. "Stars and Stripes sensei, you're not going back to America yet?" Izuku asked, trying hard not to focus on the fact that the woman was holding him up. Why would I when my master is still down? Stars and Stripes laughed. She took in the sight of the boy that took his internship with her, noticing how he was so much taller than how he was 2 years ago. Wow, you're heavier and bigger than the last time I saw you. Did you stick to the workout routine I gave you? I try my best, Izuku replied. It was amazing how Stars and Stripes was holding him like he weighed no more than a feather. And, sure, he is still the third shortest boy in Class 2A, but he wasn't exactly small anymore. Fumikage and Mineta, on the other hand, looked like they couldn't get much taller than they already were. Unfortunately, their quirks, by their very nature, were hogging energy that would otherwise go to the growing process. In Izuku's mind, though, this just meant that it's easier for him to give Fumi and Dark Shadow head pats. And yet still just as adorable. It's like I'm holding up a kitten. Now Denki laughed, Kyoka snickering beside him. Ha 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 ha. Izuku, a kitten. Ha 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 ha. Why does everyone call me cute? Izuku let out a sigh as Stars and Stripes let him back down on the floor. I'm 17 already. I'm not like that anymore. Probably. I wonder about that sometimes as well, Fumikage muttered beside him. In my opinion, you are very plain looking, Izuku looked at him in mock offense. Though I am sure that in a few years, some would be seeking to have children with him. How do you manage to roast and compliment me in the same sentence? Izuku asked. I simply do. Well, Stars and Stripes shrugged. That's just what I think. Anyway, her tone shifted to a more serious one. As for the man himself? All Might is drifting in and out of consciousness. He's not out of the woods yet, but Chain Lightning's efforts to revive his heart bought him precious time. Who is that, anyway? He's standing right in front of you, Izuku pointed at Denki, who had just stopped laughing as he realized that he now bore the brunt of Stars and Stripes' attention. Stars and Stripes, meet Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning, meet Stars and Stripes. Now it was Denki's turn to look up at the enormous woman. He was a little flustered. After all, it's not every day that you would stand face to face with America's #1 hero. I must thank you for saving my master's life, Chain Lightning. Without you, he might have perished, nay, he would have died without you there. You suffered greatly in the process, and yet you persevered. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Well, no need to thank me, really. Just doing my job as a hero in training. Denki tried to wave her off. Dude, just let her thank you, Kyoka nudged him on the shoulder. Izuku crossed his arms together, closed his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Fumikage just nodded. Denki scratched the back of his head. I just knew that I could save him. Or at least, I was going to try my best to do so. And, well, it paid off. Getting stabbed is no biggie. It's not like I haven't been stabbed before, oof. Denki then found himself wrapped in Stars and Stripes' enormous arms. She had taken extra care not to hug him too hard, as she knew well that he was injured in the battle as well. Truly, I am grateful, Stars and Stripes tearfully said as she patted his back. Denki gave his friends a thumbs up. He was being hugged by Stars and Stripes, of all people. Izuku would have thought Kyoka might have felt a little jealous, but no, she was amused at the sight, even if she was sleep-deprived and could barely keep her eyes open. You're welcome, ma'am. Denki replied. Stars and Stripes then wiped at her eyes as she let him go. Oh my, are you okay? No, something just got in my eye, the woman replied. She then straightened her posture and turned her attention to Fumikage. The bird-headed boy could only gulp as the gigantic woman looked over toward him. And you're Tsukuyomi, right? I am, Fumikage answered, knowing full well what was approaching. You brought my master and your friend here to safety, Stars and Stripes continued. I thank you too for that. I was simply doing my part as part of the operation against All for One, Fumikage nodded at her, though your thanks is acknowledged. Stars and Stripes chuckled at that. I'm just so glad to know that the kids my master is teaching are such great heroes in the making. I foresee that after you kids graduate, you'll be some of the best heroes this world has ever seen. Keep up the good work, alright? We definitely will, Izuku beamed up at her. The woman patted his shoulders in response, a bright smile on her face. That would be when the door to All Might's hospital room opened. Mirio came out, and though he was surprised for a moment that Izuku and his friends were here, he instead delivered his news. Everyone! All Might's waking up. I can no longer feel the fire within me, Nana, Toshinori drawled. Over the few weeks that he had held float and thus, Nana Shimura's vestige, he had learned, through sheer force of will, to reshape the sunless realm that was the vestige landscape into something more palatable. Now, he and his master were sitting opposite one another in his mindscape's version of the rooftop where they first met. He could still remember what happened that day, when he was trying to defend himself from a group of thugs with nothing but a metal pipe. And then, the pro-hero Floatai, a nobody from somewhere in the top 1,000 or so, came up and beat those thugs into SBMSN. It was then and there where the story of All Might first began. The last embers of One for All and you have really burnt out, huh? Nana said. The mindscape had molded Toshinori back into his middle schooler appearance, which was, in hindsight, rather impressive either way. For a 14-year-old, he was absolutely huge. Nana was in her pro-hero costume, the same way she was when they first met. Well, that just means that it had fulfilled its purpose. All for One has gone through the united efforts of heroes and mages. Mages, huh? To think that my student is using a power that an elf from another dimension taught him, Toshinori let out a chuckle. The fact that All for One's petty evil, his malice, his cruelty, and monstrous approach to the world was all spawned by the fact that he was inspired by the actions of actual demons from another dimension is rather poetic. It's fitting, really, that the self-proclaimed demon lord modeled himself after actual demons. I wonder if you were a little more into the occult? Could you have become more like your student? Nana pondered out loud. Imagine you as a magic user. You'd be the most buffed-out mage in existence. Toshinori recalled all the feats his student and his elven master had displayed so far. Black holes, beams of magical death, hellfire, spells of binding, changing the taste of things, the list was long and arduous. But he was glad that those were in the side of what's good and just. Well, I would probably use magic that lets me punch harder, the blonde man laughed. Yoichi would call that, I cast fist, Nana smiled, remembering the conversations she had with the first user of One for All. He said he used to read something called wizard posting. I think it was an internet forum, the spells the people there have thought up are a little terrifying to imagine. Oh, what else can be more terrifying than a fist barreling at someone at the speed of sound? Yoichi mentioned something about a theoretical spell that would close a butt crack, followed by one that causes intense diarrhea. Nana started chuckling. Oh my, Toshinori covered his mouth and began snickering. That sounds disgusting. But if I had that magic, I would have used it on All for One. Exactly. Nana laughed. All for One is full of shit, anyway. And now he's dead, you better sheet on his ashes for me, alright? Heh, Toshinori could barely stop himself from laughing. I still miss speaking with you, Nana. The feeling is mutual, Nana nodded. But think you should wake up now, Nana sighed. I believe the people around you have been worried enough already. Besides, we'll be talking again when you go to sleep. I want to hear all about the world, and your kids. Oh, you have anyone in mind, Toshinori? No. Hot DMN. It's been 40 years and you still haven't found someone to spend the remainder of your life with? Well, I suppose with your retirement, you'll be free to start looking. I recommend that dating app, Heroes and Sidekicks. Nana, I'm not downloading that app. Your loss. Very well. I really think it's time for you to go. Yes, of course. See you later, Nana. Later, Toshi. All Might. The first thing Toshinori saw when he opened his eyes was Mirio's worried face bearing down on him. How do you feel? Like I've gone through the valley of the shadow of death, but right now, I believe I am quite well, Toshinori groaned as he tried to sit up on the bed, only to completely fail as he fell back down on his back. He looked around, seeing that there were quite a few people in his hospital room. There was Mirio sitting beside his bed, while Sir Night-Eye was standing just a few inches behind him. Stars and Stripes, dressed in casual wear, stood a little over to the back of the room, while several of his students in Class 2A were clustered near the door. It is good to see you, young Togata, Mirai, Kathleen. Young Midoriya, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Jiro, it is also good to see you well. Thank God, Mirio sighed. You gave us a real scare back there, Toshi. Kathleen approached the bed where Toshinori was still lying down. But it's good to see you awake and alive. What happened, anyway? Toshinori asked. I can't remember much between All for One striking me with a beam and now. I just know that All for One is dead. Kaminari here restarted your heart, Mirio answered. While Tokoyami flew the two of you to safety. The two of us? Toshinori tried to sit up on the bed, this time succeeding. He looked over at the electric blonde. Young Kaminari, what happened to you that you would need to be flown to safety? I kind of got stabbed in the back. Kaminari scratched the back of his head. It's okay, now though. Forgive me. Toshinori instantly bowed his head in a manner that reminded the second years of that one Shiketsu student that would destroy the concrete with his head by bowing too hard. I was stricken by indecision and shock at that time by one of All for One's taunts. If I had not been so foolish, I wouldn't have been knocked out and thus you wouldn't have needed to risk yourself in such a manner. It is my fault that you were injured so severely. It's nothing, ow. Denki jumped as one of Kyoka's jacks lightly jabbed him on the shoulder. What was that for? That wasn't nothing, Denki, the girl snapped at him. Do you know how worried I was? Very? Very. So don't downplay it. Yeah, of course, right. Unfortunately, Sir Night-Eye added, All for One was a sore loser. He turned all of the Nomu in the rice fields into nuclear bombs. Less than half of the heroes that were deployed to fight there were able to survive. Less than half? Toshinori fell back on the bed. That is terrible, his eyes then flashed in realization. Mirai, the hero students that were present, are they all right? If any of them died, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. All of our friends are okay, All Might Sensei, Izuku spoke up next. Don't worry about us. Though Edshot is gone, Denki sighed. He was a good man, Toshinori recalled the few times he'd interacted with Edshot. His loss will be sorely felt. So, does this mean you're retiring? Stars and Stripes then asked. I don't think you can do much when you look like a stiff breeze is all it's going to take to push you over. Besides, you're like 60 at this point. I'm afraid so, Toshinori let out a regretful sigh. However, I am sure that after I have faded away from the public eye, society will still be in good hands. He scanned the room, fixing his gaze mainly on his successor and the second-year students gathered there. Over the last year, I have learned that it is better for many to share the great burden of society rather for one man to carry it all. With Mirio splitting off the 7 quirks within One for All, that had become true in a literal sense. The burden of that quirk had become too heavy to bear, too great for any one person to sustain without dying in the process. And so it was divided. So, Toshinori continued, my greatest hope now is that others will follow my example. And as I see it, he looked at the second-year hero students, some of you already are. I know that a new era of peace is coming soon. And you will be the ones to herald that new era. All Might, Mirio began to weep. I won't let you down. No, young Togata, you must not let yourself down, Toshinori patted his head. And also? I'm not All Might anymore. Just Toshinori Yagi. He then leaned back on the bed. I suppose this can be considered the announcement of my retirement. We'll make sure to honor your legacy, All Might. Izuku spoke up again. If this is indeed the beginning of an age of peace and prosperity, Fumikage followed, then we will do everything to preserve it. Yeah, what they said, Denki added. Toshinori smiled. I'm glad to know that. My students are truly amazing, aren't they, Kathleen, Mirai? That would be when the door slammed open, again. A small old man with a yellow and white hero costume stepped inside in rhythm with the thumping sound his cane made as it impacted the floor. It was a haunting, thumping noise, and Toshinori froze in fear. Izuku could only wonder just who this senile-looking old man was as he entered the hospital room without so much as knocking. He was tiny, like Recovery Girl, though he was probably taller when he was younger. The thing that struck him the most was the fact that All Might looked like he was genuinely afraid of the dainty little old man, even if the senior citizen's appearance made it appear like he'd fall over and die if he were to be lightly tapped. Toshinori, you absolute moron! The old man yelled as he flew up into mid-air and landed on the foot of All Might's bed. I told you not to fall for that BSDRD's taunts, no matter what they are. And now you're on the edge of your life. Who's this sassy old man? Denki asked. That's Gran Torino, Stars and Stripes answered. He may look like he's supposed to be in a retirement home, but he's actually pretty strong. For an old man, that is. Gran Torino, like the car? Izuku wondered out loud. You're lucky that those 2 kids were there to save you. Gran Torino continued berating All Might, completely ignoring everyone else in the room. Also, you never visit. What, were you going to visit me when I'm already dead? That's not Dash. Is he? All Might's father, or something? Izuku asked as he watched Gran Torino continue ripping into All Might's personality flaws, as well as his apparent refusal to ever visit the old man. Honestly, it was a little amusing, like watching a grandparent scold their grandchild. Izuku never experienced something like that. No, he is not. Night-Eye was the one to answer him. He was All Might's mentor. He also used to be a homeroom teacher in UA, though that was 40 years ago. Oh? His methods were quite brutal, Night-Eye added. If you were in his place, you would be reduced to a crying heap. That's not a very nice assessment of me, Izuku grumbled. If I was a lesser man with a lesser constitution, I would have died of a heart attack when I found out what happened to you. Gran Torino shouted. Ah, that's just it. Typical worried grandfathers. And, Gran Torino became a little more sober in his tone. She entrusted me with you. It doesn't matter how big and old you get, I will always be worried. I'm sorry, Sorahiko, All Might bowed his head. It's just that the revelation All for One gave to me was so shocking. I know, Gran Torino replied. He looked down too. But now, we're both retired now, huh? It would seem to be that way, All Might nodded. Now, I think I should rest. It was very nice for you all to come and see me. But Japan has to be rebuilt. I want you all to go out there and help it. That would make me very happy. Of course, Sir Knight, I nodded. Come now, everyone. Let us allow him to rest for now. About 5 minutes later, Izuku and his friends had gone down to the hospital's lobby, where they would be riding on one of the several taxis waiting in a line. Thankfully, this part of Japan hasn't been too affected by the war, so cabs and other forms of transportation were more or less functional. So sleepy, Kyoka muttered as Denki and Dark Shadow together kept her from falling asleep on the floor. You shouldn't have waited all night and morning for me to wake up, Denki said as they then piled into a cab. I had to. Where to? The driver asked. He couldn't be seen from behind his rather tall seat. UA High School, please, Izuku said. There weren't a lot of cars on the road, so the traffic wasn't too bad. It didn't even take Kyoka a minute to fall asleep when the 5, Dark Shadow, of them got comfortable in the back seat. She could only sleep soundly on Denki's shoulder, while Dark Shadow wrapped around the two of them like a warm blanket of darkness. Soon enough, both of them had fallen asleep. Wait, the driver stared at his rearview mirror. I know you too. You're Tsukuyami and all Mana, Hawk's interns. Oh, yes, it's us, Izuku chuckled. Fancy meeting you again, the driver replied. You added me on Steam but never invited me to any games. I guess you two aren't gamers, huh? Wait, Izuku looked hard and long at the driver's face using the rearview mirror. He had green, reptilian scales, and purple hair. Spinner69, is that you? That's my gamer tag, but yeah, the driver nodded and looked back toward the road. The taxi began moving towards UA. My real name's Shuichi Iguchi, but I guess between all the people you've been saving, you wouldn't remember my name. No, you're one of the heteromorphs we saved from the Creature Rejection Clan during our first major work-study experience with Hawks, correct? Fumikage asked. Yep, you kinda saved me from getting shot, too, Shuichi replied. I moved here a year ago from the countryside when I figured that a city like Muzutafu would be much nicer to people like me. And, well, that turned out to be true. I even landed a decent job. Got some friends, too. What games do you play, Spinner69? Izuku asked. Shuichi thought about it for a moment. League of Legends, Helldivers 6, World of Warcraft Reforged, and Dungeons and Dragons. That kind of stuff. I don't play any of those, Izuku shook his head. Except for Dungeons and Dragons. The two of us play that. We could invite you to play with us online if you like. I play a mage and he plays a sage, by the way. You kids sure you want a grown but man in your game. Shuichi scoffed. Oh, one of our teachers sometimes joins in, so it's not a big deal. It was a mystery as to why Nizu was even interested in playing, but given that Nizu acts in mysterious ways, Izuku couldn't be bothered to question it. If you say so, Shuichi nodded. Are you sure none of you want to sit in the passenger front seat? You look packed back there. We're fine, Izuku replied. I think, you're fine like this, Fumi? You look, squished? This is completely alright, Fumikage stoically replied despite having very little room to himself, squished against the door as he was. So, what is our next course of action? I suppose we should ask Principal Nizu where we could be placed in order to help, Izuku replied. The agreement we signed said we're only to help the heroes fight the war. Nothing was said about reconstruction. That sounds most prudent, Fumikage nodded. Though I would like to see my parents. When is your mother coming back again? Maybe by the end of this week, Izuku answered. A few days' time wasn't a very specific phrase, after all. I miss her and Eri already, you missing anyone, Iguchi? Me? Shuichi glanced back at them for a moment. Well, no one, really. Parents, siblings? Fumikage asked. We haven't really spoken in a long time. Oh, Izuku looked away. I suppose I won't intrude. Alright, here we are. Shuichi gently pressed the brakes as his taxi finally found its way up to UA's gates. He looked around for a second. The place has been trashed rather badly, the marks of fire and lightning damage visible nearly everywhere. Already, though, pro-heroes and robots were hard at work to rebuild. Buildings had been blown apart, while the wrecks of burnt-out cars lined the streets. Weirdly enough, most of the city was more or less fine. It was just the area around the high school that had been wrecked, and then some. Nearby, a massive dogman lifted up debris, while yet another pro-hero, who Shuichi recognized as Space Hero 13, cleared out piles of rubble by turning them to dust with her black hole quirk. A one-eyed Cementos, an eye patch covering his left eye, was tirelessly reforming the portions of the road that had been destroyed. There were quite a few others, but Shuichi wasn't about to start counting them off. He had rounds to make, money to earn. He supposed that moving people around on a taxi was helpful, too. Up in the sky, he could see a massive airship floating just above the forest that was part of UA's utterly gigantic campus. It was the first time he'd seen anything like it, the first most people around these parts would see something like it, really. However, Shuichi, being the massive gamer nerd he was, recognized that it was a bulk cargo hauler, probably filled to the brim with supplies to help in the reconstruction. The letters USAF Serenity were proudly emblazoned on its hull, while drones went back and forth to bring out crates out of its cavernous cargo hold and down to the ground, presumably for their contents to be distributed. Or used. The lizard man had no idea whether it was mostly food or construction materials, or whatever else. Time for you to, huh? As he looked back at his passengers, he would be treated to a rather, adorable sight, as he saw those 4 kids all fast asleep on the back seat. The blonde one had his purple-haired girlfriend leaning against his shoulder, while he leaned further against the window to the point that part of Shuichi was fearing that he'd break it under his weight. The green-headed kid, meanwhile, leaned back on his seat, peaceful in his slumber. That left the one with the bird head, who dozed off with his arms crossed. Unlike the others, he didn't have his mouth wide open while sleeping. The sight made him sigh. He wished that he had friends like these when he was younger. Well, there was that other mutant with 6 arms, but he hadn't seen him for a very, very long time. That left just the sentient Quirk, who was curled on the rear deck behind the back window. He looked down at his master and his friends, watching over them like a guard dog. What was his name again? Can you? Shuichi glanced at the ticking fare meter, which had already clocked in at about 1,200 yen. The more they sat here, the more gas the taxi consumed, raising the fare even more. Ah, yes. Dark Shadow started by slapping Izuku at the face with his left claw, making the green-haired boy groan. Wake up! Ow, Izuku rubbed his eyes. He could sense some mana signatures being in odd places right now, but he wasn't about to say that in front of the reptilian taxi driver, or Denki, though he did plan to tell the rest of the class about the whole magic thing, eventually. Oh, we're here already? That's going to be 1,250 yen, Shuichi pointed at the fare meter. Right, Izuku yawned while Dark Shadow went ahead and woke the other 3 with him in the back seat one by one. He fished his jacket for his wallet, pulled out several bills, and handed it to the driver. Thanks for the ride, Iguchi-san. We're definitely going to be playing with you in our party soon. Right? Yeah, I guess I will be, Shuichi scratched the back of his head. Part of him was screaming about the fact that he was bound to actually play games with the same kids that saved him from the Creature Rejection Clan's torture, but the other part told the other half to shut up and simply play it cool. I play rogues, by the way. Oh, we do need one, heh. Izuku nodded. Kyoka groaned as she found herself awoken by Dark Shadow's slaps. Denki, for his part, didn't get slaps to the face, instead simply getting his shoulder shaken until he stirred from his sleep. Fumikage, well, one moment he had his eyes closed, and on the next, he had them open. We are thankful for the ride that you have provided, Fumikage began, displaying none of the grogginess his companions had. We were not awakened during the entire trip. For that, I must give my commendations. I am easily woken. How long was it, anyway? Denki yawned. About 30 minutes, Shuichi shrugged. Oh, anyway, thanks. Just doing my job, Shuichi waved them off. Soon enough, the 5 of them were out of the taxi and back into UA's gates. The rebuilding was going quite well, all things considered. The school tower that had been snapped in half was being built back up, while the undamaged towers were having their glass panes replaced with new ones by robots and someone with a glass manipulation quirk. Overhead, the flying cargo hauler reoriented its anti-gravity engines to move away from the campus, having apparently dropped everything it was supposed to drop here. It would either be heading toward another location to supply, or going off to restock somewhere. Kyoka's still sleepy. Izuku looked over at Denki and Kyoka as the latter struggled to even keep her eyes open. He could also sense with mana detection that Frieren and Denken were both underground, in Nizu's lair of all places. That in itself was a little concerning, as one can only guess what the rat was up to. You know, how about the 4 of you go back to the dorms and sleep off the rest of the day? Good idea, Kyoka weakly gave him thumbs up. By this point, she'd had a grand total of about 30 minutes worth of sleep. Not the best amount of rest for someone that had just gone through a battle yesterday, as well as staying awake for an entire night worrying and fretting over Denki. Yeah, the doctor did tell me that I should have a lot of bed rest for the rest of the week, Denki added while glancing at his side, where the wound Unwar gave him was. See you later, then. I concur, Fumikage nodded his head. He also knew how to detect mana, so he knew that Frieren and Denken were down in the rat cave as well. Izuku was probably going to see something about whatever they were doing down there. You will speak to the principal, yes? Yes, I definitely will, Izuku replied. He looked down at his new phone. There also happened to be a message from Nizu calling him over to the rat cave for no reason in particular. Though he had a strong feeling Frieren had something to do with it. The message even said to meet us in the archive chamber. What even was the archive chamber? He'd never been in the rat cave, but it having an archive by itself was a little surprising. With that, he waved his friends goodbye and proceeded to the building under which the rat cave would be located. Before he actually got too far, though, he would spot Fern quietly sitting on a bench, reading a book. Stark was close by, though he was busy being swarmed by a horde of children. Why don't these two just start dating already, Izuku thought as he took in the sight. Good afternoon, Fern. What's going on? Mr. Izuku, Fern glanced at him, before peeking over at Stark, who was too busy running with a girl on his shoulders to notice the purple-haired mage watching him. You have returned from the healing ward? Hospital, but yes, Izuku nodded at the other mage. He peered closer at the book Fern was reading, and realized just what it was. Fern, is that the spell for making people drunk? It is, Fern curtly replied. Mistress Frieren gave it to me. She said that your bird-headed friend gave it to you as a birthday present. Is it true? Well, yes. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Fumi looked for it for about 10 months. It was the only real spell he could find. Most of the spell books in my world are useless forgeries. Which is a shame. 10 months just for one spell, and one that's like this of all things? Fern looked up at him before breaking into a small smile. That is quite admirable. I'd suggest that you use it on Frieren, but she's apparently immune to all kinds of mental magic, so. Izuku shrugged. It's just. I would pay a lot of money to see what a Frieren without inhibitions would look like. Do you? Admittedly, the prospect is quite something to look forward to, Fern chuckled. However, since I cannot use it on Mistress Frieren, I'll have to try it on Mr. Stark, and see what happens. Izuku chuckled. Oh, Frieren already told him of the time when Sane said that these two should just start dating already. He could see very well why the priest would think that. I know that he'll say some very interesting things, Izuku knowingly smirked. Perhaps getting intoxicated could cause Stark to inadvertently make a confession to Fern. Izuku couldn't help but be excited at the prospect. They'd already danced together in a ballroom, after all, when Stark had to pretend to be this nobleman's dead son because they both had red hair and looked quite the same. But again, they're kids raised in isolated environments that have no idea what romance is like. Having a legendary dwarven warrior and a super priest as your father figures doesn't do well for being good at interacting, or understanding. Though, clearly, throughout their journey together, Fern, Stark, and Frieren were learning more about one another. Izuku wondered if he could tag along for a little bit. After all, he can't just leave his own world behind. Especially not when the time dilation was still an issue. Airy, though, it would be a rather dangerous fear to bring an 8-year-old child on a journey across one of the most dangerous places in the other world. Maybe. Izuku, for his part, had seen romance unfold before his very eyes. Fumikage and Ochako, Denki and Kyoka, Tenya and Yamamo, he'd seen how they started. He knew what it was like, for others at least. He knew the signs of something budding and growing. And he could see what Sane saw. He could only wonder if he could help give these two a little push, because, to be quite honest, they'd be great together. Anyway, that was for later. Oh. Mr. Izuku, your staff. Fern summoned Izuku's staff into her hands in a flash of blue light and held it towards Izuku. As you can see, I've kept it in pristine condition. Thank you, Fern. Izuku honestly almost forgot to ask Fern for the staff back, if only because he thought she'd need one then most, while he was more used to not using it in combat. But he wasn't about to say no to her giving it back. What about your old staff, though? Has it been fixed? No. Fern sighed despondently. I'll have to fix it myself, which will take days to a week. If I had access to Mr. Richter, then he could fix it in a day, but here. Could May. No, the more responsible side of Izuku drowned out his intrusive thoughts of seeing May's mind explode from learning that yes, magic was a thing. Because, by hell, if that girl forces Fern to wear a jetpack or what have you, it will be a total disaster. Or fixes her staff by turning it into a gun. After witnessing the debacle that was May trying to strap missile launchers on Tenya's costume, Izuku knew better. Though, her modifications to the loyal wingman drones were very good, he'll give her that. She's a total genius, if not completely insane. Oh. I see, Izuku simply nodded at the forlorn-looking Fern. He could in theory help with fixing a staff, except that he didn't have a spell for fixing staves. Because, if he did lose his staff, he'd probably just buy a new one. Fern's staff, though, he perfectly understood why she would want it to be fixed instead of replaced. Hyder made it himself and gave it to her. In some sense, it's her last remembrance of her adoptive father. It had sentimental value. As for Izuku's staff, well, it was bought in an occultic gift shop. If, say, Fumikage or his mother were the ones to make a staff for him, he'd do everything to make sure it remains in his possession, always. But that just wasn't the case. "Where are you going anyway, Mr. Izuku?" Fern asked. She glanced at Stark again. "You two love each other and you don't even know it," Izuku snickered at the sight. "I'm going down to the rat cave." "Rat cave?" "Nizu's lair. You can sense Frieren and Denken's mana down there, right?" "Oh, so that's what the place they're in is called," Fern slowly nodded. "Is it like a dungeon?" "Well, it's the principal's house," Izuku shrugged. "But he's a rat, mouse, bear, cat, hybrid thing, so he likes being underground." Fern looked down at the ground, right where she could sense the too much older mage's mana. "He's like a dwarf, then." "I suppose you can say that." "Okay, then, Fern, I'm going down." "Be careful, Mr. Izuku," Fern called out. What was Izuku supposed to watch out for, anyway? He had absolutely no idea, so he just went to the last intact elevator, which led to the rat cave, and began to descend. He wondered just exactly what Nizu messaged him for. Frieren and Denken were down in the principal's residence. Could he be inviting him over for tea? Some talk about the other world? When the elevator doors opened, he would find himself in a well-maintained hallway. It was well lit, with LED lights lining the ceilings to keep every nook and cranny illuminated. The hallways themselves appeared to be made out of white metal sheeting, while rows of potted plants lined the sides of the floor. What surprised him, though, were the portraits on the walls. He had no idea who they were. That, and some of them looked like stereotypical witches. And mages, and sorcerers, no wizards, though. None of them had a pointy hat. Izuku kept on moving forward, taking in the strange portraits. "I wonder who you all are?" Izuku thought as he walked. He saw several signs on the wall at the end of the hallway, none of which was labeled archive or anything like that. He could, however, sense the two mages' mana behind the wall. As he wondered how he could get to this archive, a hidden compartment in the wall slid open, revealing a pair of large, wooden doors beneath the metallic veneers. It was very out of place. "Principal Nizu, you have one odd-looking residence, huh?" Izuku wondered out loud as he quickly walked toward the large wooden door that should lead to the archive the message referred to. He pushed the doors open, and the first thing he saw was Frieren sitting on a pile of, what is that, trash? That wasn't to mention the giant sphinx in the middle of the room, the scrolls and stone tablets placed inside glass boxes, and Denken poring over one of said scrolls. What was this, a collection of magical artifacts? How did Nizu even get his little paws on them? And most importantly, how did he even know about them? "Ah, Midoriya, you have arrived." Izuku jumped as he discovered Nizu sitting on his shoulder. He always knew that Nizu often sat on Aizawa-sensei's shoulder because the scruffy man's capture weapon was basically a blanket for the little principal, but he always figured that Nizu did it because Aizawa just doesn't care. Not that he was completely imperceptible until he announces his presence. Principal Nizu." Izuku clutched at his chest. "You surprised me." "Ah, forgive me, I have a spell on me that renders me undetectable if I am not in direct line of sight." Nizu laughed and patted his head. "Well, unless I turn it off, which I can do. I haven't used it in a long time." "You, what?" Izuku stammered. "Nizu, spells? He's using a spell? How, and when?" "Your principal knew from the very beginning that you are a mage, child," Denken spoke from behind the scroll he was reading. Nizu sat on Izuku's shoulder. Now, he didn't mind it at all. Yes, when you think about it, so many things begin to make sense, do they not?" "Oh?" Izuku mentally blue-screened at the revelation. "I was waiting until you figured it out, but I suppose my creator made me to be very deceptive," Nizu continued. "You see, I am a familiar. One that was cobbled together, like Frankenstein's monster, but more good-looking." That was when everything clicked for Izuku. Huh? You always knew? Everything? Midoriya, when you first wielded magic circles in the UA first-year entrance exam, I already knew what you were. Though the magic systems of our worlds are different in some ways, I know magic when I see it. Oh, my. I thought you just knew when Denken told you and the top 10 everything. Anyway, Nizu continued without skipping a beat, I know for a fact that you'd like to make magic more widespread in the future. Towards that end, I have stricken a deal between myself and these two old folks. Izuku glanced towards Frieren, who was now smirking as she inspected a potion bottle of some kind. Well, what kind of deal? I have collected every article of magic that I can find, Nizu replied, but to be able to use them, I have to know how. So I have enlisted the aid of these two, in exchange for them knowing the spells within these books. Oh, and any artifact they wish. Is that? Izuku pointed at one of the exhibits. A flying cloak? It is, yes. Anyway, continuing on, Nizu motioned his paws all over the rather cavernous chamber. Soon enough, there will be a rebirth of magic. I have thought for a long time that the best I can do is preserve the legacy of my master's order in here, but now, with you, you can begin the process of reforming the masters of the mystic arts. Or, well, whatever name you'd like to give to your magical organization. This may take years, decades even, to accomplish, but you have proven to be very capable. I will assist you in this endeavor. Say, after you graduate and make a name for yourself as a pro hero, how would you like to be the first teacher of a mage course, here in UA? It may not be much at first, and it even have to be a secret thing initially, but big things have small beginnings, after all. Izuku could scarcely take it in. Nizu, turning out to actually be a magic familiar. All this time? And also, Nizu collecting every grimoire and artifact of magic that could be fine? And Nizu offering him a position in the future? Denken and Frieren looking all over Nizu's collection so that what they're about becomes known? It was a lot. And it was great. Of course. Principal Nizu, though I may find it a little strange to have you all as my co-workers in the future, Izuku chuckled. I'm sure it will be, but the revelation of magic will be akin to when quirks first appeared, Nizu continued. This is a plan that will be years in the making. After all, it is the quirkless like yourself that would be able to make the best use out of magic. Can you imagine the societal upheaval from that alone? Well, no, it is difficult to visualize, Izuku admitted. Though he could imagine Melissa trying to combine magic and technology, though how that could happen, never mind if it's actually possible, was up in the air. Though I think people will be denial a lot. They can believe whatever they wish, but when 100 different individuals are casting the exact same spells, it would be difficult to frame it as some strange quirk. Of course. I'm sure people are already wondering about me, Frieren, and Fern. We all use Zoltraak. Which is not a quirk. Well, then, that's all there is to it. Nizu put his paws in his pockets. I await the day when you become a teacher here, the first mage teacher in more than 200 years. Oh, and the founder of, what is it, a magic association. I'll brainstorm names when the time comes, Izuku shrugged. For a moment, he thought of what Siri would think. Maybe Frieren could tell her when she comes back to her world. Someone help me. When Nito Monoma decided to keep staying in Island and constantly use copy on the sedated Kurojire's quirk, he never expected such a blood-curdling scream to come out of the Nomu. Kurojire was in the middle of what used to be a laboratory, strapped to a chair with a dozen restraint belts. Drones immediately came out of the walls, armed with lethal weapons in case Kurojire tried anything funny. But Nito had a feeling that wasn't Kurojire anymore. After all, with All for One dead, all that's left to control the Nomu would be their programming. And since Kurojire was still intelligent, how he'd react to the death of the master with a quirk that kept his mind on a leash was a mystery, since the sedation was kept up. Until now. Why am I here? Who are you? Kurojire sounded like he was going to cry. His voice wasn't the deep baritone he used to display, too. He sounded more like a teenage boy, maybe the same age as Nito was. Why am I strapped on this chair? Why am I made out of smoke? Where are my hands? Where am I? He could see himself on the glass. Nito ran towards the terrified Kurojire, though he may not be Kurojire anymore. The drones began issuing warnings to Kurojire to cease his activities, while Nito went up to the glass cylinder that contained the gaseous Nomu within it. He knew well that all Nomu are brainwashed flesh golems, though Kurojire went far beyond that. He was intelligent and had a mind of his own, albeit guided by a set of prime directives. With all of his masters dead, none of those prime directives remained. And now, it appeared that all this time, whoever Kurojire used to be finally won. He'd already known from the briefing that when Aizawa-sensei and Hizashi-sensei went to Kurojire, he displayed signs of his brainwashing going haywire. Now it had finally come undone. Stand down. Melissa Shield rushed into the room. With her command, the drones powered down their weapons. What is going on here? He was supposed to be sedated. Not anymore, Nito replied as Kurojire looked around in a panic. There was probably a fault in the sedation equipment, or something about Kurojire messed with the sedative. Whatever it is, he wasn't being sedated anymore. Kurojire? Nito asked. I'm Dash. Who the hell is Kurojire? The gaseous Nomu asked incredulously. I'm Oboro. Oboro Shirakumo. Okay, Nito nodded. He didn't know who that was, but that meant that Kurogyri remembered who he used to be. Or, more accurately, his mind had been reset. What's the last thing you remember? The Nomu's glowing eyes flitted around nervously. I remember, a building, falling, oh my god. I think I died. I died. Oboro, Melissa spoke up next. That is correct. You died, but you were brought back to life. You are a Nomu. A no-brain? Oboro asked. Do you know the Yao Guai? They are quite close in concept, but the difference is that you remained intelligent. Your mind is mostly intact. Yeah, oh. Oh my god, I'm a monster? I died and I was turned into a monster? You're not a monster, Oboro, Melissa replied. You're just you now. Do you remember anything between now and then? Nito asked. He was a little nervous. If Kurogyri, Oboro became hostile, the armed guards just outside the laboratory door will not hesitate to kill the warp Nomu. But now that he had his mind back, that shouldn't be an issue. Nothing. I just remember, having a building falling on top of me, and then the rest is just one big blur until I woke up here. Oh, wait, what happened to them? Are they okay? Shota and Hizashi, are they fine? Are they alive? You mean Eraserhead and Present Mike? They're fine, back in Japan, Nito answered. Present Mike teaches English in UA, Eraserhead is my sister class homeroom teacher. He wasn't about to tell the walking warp engine that Aizawa didn't have his eyes anymore. At least, for now. Midoriya's and Tokoyami's mischievous little sister had this rewind quirk that could bring their eyes back, apparently. He can't tell anyone that, though, because he signed in a non-disclosure agreement, so did everyone else in the heroics course. Back in, teacher. Oboro slumped on his chair. Wait, how long has it been? Judging by your age and your surprise that Eraserhead and Present Mike are teachers, around a decade and a half? Melissa calculated. Anyway. You're in Island. You're safe here, though I'd like to run some tests to make sure that you're completely fine, and yourself. Oh okay? Oboro nodded. Can you get these straps off, though? Melissa looked over at the nearby one-way window. She could only imagine the new administrator of Island staring at the spectacle in shock. No one had ever known if Nomu could be returned to their former selves, save for those who knew about the dragon Nomu, anyway. Melissa looked down on her phone. The administrator said. Yes. I can do that. Melissa tapped a button on her phone and the straps around Oboro immediately came undone, freeing him. Another button lowered the glass cylinder. Trank guns and tasers were still aimed at him from within hidden compartments, but Nito and Melissa believed that he was no longer a threat. Can you get those tests underway as soon as possible? Oboro asked Melissa. I want to see the other stooges. The other, what? Nito narrowed his eyes at the smoking man. Oh, that's just what we called ourselves. Oboro looked down at this misty form. That was me, Shota, Hizashi, Namuri, and Tensei. You know who those other two are, right? Miss Midnight and Ingenium? Nito gulped at the last one. Ingenium was dead. I know them. How about I tell you everything that's happened in the time that you were gone later? Yeah. Oboro nodded. Also, tell me, when I was Kurogyri, since that's what you called me, did I kill anyone? I don't know. Oboro nodded again. I see. About a week had passed since the great battle that decided the fate of Japan, and indeed, of the whole world. The rebuilding was still ongoing, though when it came to the area in and around UA High School, one wouldn't even think that it had become a war zone. The campus was no longer held under a dark, oppressive sky, but rather, clear, pasty clouds let warm sunlight pass through and bathe the ground in all its luminant majesty. Robots and pro-heroes were still on guard, though the massive barrier that once surrounded the school grounds had been deactivated. On top of all that, the hero students were still assisting in the reconstruction. In a world without quirks, it may have taken years for Japan to recover from the devastation wrought upon it. However, with the world coming together to assist in it, the reconstruction was instead projected to take months to complete. I'm exhausted, Izuku yawned as he, Fumikage, Ochako, and Tenya returned together from a rather long day of helping to rebuild a city. He was basically out of mana already, and his friends didn't look all that much better either. But, at the very least, it wasn't a battle. It was just rebuilding, reconstruction, repairing, and fixing. Ochako groaned. I feel like I'm going to puke. Tenya then handed her a paper bag like he had been waiting for her to say it all day long. Take this, Ochako. Tenya more or less commanded her, in case you begin to vomit once again from quirk overuse. Ochako gratefully accepted the paperwork bag, never mind that she wasn't actually going to puke at that moment. Thanks, Tenya. Of course. One can never be too prepared. And just like that, Tenya had begun chopping the air with his arms again. Izuku was close enough that he was nearly hit by his taller classmate's windmill-like arms. If he was any shorter, he would have probably needed to duck and evade. Note to myself, always carry a paper bag, Fumikage muttered to himself. Just in case. Between all the pouches on your utility belt, I'm surprised you don't have one, Izuku interjected. Anyway, what plans do you have this afternoon? If you have time, I should probably tell them about the magic soon, he thought as he let that thought trail off. Not much else, Ochako shrugged. What about you? There's something I'd like to tell you, Izuku continued. And Denki, Kyoka, and the rest, too, whenever he could actually get a hold of them. Everyone was just all over the country at this point. It's a big secret. Izuku, have you finally found a romantic partner? If that is the case, then we must celebrate. Tenya asked out loud. Out of the four of them, he was the only one not in a relationship, yet. Dark Shadow would even say that he has one, even if it was more of a short series of interactions with Pino, the only other sentient quirk any of them had met. Not that the masters of either sentient quirk would agree with Dark Shadow's assessment. I wish. Izuku chuckled at Tenya's words, though he could still remember how Fumikage said that there would be those that will seek to have children with him. But no, it's something else entirely. I need you not to freak out when I tell you, okay? The way you're saying this is making me nervous, Ochako replied, nervously. You can't just tell us here and now? Well, big brothers. Just as Izuku was about to reason out how his revelation would be best given in a more private setting, rather than out here in a place where people would probably hear and see their reactions, he saw something short and white running toward him through the corner of his eye. As he turned his head to fully see who was coming, he saw Eri barreling toward him faster than her short legs should be able to carry her. Behind the girl were his mother and Aizawa-sensei, the latter of whom now had his eyes back. Eri, Mom, Sensei, welcome back. How was your stay in Shikufu? Izuku bent down to meet Eri in a hug as she ran towards him just in front of UA's main gate. Her acceleration and inertia, however, nearly made him topple to the ground as they met. I missed you. Eri exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. Ochako was barely containing herself at the sheer cuteness of the situation, her hands shaking nigh uncontrollably. Tenya, for his part, was just looking, while Fumikage reached out and patted the girl's head. She looked up at Fumikage, a bright, albeit mischievous smile on her face. But, I also made new friends. Oh, what kind? Fumikage asked. Dark Shadow slowly crept out of his body, too, inching toward Eri. The girl happily put a hand on the sentient quirk's head, making him loudly purr in satisfaction. I turned one of the bad guys back into a child and now he's no longer a bad guy. Eri exclaimed like it was the greatest achievement to be ever made. Which, to be fair, it probably was the biggest thing she had ever done so far. Of course, Class 2A already knew that Dabi had been turned back into Tuya Todoroki, and as such, the situation of that family had become rather complicated. What's for sure, though, was that Shoto was quite grateful for what Eri did. He didn't have to go into a fight with his older brother that may as well end with one or both of them dead. Oh, really? Izuku feigned ignorance at Eri's deed. Good to know that you're making new friends, literally. But, his face turned serious, that was very risky. You shouldn't do something like that again. Not without us around. You know what we told you. If you see a villain, run as fast as you can. Away. From them, not toward them. Can't I turn all the bad guys into children? Eri pouted. While our friend is quite grateful, this was a very special case, Fumikage added. Besides, you shouldn't be in dangerous positions like that. Okay, Eri looked down, a little disappointed that she can't just revert every villain she might encounter back into a child. But, in the future, I will be a hero like you and Mom. Where is she, though? Oh, Izuku thought about how there were just a lot of books and artifacts in Nizu's super-secret archive, which Frieren was hungrily devouring at this very moment. Though anyone else that wasn't a mage would probably just think of it as some kind of hoard or collection, rather than an actual repository of arcane lore. If one of the teachers went down there right now, they wouldn't even know what it was actually for unless Nizu or anyone in the know told them. It would just be a collection of ancient texts. Currently reading, Izuku trailed off. Lots of books there. You know how she is when there are lots of books around. Oh. Sounds just like her. Eri laughed. By now, Inko and Aizawa were within earshot. The latter squinted, apparently not too used to his new but also old eyes yet. Sensei. Tenya approached the man, who had, in a rather strange twist of fate, had tied his hair into a bun. I heard that unworthy all-seeing severely injured you and Manuel. Are you alright now? Yes, I'm fine, Ida, Aizawa replied. You have that girl to thank for me having my sight back. Now, I'm going to take a nap in the faculty office. They already fixed that, right? The school building itself is fully repaired, sensei. Tenya passionately nodded. Also, I heard that present Mike-sensei kept your sleeping bag in your cubicle. Seriously? Mike, Aizawa sighed and snuck his hands into his pockets. Well, then. You kids don't seem to get into trouble these days, so I'll just be going. See you. At the same time, Inko approached her son. Eri had decided that it was Fumikage and Dark Shadow's turn to receive her hugs. Mom, how are you? Izuku asked, remembering their conversation on the night his father died for the last and final time. Did you talk a lot with Aizawa-sensei? He could already picture the teacher miming about how he destroys entire training grounds all by himself, though it would really be Cementos and Power Loader who should be complaining. He's a man of few words, Inko replied, though he complained to me about how you kids drive him mad. You didn't tell me you nearly destroyed an entire gym. Heh, Izuku chuckled at the remark. Sounds just like Aizawa-sensei, who was, by now, being accosted by a screaming present Mike. Aizawa-sensei looked a little more appreciative than usual, as the other teacher shook him by the shoulder and asked how he was. They rebuilt the houses for the parents and guardians too. We were headed back to the dorms, but we can go home first. Can I see Mom? Eri suddenly asked. She was now sitting on Fumikage's shoulder. Had this been in his first few months in UA, he would have struggled to carry her. Now, though, he had become stronger, though one couldn't really tell when he had the cloak on. Dark Shadow was constantly hovering around her, both making sure she wasn't about to fall over and trying to get her to pet him again. Of course, Fumikage nodded and turned toward the direction of the main building, carrying Eri on his shoulders. He glanced over at Ochako and Tenya. Meet you all in the dorms? Right, yes. Ochako nodded. As Fumikage left with Eri, Ochako stared rather longingly, at least until Tenya nudged her at the shoulder. She immediately looked at him like he had committed a crime, as Tenya now had a mischievous smirk. It was rare to see him having an expression like this. If ever, neither Ochako nor Izuku could remember the last time he displayed anything similar. Tenya. What is that for? I am beginning to fully understand why you're together, Tenya teased the girl, making her punch him at his armored stomach without much effect, not that she wanted it to. You really do see a future husband in him, one that will carry your children around. Stoop, Ochako groaned. That wasn't what I had in mind at first. Oh, at first? So you have it in mind now? Tenya twiddled his fingers in front of Ochako's face, making the girl want to punch him again. Come on now, it is the truth. You cannot escape the truth. Well, Ochako looked away to hide her blush. For an only child, I suppose he's great with kids. Ha! Inko let out a snort as she watched Tenya continue to tease Ochako. Shin then started chuckling, though she tried her best not to descend into hysterical laughter. Her chuckles still turned into high-pitched laughter. The woman clutched at her stomach as she laughed at her son's friend's teasing. Her shrill laughter was loud enough that even present Mike could be given pause by its intensity. In the end of her laughing fit, she could barely even breath. You okay, Mom? Izuku asked his mother, who had just about knelt on the ground as she laughed. I'm fine, ahahaha. Inko shakily stood back up with her son's help. It's just that, this reminds me of how Reito and Mitsuki would tease me back in the day. Izuku couldn't help but start chuckling too. It may have been a mere week since he failed to save his father, but his mother made it hard for him to look back at that. His mind was just dead set on hearing his mother recount how all that teasing happened in the past. Oh, with Dad, right? Yes, that's right. Inko let out another short laughing fit before steadying herself. Those two, they were relentless. They're basically shippers. Tokoyami-san still does act like one. Ochako shuddered at remembering how Fumikage's father teased them when she was first introduced to the man. It wasn't even in person, it happened through remote means, and yet, when Fumikage nervously introduced Ochako to his father as someone who's more than a friend, Reito laughed hysterically and proclaimed that his son had finally undertaken a great achievement. He is quite supportive, yes, Inko nodded. Now, Izuku. Izuku looked at her intently. Yes, Mom? When will you find someone? Shota. Aizawa could only try to cover his ears as a worried Yamada vigorously shook his shoulders. You're alive. You're fine. I was so worried when I heard that you got your eyes collected. How is it that Yamada can be so loud even without using his quirk? The speakers that were part of his hero costume weren't even turned on, so that wasn't it, either. He was just loud. I get that you're happy to see me alive and well again, Aizawa muttered as he continued onward to the faculty room, but you don't have to scream at me, in a closed space and in close proximity, no less. I can hear you just fine without you raising your voice. Come on, show Namuri and I have been waiting for you to come back here, safe and sound. Yamada patted his back with enough force to make him slightly stumble forward, though Aizawa was already used to that. Well, if she was waiting for me, where is she? Aizawa asked as he stepped through the door of the faculty room, where there was no one except for Ectoplasm, or Ectoplasm's clone. He wasn't sure which one was which yet. I don't see her around. Oh, it's not like we knew that you were coming back now. Yamada shrugged. But she went outside to a fancy restaurant with this guy with an absurd healing quirk named Sane. I don't know where exactly he came from, but evidently, Recovery Girl loves having him around. He's also the reason why a lot of people around here are still alive. I guess Namuri found that part attractive. I mean, if he can take care of all those people, then he can take care of anyone, you know what I mean. Seriously? Aizawa slithered into his sleeping bag, slipping perfectly into it. I never thought she'd actually go out with anyone. He knew that Sane was one of Frieren's companions, and thus would have come from the other world, but until he was given the green light, he wasn't going to tell anyone not currently in the know about that. Though, he could only wonder how Sane would respond if Midnight were to ask him where he came from. What is he going to tell her, the truth, or part of the truth? Maybe if he told her the truth, she'd dismiss it as a joke? Yeah, she'd dismiss it as a joke. That persona of hers is just for show. After all, Yamada took one of the desk chairs and sat in front of Aizawa, who was now sitting on the couch while snugly within his sleeping bag. Anyway ring. Yamada fished his pockets for his phone, which had just begun to ring. Who is? Monoma? I wonder why he's calling. Hello. Aizawa simply watched, feeling exhausted despite his only activity today being traveling from Shiketsu to UA. Yeah, he's here. Midnight's out on a date. What's this about? Well, Hisashi, it looks like you're really gone this time. About 30 minutes later, Inko and Izuku sat in front of Hisashi's shrine in their newly rebuilt home, the portrait being one of the few things that Dabi's fire hadn't destroyed. Izuku stared at his father's picture, silently noting how he was the one with the freckles and messy hair. But, now, at least you're really resting in peace, Inko continued. She began to tear up silently as she held Izuku's hands on her own. You're not suffering anymore, dear Hisashi. In the end, you at least got to meet our wonderful son. He's going to be a great hero, like All Might was. I wish I got to talk to you more, Nomu or not, Izuku added. I hoped that even if I couldn't return to the way you were. Handsome and tall, Inko cut in, making Izuku let out a snort. Hey, well, Izuku wiped at his eye with his sleeve, I hoped that I could save your soul, or, whatever it is. At the very least, we got that, even if it was just for a few minutes. Thank you, Dad, for saying that you're proud of me, even if you've only met me for the first and last time. I thank the heavens that I was able to talk with you, even for a little bit. A moment of silence followed. All that could be heard was people shouting and working outside. It had felt like an hour when Inko spoke up again. You know, there was this quote your dad really loved. It was spoken by one of his squadmates during his eulogy. Oh? What is it? Izuku asked. It goes something like this, Inko cleared her throat. In peace, may you leave the shore. In love, may you find the next. Safe passage on your travels. Until our final journey on the ground. May we meet again. I think he read it from a book. I don't know which, but I suppose you inherited that curious brain of yours from him. May we meet again, Izuku repeated. As if in cue, the doorbell rang. I'll go get it. Izuku immediately got up from his chair and ran to the door. He looked through the door's peephole just to see a man in a military dress uniform, carrying an urn. He then realized that this man was Major Katsu, one of his father's comrades in the military. He met the man back when the JSDF went ahead and took Aoyama and his parents out of UA's hands. It was the Major who had been in charge of taking the Aoyamas out, and it had also been the Major who posed the question of just what Izuku would do if were to be faced against his namufied father in battle. Evidently, the Major didn't think that jogging Hisashi's memories, making him hesitate, and stopping him with binding magic would be how things would go. Though the nuclear detonation of all the high-end Nomus wouldn't be much comfort either, since it killed more than half of those fighting in those fields, hero and villain alike. Who is it, Izuku? Inko called out. It's the Major, Izuku called back as he opened the door. The Major looked at him with an inscrutable expression. Major Katsu, is that? It is, the Major replied. Is your mother there? I'm here, Inko walked up beside Izuku. She stared at the urn the Major was holding, speechless. Major. It's good to see you, that urn, is it? Once again, yes, it is him, Katsu nodded. Godzilla and Cherno Alpha are doing their best to remove the lingering radiation from the field where All for One was killed, but all the high ends were salted nukes. It will take a few years of on and off cleansing to make that place livable again. We were, however, able to go to the spot where Midoriya Hisashi detonated, and we found ashes that match his DNA. The Major held out the urn. Izuku took it before Inko could, as he could see that his mother's hands were trembling. It is up to you if you want another state funeral, like the one that was carried out 16 years prior. Oh, thank you, for bringing him to us, Inko shuddered. I don't think that will be necessary. I see, the Major nodded. He then looked over at Izuku, who now held the urn like it was the most precious thing in the world. All Mana, that's your hero name, kid, right? Yes, it is, Izuku nodded. Well, All Mana, the Major placed a hand on his shoulder. I know for certain that you did your best. I know from your after-mission report that you were able to talk with each other, even for just a minute. What did he tell you? He said that he is proud of me, and that he is sorry that he wasn't there for me when I grew up, Izuku replied. Then, All for one is a petty bstrd, isn't he? Katsu sighed. I, for one, would have also liked to see him again. The rest of the boys would have. But, some things cannot be controlled, even if you have all the power in the world. Anyway, I have to go. This country isn't going to rebuild itself. With that, the Major bowed respectfully and left, leaving the Midoriya family alone on their door. Izuku went to the shrine and set the urn there, just beneath Hisashi's portrait. Their mother and son stood beside each other. Hisashi, Inko sobbed silently, welcome back home. I wonder when classes will begin again, Fumikage thought out loud as Eri jostled back and forth on top of his shoulders, while Dark Shadow was, well, doing Dark Shadow things that included also trying to ride on his shoulder. Are we there yet? Eri asked. Fumikage walked into a hallway that used to be filled with students running back and forth. Now, they were mostly empty, as classes hadn't started up again. Some robots, mostly maintenance and janitor bots, were lurking around the main building, but apart from that, there wasn't much sign of life. Well, there were some of the faculty in their offices, and a pair of mages and a principal that is apparently a familiar. Lunch rush was probably in the cafeteria, along with a few people who'd be having their snacks. But, if you were to look at UA High School without having enhanced senses, or mana detection, you'd think it was a ghost building. A very well-maintained building maintained by silent maintenance robots, yes, but there was no one to be seen from the outside. Apparently, we have to take the hidden elevator beside Principal Nizu's office, disguised as a grandfather clock, and then we go underground, Fumikage replied to the girl. Ever since he was told of the hidden library of arcane knowledge lurking underneath UA, it was still difficult to believe that, all this time, such a treasure trove existed beneath their feet all along. How old was Nizu, even, if he is indeed a familiar of one of the last mages to survive? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Eri cheered and sang at the same time. No, Eri, there is no secret tunnel, just a series of secret chambers. Secret chambers. I suppose that works, Fumikage would have shrugged, but there wasn't enough room on his shoulders left over. Either way, Eri, what do you think of eventually going to the other world with Frieren? She is, after all, essentially your mother now. Oh. I don't know if I should, there are a lot of monsters over there. What if Mom Frieren gets hurt trying to protect me? Fern and Stark too? Fumikage nodded at that. That was a good point. Frieren and her party had already encountered powerful monsters on their way to Oriole. If they were to ever fight extremely powerful opponents, like a great demon, having a little girl like Eri accompany them would be a massive liability. It was for this same reason that Frieren initially refused to take Fern in when Hyder asked her to take the girl as an apprentice. But, if the flow of time were to be synced, perhaps the summoning spell, or some variant of it, could allow for people to go back and forth between the two worlds? Could Eri be simply given to Inko's care whenever there was an extremely dangerous quest? That was something he'll have to leave to the masters of magic, though. Perhaps I should pass on to you what Hawks taught me and Izuku, Fumikage smirked dangerously. The way of the blade. After all, not every opponent can be rewound back into a child, and your quirk does not possess unlimited energy. Your horn is very small now. Right, Eri hugged his head, brushing her face against his mix of feathers and hair. I can't really do magic, not the same way Mom, Izuku, and Fern do it. Nevertheless, Fumikage couldn't help but have his entire brooding persona melt away in an instant. With your quirk, you can heal even the most grievous of injuries, so when you're older and stronger, you will fit right into a party. That would be when the three, of them heard the hurried running of two pairs of feet coming down a nearby flight of stairs. Aizawa-sensei, Yamada-sensei? Fumikage watched as Aizawa nearly lost his balance from all the running. What is going on? Oh, Tokoyami, just who we were looking for. Present Mike skidded to a stop in front of him, as well as Aizawa-sensei. Oh, and Eri. Hi Eri. Why were you looking for me? Fumikage asked the two teachers. It's Kurojairi, no, Oboro, Aizawa-sensei replied with rather wild eyes. Monoma just told us that he's being brought here to meet us. He has reclaimed his mind. Fumikage nearly dropped Eri to the floor at that, but the girl was holding on too tight for that to happen. Instead, he could only gawk. Wait, what? In that case. Is my brother in there? We don't know yet, Aizawa sighed at Fumikage's question. Despite being newly healed by Eri's rewind just a few days ago, he somehow looked worse than ever. All we know is that Oboro's apparently returned to his old self, and wants to see the rest of the Stooges. You can go and meet him when he arrives, but until that happens, it will be impossible to know whether your brother's mind still persisted with Kurojairi, if such a thing was possible. Fumikage nodded slowly, still mindful that there was still a girl riding on his shoulders and gripping on his head. He did recall that the Nomo created using Izuku's father's corpse spoke in multiple voices when Izuku fought with it. Hisashi even outright said that he was talking with the other vestiges all this time, which had been the only reason he wasn't completely insane. Though, he is simply a prototype high-end, with not-so-refined programming and quirk mixing. Kurojairi could be far more refined to the point that the vestiges of those other than the primary identity were all but erased. The other Nomu had always seemed to be mindless drones, so whether or not they all screamed in silence remained unknown. The Yao Guai that the People's Republic of China used as weapons during the Quirk Wars all screamed, that was for sure. They were closer to Hisashi's Dragon Nomu than the likes of Hood and the USJ Nomu, though in Hisashi's case, it was probably intentional. After all, he is the man. That scorched All for One's face in a battle. It is truly a testament to how disgusting of a creature All for One was when one considers how far he goes to repay a rather minuscule insult like that. He turned the man into a screaming monster for the last decade and a half, just to be afforded a few minutes of sanity and lucidity. Izuku was able to speak with him for the first and last time, but he was turned into a nuclear bomb by All for One's contingency. Still, until he actually met Kuro-Air, Oboro Shirakumo, there was still hope that Kiwami was in there, somewhere. He could tell his parents now, but what if it was all a dud? What if Kiwami isn't actually there, and it's really just Oboro Shirakumo now? Would he have given them a sense of false hope, just for it be dashed to pieces? He wouldn't dream of giving his mother and father a terrible heartache like that. They had to deal with losing their firstborn the first time, it would be best if they didn't have to deal with it again. Where is he now, then? Fumikage asked. Just a few blocks away last I heard, Present Mike replied. But we're going out to Gym Gamma, where he'll be offloaded for us to meet. The girl? It's okay, Fumi, Eri hugged Fumikage's head. I can just go with you and see Mom later. No, I'll bring you to Principal Nizu's secret library first and then head back outside. Fumikage looked up at the girl as best he could. You haven't seen one another for a week, yes? But it's fine, Fumikage grasped Eri's hand, which seemed truly small beside his own. It won't take long. Aizawa-sensei, Present Mike-sensei, you should go on without me. I will simply catch up. Right, Aizawa turned away and headed toward the exit, followed closely by Present Mike. It was only right then and there that Fumikage remembered something that Aizawa said. Stooges? Fumikage wondered out loud as he proceeded towards the secret entrance to Nizu's secret lair. Seriously, what kind of name for a group is that? Though, he couldn't help but chuckle as he remembered that the various names that his classmates had come up with for their own little circles of friendship weren't all that much better either. Izuku had, for one, decided to call their circle of friends the UA Magic Association. At least, he renamed the group chat from Slay, with the emoji for painted nails, to that. Bakugo's friends were apparently called the Manleys. One can only guess just who came up with that name. Anyway, he continued walking. There wasn't much sign of life in the UA academic building, save for maintenance robots that roamed the hallways. Fumikage could hear the faint voices of students and other people talking in the canteen, though he wasn't going there anytime soon. Eri might, though, if they weren't currently dead set on meeting Frieren, Denken, and Nizu. Are you okay, Fumi? Eri suddenly asked. One couldn't emphasize this enough, but she was smaller and lighter than a 10-year-old should. Fumikage let out a tired sigh. Is it okay if I say I am not? It's okay not to be okay, Eri replied. Ochako-chan said that to me one time. Oh, and Tenya did too. I see that you have picked up inspirational phrases from those two, Fumikage chuckled. But, yes, of course. I understand that. The thought that I may be able to speak with the brother who I never met, though, is rather, well, it makes me nervous. Oh? You see, Fumikage let out another sigh. He is part of the reason why I even became a hero to begin with. While Izuku's motivation began mostly out of his admiration for All Might, mine was rooted in the instance when I first asked my father about my brother, Kawami. I never met him, after all, as he died before I was even born, or conceived. Eri tilted her head. This was something she had never heard before. What was it like? She asked. Well, Eri, it happened like this. 13 years ago. Dad, who is this? In the living room of the old Tokoyami residence in Muzutafu, a 4-year-old Fumikage looked up to his father, who had been taking one call after another on the phone. More importantly, though, the child held a portrait in his little hands, his equally little sentient Quirk hovering around him as if he was constantly patrolling for threats. The feathers on his head were rounded, much unlike the rather sharp and spiky form they would take a decade and 3 years later. Excuse me for a minute, Rado abruptly spoke to the person on the other side of the phone and put it down. With the person he was talking to momentarily silenced, he looked down at Fumikage and let out a sigh. Kids, really. But he had never explained just who the shrine in the living room belonged to. It's just that it was not easy to speak about matters such as death to a child like this. Would the kid even understand? Ah, Fumikage, Rado's cold metal hands went to the portrait the boy was holding. Even then, the gloves masked their true nature. That's your older brother, Kawami. Is becoming a picture his quirk? Rado snorted. No, it's not, the man let out a tired sigh, again. That's just a picture. He's far away from us. Why? Something bad happened. Rado looked over toward Kagaya, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. That's why he is far from us. That's why you never met him, Fumikage. Oh, Fumikage looked down. Can I ever meet him? We hope so. Rado looked away. In no universe was he going to tell his son that his old brother is dead because of a freak accident, a victim in a villain attack. Or that when he was found underneath the rubble, there wasn't much left. But I don't know if we'll ever meet again. Fumikage didn't understand, not yet anyway. It would take about another 4 years before he understood what his parents meant when they said that his brother was far away. It would be another year before he declared that he would become a hero, so that as long as he had a say in the matter, no other family like theirs would have to suffer a loss like theirs. The present. So, I vowed that I would become a hero, like All Might and Endeavor, so that little boys like little me won't have to wonder why their brother, sister, father, or mother is nowhere to be found, Fumikage finished. By saving the lives of others, I can ensure that other people's families can remain whole and unsullied. I can ensure that they will get to know one another. They could take on the journey that is life, and then go beyond that journey's end with no regrets. He and Izuku are alike in that regard. He never got to know his brother, not really. And Izuku, well, he did get to speak to his father for a few minutes, and then he exploded in a thermonuclear detonation. If Oboro Shirakumo did host the vestige of Kawami Tokoyami, then perhaps they can get to know one another. Maybe. Wow. Now, we are here, Eri, and to my sorrow, your time for hitching a ride has come to an end. Fumikage pointed at the rather enormous grandfather clock that was placed just beside Nizu's office. It was very out of place in a marble and metal hallway, but he supposed that Nizu could collect whatever he wanted. After all, the principal has apparently been older than anyone suspected. Eri pouted as Dark Shadow lifted her up and put her down on the floor. It was fun. Likewise, but you'll hit your head. Fumikage looked for the secret button located in the grandfather clock's central cavity. After about 10 seconds of complete and abject failure, he sent Dark Shadow inside instead. Unlike his master, Dark Shadow was immediately successful, clicking a button that caused the clock, as well as the wall behind it, to swing around to reveal a secret elevator. Like the clock, the elevator was also out of place and old-fashioned. It looked like it would be more at home in some hotel from the 19th century. I'll accompany you to Frieren. Fumikage walked into the elevator hand in hand with Eri, after which I will return to the surface and meet Oboro alongside the Stooges, whoever they are. Okay, Eri nodded. With that, Fumikage pressed the final button, causing the elevator to descend. They didn't really feel anything in the descent, but when Fumikage turned around and left after leaving Eri with a still treasure-stricken Frieren, he certainly felt a lot of things. As he exited UA's academic building, he took out his phone and looked at the contacts list. His finger hovered over his parents' numbers, wondering if he should inform them now, or if he should keep quiet about this whole matter until he was sure that there was actually hope to be found. After all, nothing hurts more than being let down. What should I do, Dark Shadow? Fumikage asked the sentient Quirk, who had his claws on his shoulder as he peered over at what Fumikage was doing. Should I tell them to come? You decide, Dark Shadow replied. I can feel what you feel, after all. Right, Fumikage pocketed the phone and proceeded toward Gym Gamma, where Kurogiri, Oboro Shirakumo would be brought to. I do not wish to give them false hope, unless Aizawa-sensei already told them. I did not ask if he did, didn't I? Nope. I suppose we'll just see, Fumikage sighed and kept walking. And this is a spell for making fireworks. Frieren read through yet another of the scrolls in Nizu's vast collection. This time, though, Eri was reading along, too. She at least knew some basic magic already, though nothing that can really hurt anyone. She had the spell to clean clothes, the spell to make an illusionary dragon, and, most of all, the spell to make a field of flowers. Any suggestion from anyone for Fern to teach her the spell that lets one see through clothes was violently shot down. If Frieren was disappointed that she can't really make Eri use something like Zoltraak, she didn't show it. Here, child, Denken set down a bowl of donuts beside Eri, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the sweet food. You like pastries, yes? Very much, Grandpa. In a matter of days, you have become a grandfather yet again, Frieren teased the old human mage. Denken simply scoffed and sat back down to read through more of the arcane scrolls and grimoires, which, to the credit of the old order of mages that once lived on Earth, were far less complex than the grimoires that either of them knew. Since none of them would be living more than 100 years or so, none of these spells required a century to learn, unlike some of the spells that Ciri and Frieren were versed in. At the same time, though, most of them won't surpass elven magic when it comes to sheer potency. Frieren, Denken spoke up as the elf and her surrogate daughter. She never objected to Eri calling her mom, so it might as well be the case. Read through spellbooks together. I am sure you know this already, but this magic was completely made by humans. It is much unlike ours, which we stole and reverse-engineered from demons. Yes, that does seem to be the case. Demons did not exist in this world until they invaded, Frieren replied. She turned to another page, where Eri excitedly pointed at a rather complex hexagram filled with Egyptian and Sumerian symbology, which led to a spell that created a rain cloud. For a society that lived in an arid area, such a spell was exceedingly useful. She couldn't help but think of how the legendary mage, Flam, would think if she were to see where one of her colleagues went. What would Flam think of a system of magic that flourished, just for a demonic invasion to brutally cut it short, leading to a cessation of magical knowledge being created and passed down for so long? It was a real tragedy, and Flam could weep an ocean of tears over the lost potential of Earth's magic. However, when she learns that magic did not die, but simply evolved to take on a more physical form as quirks, that would probably make her weep in joy. The superhuman society is, after all, almost the same as Flam's vision of a world where every human being can wield magic and experience the joys of it. Never mind that Japan was a little restrictive on how quirks were to be used. Flam could visit the reunited states to see a more actualized version of her vision. Anyway, if only she could see this now. If Ciri wasn't so adamant in stopping herself from being summoned, then she would know about this whole other system of magic. Perhaps, when Frieren returns to the old world with a stack of grimoires and scrolls, the ancient elf would probably change her mind. Hell, she might even come here to see it for herself. And, in that case, Frieren could only pity whatever villain thinks that the petite Ciri was an easy target. 54, 55, 56, Gym Gamma was, of course, just one of several gyms and facilities dotting the gigantic UA campus. There were also Gym Alpha, Gym Beta, and Gym Eta. Fumikage would have to walk past Gyms Alpha and Beta first, and as he passed near Gym Alpha's open door, he saw a rather humorous sight. There were Ijiro, Bakugo, Mina, Ciro, and Denki. Rather surprisingly, Fern and Stark were there, too. One of Ectoplasm's clones was watching. Rather impassively as Ijiro, Bakugo, and Stark appeared to be doing push-ups. And, judging from how much shouting was going on, it was a ranked competitive push-up session. Mina, Ciro, and Denki cheered Ijiro and Bakugo on, while Fern watched with a rather blank expression as Stark effortlessly pushed himself up again and again. She appeared to be rather fixated on Stark, though, which is par for the course. What is going on here, Fern? Fumikage asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Mr. Stark and I were resting underneath a tree when Mr. Ijiro challenged him to a series of trials that would prove which of them is the manliest, Fern replied. She looked rather exasperated, which was, again, par for the course. This is the fourth of 6 such challenges, and Mr. Stark has been victorious in all of them. Mr. Katsuki, of course, refuses to be upstaged, so he joined in after Mistress Mina told him about it, Fern went on. Sounds just like him, Fumikage nodded. Wow, Stark. You've done more push-ups than either of us combined. Ijiro exclaimed. Even though he is one of the most jacked within Class 2A, he didn't possess the sheer strength Stark had. Nor did Bakugo. You're so manly. Why do you keep saying that? Stark yelled back. How the hell am I losing to some red-headed Bishounen with a fat axe? Bakugo all but screamed as he did more push-ups with all his might. Stark, however, did the same with visibly less effort on his part. This guy got a boulder launched at him at half the speed of sound. Denki chuckled. There's no way either of you can beat him, but hey, at least you tried. I'll wrap those whips of yours around your neck and choke you, Denki. Bakugo screeched. Denki just laughed the threat off. It's not like Bakugo ever did any of his silly threats except if the one being threatened is a villain. Oh, but I won't be using them anymore now that I can launch my electricity from afar. So does that mean you're no longer Chain Lightning? Zero asked. Yeah, probably. I'll have my hero name changed soon, Denki shrugged. What about Supercell? Mina pitched in. What's that? Oh, just the strongest type of thunderstorm ever. You not having those whips isn't going to stop me from choking you when I'm done here. Bakugo shouted in between push-ups. And I am going to win this. I'm sorry, Bakubro, Ijiro laughed, but I think I found someone who's manlier than you. You take that back. Does Mr. Katsuki speak like this all the time? Fern quietly asked Fumikage. Fumikage glanced at her for a second before looking back to the commotion in the gym. No, but he's much better than he was before. Fern looked at him like she had seen true horror. Mr. Fumikage, before, what was he like? Oh, during our first training exercise, he tried to destroy a building with Izuku and himself still inside. Fumikage couldn't help but snicker along with Dark Shadow as they both saw Fern's horrified expression. They go a rather long way back. But that's all in the past now. At the very least, they are civil with one another. Ah, Fern looked back toward Stark, who had already gone to his 200th push-up while Ijiro and Bakugo were still at IC. Still, Fumikage glanced at the direction of the academic building. I would have thought that you'd be with Frieren and Denken, looking through the spells of old. There are only so many books I can cram into my head, Mr. Fumikage, Fern sighed. Though seeing Mistress Frieren be happy with all the magical trinkets makes me glad, she's been at it for days. And, being human, you can't possibly stay at one thing for too long before you begin to lose sanity. Fern looked away. That's right, Mr. Fumikage. I have to keep pushing Mistress Frieren so that we don't spend an entire year in just one town. I've won. Stark stood up while a seething Bakugo and enthusiastic Ijiro kept doing push-ups. I guess I'll just wait for you to finish. Ijiro grinned. It's just you and me now, Baku bro. I'll Thyan. Bakugo pushed up as fast as he could in response. Well, Fumikage put his hands in his pockets and turned away. I have places to go. It was nice to see you having fun. Bye, Tokobro. Ijiro waved at him, which then had the cascading effect of causing him to fall face first on the ground. Denki, Mina, and Zero laughed their butts off, while Bakugo just kept pushing up. Stark looked on, incredulous that Ijiro hit his face, and left a face-shaped dent on the metal as he lifted himself out. Are you okay? Stark asked. Yeah, all good. Ijiro gave a thumbs up and continued on. Everyone but Fern, Stark, and Bakugo laughed at the sight. Sometimes, Fern muttered, you people terrify me. Fumikage stepped into Gym Gamma to see Aizawa-sensei, Present Mike, and Midnight all standing together in a sort of circle. None of them were in their hero costumes. In Midnight's case, that made Fumikage let out a sigh of relief, as he couldn't ever fathom why she was allowed to use that costume in a high school. Or in any event and place, really, where kids like himself would be present. Instead, Miss Midnight was wearing a white turtleneck sweater, jeans, and leather shoes. They weren't even high heels, they were perfectly normal shoes for women. How she could switch from one of the most voluptuous costumes ever made to something pretty reserved was quite the shock. Tokoyami, you're here, Midnight waved at him, while Aizawa and Present Mike just gave him a cursory glance. Just in time. He's going to be here soon. Apparently they took a longer route so that any hidden villains wanting to get their hands on Kurojire's quirk will get confused. Oh. I see, Fumikage nodded. This was it. In a few minutes, he'll know whether Kawami's vestige was still somewhere in Kurojire's mind. Soon enough, Gym Gamma's rather enormous doors opened up, allowing what appeared to be an armored personnel carrier to enter. The armored machine came in with its rear hatch facing the interior of the building, while a trio of drones escorted it. The rear hatch then opened. 2 soldiers of the JSDF came out, weapons armed. They would then be followed by the one person everyone here was waiting for, Oboro. Or rather, it seemed like he was Oboro. Oboro Shirakumo strode forward, purple mist and glowing yellow eyes clashing against the brown leather jacket, white shirt, and gray jeans that he had decided to wear. His hands, rather unexpectedly, were not bound, though it probably wouldn't mean much if he were to use his quirk. If he even still knew how to use his quirk. Are you Oboro? Aizawa asked. Yeah, Sho, it's me, the talking purple cloud replied. He spoke in a young voice that would belong to a teenaged boy, say, around 16 to 17 years old. Hi Hisashi, Namuri, where's Tensei, by the way? Tell us something only Oboro would know. Present Mike nervously spoke up next. We have to know it's really you. Ah? I understand, guys, Oboro sighed. Well, there was this one time Sho here picked up a stray cat and brought it to class. Our teacher was Gran Torino. Fumikage's eyes widened. He already knew Aizawa-sensei loved cats, Koda's own cats gossiped as much. But to actually bring in a stray cat to class? That didn't sound like their sensei. Oboro wasn't done, though. You also got your hero name, Eraserhead, from Hisashi, because you were too lazy to think of your own name. You told us that you just didn't care about things like that, but really, we both know you're just lazy. And you, he pointed at Midnight, you're the whole reason the government instituted a law that tells heroines to not expose too much skin. No one but us stooges know about it, but you received a cease order from the Prime Minister's office itself. That's how terribly voluptuous your costume was. What a scandalous woman, Fumikage thought as Midnight began squirming in place. And Hisashi, Oboro then pointed a finger at Present Mike, when we were in our first year, you admitted to me that you have a crush on Mandalay. Now Midnight looked at Present Mike like he was the most insane person in the planet, while Aizawa just sighed. Hey! I told you that in confidence. Present Mike yelled. No one was supposed to know. You told me to say things that only I, Oboro Shirakumo, would know, so that's what I did, Oboro shrugged. One more thing about Shota here is that he used to low dash. Stop, you're embarrassing us in front of our student, Aizawa looked away. We're convinced. It's really you, huh? He then glanced at the soldiers. You can leave us. We'll be fine. But Sir Dash. I said, leave us, Aizawa repeated. We'll be fine. There's 5 of us and just one of him. If you say so? Within seconds, the soldiers clambered into the APC and left, leaving a rather silent Jim Gamma behind. So, Oboro fidgeted his misty fingers together. I guess this is super awkward, since I died and got turned to a Frankenstein's monster, though I was told that I'm not going to be held responsible for anything Kurojairi did, since we're not the same person, not really. Or so they say dash. Fumikage would keep watch as he saw something he never thought would be possible. Aizawa-sensei was actually hugging Oboro, along with Present Mike and Midnight. Aizawa and affection did not belong in the same sentence, but here they are, together. Welcome back, Aizawa tearfully muttered. I never thought you'd be back from the dead, Present Mike added. But here you are. I missed you so much, OBO. As for Midnight, she didn't say anything. Instead, she just cried right then and there. Oh, guys, Oboro couldn't help but just relish on how he was being piled into. That is, until he set his eyes on Fumikage. That's your student, right? Oboro asked. Man. I can't believe you're all teachers now. Ah, right, Midnight let go and motioned towards him. This is one of our second-year students, Tokoyami Fumikage. And his sentient quirk, Dark Shadow. He's here because, well, he can tell you himself. Ha, Oboro stared rather intensely at Fumikage as he approached. I don't know why, but when I look at you, I can't help but think of Dad. Even if you're clearly half my age, technically speaking. Tell me, Fumikage looked up at the taller Warp Nomu, is there anyone else in your mind? He did not possess the spell for seeing souls, but he already knew from Izuku and Frieren that Kurojairi had 3 souls mashed together, though it appeared to have been a very smooth mixing, unlike the one found in other Nomu. Other people? If he had hair on the back of his head to scratch, Oboro would have. Instead, he just looked down at Fumikage, parsing his thoughts. I don't think I can hear anyone else talking in here. But I'm having glimpses of places that I know I've never been, people I've never known. I think seeing you is triggering it. Ah, Fumikage nodded. So, it seems they were not separate minds in one space, unlike the Dragon Nomu. But then again, Kurojairi was the most refined Nomu to ever exist. I see. So you do have repressed memories of my brother. Your brother? Oboro asked. Yes, his name was Tokoyami Kawami. His quirk, Tenebrous Form, is one of those added to you to ultimately form Kurojairi, Fumikage replied. I never met him, for he died before I was born, so when I was told that you had reclaimed your identity, I had some hope that I would get to know him too. After all, other Nomu had demonstrated having multiple minds. But, it appears that my hope was mostly misplaced. I'm sorry, Oboro let out a sigh. I just don't know, if he's in here or not. Or, well, if there's enough of him left for you to talk to. I just have some glimpses, that's all. That is fine, Fumikage glanced to the side. A small part of him still saw the villain that sent him across the USJ, dropped him into the downpour zone, broke his ankle, and caused Dark Shadow to rampage until Izuku arrived. But that seemed so long ago now. He mostly just thought about how Dabi and Kurogyri were both turned back to their original selves, though it could have been gone a little better in Kurogyri's case. I do suppose that you're the primary mind of what was once Kurogyri. Yeah, well, Oboro said, if anything changes, I'll let your teachers know. What even is your arrangement going forward, anyway? Aizawa asked. I didn't know that you were being delivered here. Nizu told me that I can continue my schooling here, since it was cut short by my death, Oboro shrugged. Aizawa immediately looked like he was going to punch a rat. But I was a villain dash. You weren't, Present Mike cut in. That wasn't you. That was just that BSTRD Garaki's programming using you. Yeah, but what about those kids that Kurogyri tried to kill? Oboro asked. If they see me just roaming around here, wouldn't they go absolute apes hit on me? Worse, if I suddenly become their classmate, I'd probably be the one that gets killed. I don't mind, Fumikage called out just as he was about to turn around and leave. I'll have to ask the rest of the class, though. Very. Well, you do that, Aizawa looked over to him. Now, Oboro, we have a lot to talk about. I bet I missed a lot of stuff, huh? He's there, but he's not there, Fumikage muttered to himself as he left Gym Gamma. There was a itty little bit of hope, but it wasn't very promising right now. Seriously, Fumikage sighed. I suppose you and I are alike in this regard, Izuku. With that, he walked back toward the dorms. Let's check Gym Alpha out again, Dark Shadow cheerfully suggested. Fumikage decided that seeing whatever antics were there would probably raise his spirits, so he proceeded towards Gym Alpha. Just to find that more of his classmates had arrived to watch. Izuku was conspicuously absent, though, along with a few others. Right now, Stark and Bakugo were running laps around the gym. Bakugo seemed to be winning, if only because he was propelling himself with his explosions. Hey, Fumi, where did you go? Fumikage looked to his right to see Ochako staring at him. She was also quite close. Hello, Machi, Fumikage said with the teasing nickname Dark Shadow once came up for her. Can I ask Tenya to make an announcement later? Oh, what about? Ochako asked. Well, something about Kurogyri becoming his non-villainous past self again. Fumi, is he? No, it seems to be not the case. I'm sorry. Don't be. 2 months have passed since the defeat of All for One, the Salem 7, and the Paranormal Liberation Front. The world came together to help rebuild Japan. In an age of quirks, a rebuilding process that would have otherwise taken years to complete was already done in mere months. Where there had only been desolate ruins hounded by misery and death, now proud cities stood once more. Businesses were re-established. Devastated farmland was returned back to normal by geokinetic and florokinetic quirk users. Though many heroes died in the war against the Paranormal Liberation Front, a rather significant number of those that had retired when the war began returned to their old occupations. Some say they were ashamed of running and hiding when other heroes, hero students, and the military risked and lost their lives in the fighting. Some were obviously only returning because the threat to their own lives had become minimal with the war's end. Nevertheless, to an average citizen, a hero's motivation mattered less than the mere fact that they're being saved. In the meantime, Frieren and Denken tirelessly read and analyzed their way through Nizu's collection of ancient magical texts and artifacts, recreating the base of knowledge, no matter how small, of the mages of old. The two old mages didn't mind learning some useful spells in the process, some were completely absent in the old world, or had no analogues. Spells for expelling worms, magic that manipulates the weather to produce ample rainfall, and so on, the list was vast. However, like all things, the list ends. So does any journey, no matter what world it is set in. I can't believe we're back. Izuku looked up at the huge doorway that led to Class 2, as classroom. It felt like forever since he went to class and had normal school stuff, such as tests, exams, lessons, and normal after-class banter. Like his discussions with Mina and Hagakure about the intricacies of the various interweaving, budding relationships not just in 2A, but all of UA. Or getting Denki to not panic over English. Or teasing Fumikage and Ochako. Or telling Shoto how special he is, or what a great job Tenya was doing as class rep, and so much more. It feels like an eternity has passed by, civilizations have risen and fallen, and darkness has consumed the land, Fumikage muttered beside him. We have reached a journey's end indeed. We're really back here, Ochako added. Get seated already, all of you. Tenya practically yelled at them from behind. This is our first class in months, and everything must proceed perfectly. Fine, Izuku shrugged and stepped inside. Without much further ado, he proceeded to his desk and sat down, where he began to think of today's itinerary. There's homeroom class with Aizawa-sensei, English with Present Mike, Literature with Cementos, and Art with Midnight. Oh, and Heroics class with All Might, though he's not really All Might anymore, what with being completely flaccid. He's more like a flying, nice skeletal man. After all, he still possessed float. Not much good it would do him in combat, though, as he's incredibly frail and getting old. As for after-school hours, though today is his first day in class in quite a long time, today is also the last day Frieren, Fern, Stark, Sane, and Denken would reside in this world, at least for now. They still, after all, had their own quests to get back to. Journeys of their own to end. Diamenit, tears. Are you alright, dude? Denki asked as he passed by Izuku. You got a little, something on your eye. Oh, me? Izuku wiped at the tear with his uniform sleeve. That was just some dust getting in my eye. Don't worry. Bro, it's perfectly manly to feel emotional. Now it was Ijiro speaking, and to add emphasis, he was patting Izuku at the back too. It's been 3 months since we had a proper class, after all. Between the war, and rebuilding from it, we've been really busy and scattered all over the country. Oh, you guys, Izuku chuckled as he saw Dark Shadow not so subtly place himself on top of his desk. Izuku plopped his head forward, feeling Dark Shadow's strangely warm shadowy feathers on his face. Yeah, I suppose being back here is making my eyes water. He could feel Aizawa-sensei just outside the door, listening to the class talk among themselves for a little longer. He was probably chuckling to himself. Oh, right, because Aoyama had left for Quebec, a certain someone had taken his place in the class. So, can you order me to cook you some food? Mina innocently asked a rather distraught Shinso as she, along with Hagakure, Yamamo, and Kyoka practically surrounded the purple-haired boy. How complicated can you make it? Can I ask you to get my crush to dash? No, a bit, and no, Shinso shook his head. Shinso was sent here, because Oboro had been placed in 2B to resume the course that had been rudely cut short by his untimely death. Aizawa was adamant that he'll never teach a class with his old friend in it because he'd become biased. That, and 2A had personally experienced being thrown around by Kurogiri's portals. Having Oboro as a schoolmate was fine. Having him here would be a little too much. Besides, Warp Gate is too good of a quirk to pass up for hero work. Too bad Oboro can't exactly have children to pass it to, what with being technically, dead. Alright, kids, Aizawa finally stepped into the classroom after being late for about 5 minutes. It's your first class in months. I know that it is exciting to be back, but remember that you're still in what's probably the most brutal course in all of Japan. Be prepared for your classes. Your experiences in the war have doubtlessly made you some of the strongest heroes in the country, no, the world at the moment. So, I expect great things from you. Yes, sensei, came the reply from everyone. Also, one more announcement, Aizawa continued. At about 5:30 p.m., you are all to gather in the Midoriya residence. Attendance is required. Don't ask me what it's about, just know that it's Nizu's orders. Ah, Izuku thought. Frieren and the others will be returning to their world, and the others will be told about this whole magic business. What is it about, sensei? Tenya asked. Is Izuku throwing a party? Will he intoxicate us again? What? No. Izuku turned to his bespectacled friend in mock offense. Not the intoxicating part, anyway. Heh, Fumikage snorted. What's so funny, Fumi? Ochako asked. The fact that Izuku intoxicated us, Fumikage replied. You don't remember? Oh. You will all find out when you get there, Aizawa cut in, his mind still reeling from knowing that Izuku was a mage, not a quirk user. That, and a demon has his eyes as a macabre display in his jar. Gah, things had become so strange ever since he was told about all of it by Nizu, and he still had no idea how to feel about it. On one hand, there's a kind of power that he can't deal with. On the other hand, if an apprentice like Izuku could contribute so much already, what more can he do when he's fully fledged? The thought was both comforting and terrifying at the same time. For now, continue with your classes. You think Stark will be there? I don't know him very well, but he sure is very manly. Ijiro flexed his arms, which caused Bakugo to roll his eyes. Mineta stared at Ijiro with no small amount of jealousy in his eyes. I suppose he will be, Izuku replied, remembering that Frieren and her fellow Otherworlders were staying at his house, at least for the next 8 hours or so. It'll be fun, Kiri. Oh ho! Can't wait. Alright, Aizawa yawned. That's it for homeroom. Holler if you need anything. With that, Aizawa retreated back into his sleeping bag, leaving the class to do whatever. Izuku, I have been meaning to ask you something. By now, lunchtime had rolled in. Despite everything that had happened, UA's cafeteria looked just the way it was before. One wouldn't even know that just less than 2 months ago, the place had been absolutely destroyed, reduced to rubble and ash. Izuku, Fumikage, Ochako, Tenya, and Shoto sat together on the same table, though Shoto wasn't always with them. Back when UA hadn't found itself partially destroyed by Dabi and Thunderbolt, and when classes were still ongoing, Shoto traveled between the so-called UA Magic Association and the Manleys. Denki did the same, though he really floated around basically every group. Now, he was with the former. Izuku and Shoto had also been left alone at the table, as the others had gone on ahead to take their food, while the two kept the table reserved. Yes, Shoto? Izuku asked. He wondered just what Shoto had been meaning to ask. After all, he once thought Izuku was Majestic's secret love child, never mind that Majestic was way too young to be his father. Majestic is, what, 28? 3 months ago, I was part of the force that sought to eliminate Pyronicon, the Eternal Flame, Shoto began. He looked around, as if expecting spies to be listening in. Denken, who is supposedly a German underground pro, fought alongside me and General Winter. He was, in fact, that operation's linchpin. His quirk, however, is just like yours. The same magical circles, the same beams of blue light. Is he your grandfather? Have you been a quarter German all this time? Huh? Izuku blinked at Shoto. This is exactly why we're going to tell everyone about the whole mage thing. No, just, you know what, you'll know in the gathering later at 5:30 p.m. Why not just tell me now? Okay, don't freak out, alright? I would never. Izuku leaned back on his seat. You see, Shoto, I don't actually have a quirk. I am a mage, and I was taught to use magic by an elf from another dimension that I summoned using an occult book. He elected not to mention Fumikage's part in that. He could always learn about that later. Then, when we needed help defeating All for One, she summoned her party members that she left behind, a certain red-haired axe-wielding warrior and a purple-haired mage apprentice. She also summoned a cleric, whom Miss Midnight likes very much, and an old mage that's also a noble of a mighty empire. They're some of the most powerful individuals in their world, and Frieren defeated a demon king herself some 80 years ago. That is the truth. Shoto stared at him like he was a criminal. You're a sick liar, Izuku, spinning such elaborate tales. It's obvious that Frieren, Fern, and Denken are all your relatives. How else would they have such similar abilities to you? Izuku smirked. You asked for it. Hey, guys, what's happening? Ochako walked to the table with a food tray in hand, followed closely by Tenya and Fumikage. Izuku here spins tall tales, Shoto grumbled. I am, after all, a master of deceit, Izuku shrugged, knowing full well that by the end of the afternoon, Shoto will be forced to believe the truth, nay, he would be shown the truth. Just about a few minutes after the last of today's classes concluded, Izuku rushed home rather than to Heights Alliance. There, he found Frieren, her fellow Otherworlders, Eri, and Inko all lounging about in the house's living room. It had been refurbished after it had burned down. For red, white, and blue couches were placed strategically around the wide space, which, along with the dining area, would be more than sufficient to throw a party in. 6 or so beanbags were there, too. A sculpture of a dragon was placed on the center table, while a large, flat-screen television provided entertainment. Soon, the place is going to get crowded, if only because the faculty and Class 2A will be here in about 30 minutes. Izuku will get to see Midnight react to how her current friend is actually from another dimension. That would be a treat, that's for sure. Will she faint? Or will she find it even more attractive and exotic? Who knows? So, you're bringing Eri with you? Izuku stepped into the living room. Frieren had been busy reading a book, but as soon as she heard Izuku ask her a question, she put it down. Surprisingly, she said she'll stay here, Frieren replied. She was stoic, as usual, but Izuku could tell that she probably wanted to have her around. But again, the journey to Oriole is a dangerous one. What if Eri was attacked by a monster, or worse, a demon? Mistress Eri would be put in too much danger if she were to accompany us in our journey to Oriole, Fern added. Izuku could already imagine the next part that went unsaid, that being, I already have one child to take care of. After all, Fern is often at the ends of her wits just being Frieren's caretaker, even with Stark there. If she had to take care of Eri too, she'll probably lose her mind. Eri was already picked up Frieren's laziness, so that would be a disaster in the making. Are you okay with this, Eri? Izuku glanced at the girl, who was leaning her head on Stark's shoulder while she ate an applesauce-flavored donut that Denken probably brought from a store outside. He felt a little pang of jealousy, but he kept it down before it could manifest into anything tangible. After all, Stark is a really nice guy, too. if not a bit of a coward. Yes, Eri nodded fiercely. I don't want them to worry about me. Not until I'm strong, like all of you. So, Fumikage will be teaching me the, way of the blade. Eri, as a warrior? Izuku shuddered at the mental image of a grown-up Eri wielding a large axe. That image immediately shifted to one where she wielded a pair of swords, since that's probably what Fumikage would have to do. After all, he had been taught by Hawks, whose whole thing was dual-wielding. This journey will take more than 10 years at the very least, Frieren added. So there is ample time for her to join us in the midst of it. The spell I have crafted over the last 2 months will sync our time streams and allow us to go back and forth. Sane, who had been sitting just a foot or so away to Stark's left, had his eyes flash in excitement. He and Midnight must be really getting along, huh? Izuku blinked. Oh, that's from the gateway spell you found in Nizu's library, wasn't it? Indeed, Denken added, who watched with barely disguised joy as Fern and Stark partook in the pastries as well. Now, let us prepare. I am sure your friends will be shocked. Izuku chuckled. They will be surprised to know that his quirk isn't really a quirk, but just straight-up magic. Though, the line between those things is quite muddy. After all, quirks are just an evolution of magic. I suppose we should? Shoto asked me if you're my grandfather. Ha, Denken let out a snort. Izuku looked down at his phone, and at the time. 15 minutes. When students and the heroics faculty arrived, Nizu would welcome them, telling them to get comfortably seated in the living room and dining area. There was much confusion. Why were Frieren and the others all here? Shouldn't they be back in Germany, or wherever? Just like when Sir Night-Eye and the top 10 learned of the existence of magic, Denken would use his memory-sharing spell upon Class 2A and the UA faculty. Naturally, it was a mental whiplash of epic proportions, but as soon as the initial shock wore off, the questions came in. They immediately threatened to drown the place in an uproar of questioning. That wasn't even mentioning how present Mike was so loud even without using his quirk. Quiet, quiet, just one at a time, please. Nizu raised his paw, silencing everyone. Raise your hand and our resident interdimensional visitors, who will be leaving shortly, by the way, will answer them. Yes, Midnight? Is it true that my cutie pie is from another world? Midnight asked while looking at Sane's direction. If so, more than several people snorted at that. Never before had Midnight used that word, despite her public persona. I am, Sane replied. Though, if I told you, would you have believed me? It is a rather outlandish claim, after all. Well, that's really hot. Midnight liked her lips. Groans erupted at that. Sensei. Tenya raised his hand. Who else knows of this? Well, Nizu put a paw under his chin, the highest echelons of the governments of Japan and the reunited states, the top 10, Sir Night-Eye, Aizawa, and Shining Finger. Oh, Jiro over there. Denki looked at his girlfriend in shock. You already knew about this? I kinda overheard it. Kyoka twiddled her fingers. Sorry, they asked me not to tell anyone until the time comes. Oh, okay. The questioning would go on for another hour. As it went on, Izuku would find Shoto suddenly sitting beside him. He didn't look too upset, just surprised. So, they're all true, Shoto began. The strange things you said earlier. Yep. How Frieren is an actual elf. Correct. Pyronicon is an actual demon from another world that has a taste for human flesh. Aha. Fumikage had always known, and Jiro after that. That's right. Shoto sighed. That's good. I was beginning to think that my father tried so hard to blend fire and ice just to get outdone by some obscure family from Germany and their green-haired love child. Oh, please, Izuku said, covering his eyes, not that again. It's just. I want you, my friends, to know. They're going back to their world, and, well, Nizu offered me a future position in a future magic course. I can't do all of that alone. I'm not All Might who just took on everything by himself. That, and Denken is the only one of us with a memory-sharing spell. It's the ultimate proof, after all. I see. I appreciate your honesty, never mind that it is 2 years late. Thanks for not being mad, or anything like it, Izuku sighed. Speaking of mad, he looked down at his phone, where Bakugo had just sent him a message saying, nice job. He had no idea Bakugo could say something like that. Knowing how Bakugo was like these days, rather than back then, he was probably just surprised. After all, he had already accepted that he'd be outclassed in some areas. All those sessions with Hound Dog and just being in UA, with the best hero students in the country, had paid off. That, and Ijiro's nature was just rubbing off on him all this time. So that's why you're so strong. At the same time, Ochako was now shaking Fumikage by the shoulder so hard that he nearly fell off his seat. You're using magic too. It's all just so crazy. I thought Izuku was just using an imaginative quirk, but all this time, he's been using magic. Not a quirk. That is correct, Fumikage replied. I had been wondering for 2 years how I could tell you about this. After all, would you believe me if I said that an elf from another dimension taught me how to use magic? I'd think you were being crazy, Ochako laughed. I'd think you were just joking. So. Precisely, Fumikage sighed. You are not upset that I had been omitting this simple truth from you, my love in the dark? Why would I be? Ochako laughed at him again. It's not like I can use it, and not that it makes too much of a difference. Can you teach me magic, Fumikage? Tenya was suddenly looming over the two of them. Or Izuku. Can he teach me? We can, Fumikage nodded. Though only simple things, what do you wish to learn? Tenya fell back on his part of the couch. Is there a spell that prevents eyeglasses from being broken? We don't have that, no. Neither of us have glasses. Darn it. Language, class rep, Yamamo reminded him from behind. For a stickler for the rules, you sure break them as well. No, I do not. As more questions were answered by Frieren and the otherworlders, as well as Nizu, Izuku found Bakugo sitting beside him. Shoto had already left, taking out his phone to ask his father if he had indeed known about this all along. As for Bakugo? Crazy nerd, Bakugo muttered. So that's why you spend all your time reading. I can learn spells either by reading grimoires or by seeing them in action, Izuku replied, relieved that Bakugo didn't sound like he was going to commit an act of terrorism. So, yes. That's why I do nowhere as much physical training as the rest of you do. Magic is like a science, rather than instinct, unlike quirks. Rather surprisingly, Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and slowly patted it. Good job, you bloody nerd. You really had to go and discover one of the most overpowered kinds of superpower out there, huh? And to think that it was the same day that... Right. That was the same day Bakugo told him to jump off Aldra's roof. Bakugo had already apologized, of course. He was sincere in that apology, and Izuku could see that. It was a stupid thing that a stupid kid said. Besides, this way, they're fulfilling that childhood promise of being heroes together. Perhaps they're not as close as they were when they were 4 years old, before Bakugo gained his explosion quirk, but that was something neither of them would ever forget. Well, quirks are just an evolved form of magic, Izuku muttered again, just for Bakugo to snort and cut him off. And now I already want to leave. You better do your DMN best, huh? I'll always be getting to get better, no matter how many spells you can pull out of your butt. You better watch out. Hi, Izuku shrugged. As Bakugo got up and got immediately dragged by Ijiro to pester Stark about his workout routine, Izuku glanced toward Frieren, who quietly sat on a beanbag. She didn't like this kind of attention, but thankfully, others were doing the talking. Thank the heavens that Nizu was actually a familiar. Now, they have places to go, Nizu continued after answering. Izuku had no idea how many questions were there already, but an hour had passed since they first came here. I believe it is about time that they return to their respective journeys in their old world. After all, they have been so helpful to us, yes? Now, we will allow them the privacy of leaving. Though it was all so hard to believe, everyone just nodded. After all, when you're given someone's memories, that was far harder to dismiss as madness than just being told about it. About an hour later, as everyone else went back to their dorms and homes to consider everything they had seen, Frieren prepared to bring herself and her companions back to her world. The previously crowded residence was now just as quiet as it usually was. Aside from Frieren, Fern, Stark, and Denken, there was also Izuku, Fumikage, Eri, and Inko. In the middle of the living room was a different version of the magic circle used in the summoning spell, one that would bring the summoned back to their dimension of origin. Stark also had the dubious honor of dragging several boxes of papers, photocopied grimoires, scrolls, and stone tablets. Not to mention all the various magical items that Frieren had now gained. This is farewell for now, then. Frieren turned around and took in the sight of the people that were, to her, the most important on this world. Izuku, Fumikage, Eri, Inko. Stark put his hands in his pockets and hit a cool pose. We'll come by and visit every now and then, when there's a monster that we can't beat. Fern immediately proceeded to punch his shoulder. It wouldn't really hurt him, since he was so strong, but he still flinched. Wait, where's Sane? Stark asked as he rubbed the spot where Fern hit him. He's not here. He's outside. Frieren's face morphed into her cat-like expression, which was pretty much how she expressed displeasure. He and Midnight appear to be together. What a corrupt priest, Fern muttered. Come now, I don't think they're doing anything out of the ordinary. Izuku shook his head. Hey Dark Shadow, can you check? Dark Shadow, go, Fumikage commanded the sentient Quirk, who complied and went out through an open window. Well? Inko asked. She would be less than pleased if anyone was doing something on her house's yard, never mind that this house was built by UA. They're hugging, Fumikage muttered. A pair of screams erupted from outside. And they saw Dark Shadow. Within seconds, Dark Shadow returned to his host, not speaking another word. Izuku blinked once. That's actually kind of nice. Either way, this is a very interesting world. Denken decided to change the subject. I am glad that I can come here again with this spell you made, Frieren. Right, but it can only bring 2 people at the same time, so make sure you're not just bringing in whoever, Frieren reminded. She then looked over at Eri, who was trying very, very hard not to cry. After all, she had been copying Frieren's stoic mannerisms. Eri, I'll be back. When we're staying in a safe town, I can summon you so that we may spend time together. Eri's eyes brightened at that. Really? Yes. I will do that. I'll see you then, Mom. We'll come visit you sometimes, too, Izuku sniffed. When we need a break from all the crazy things here, we'll come over and relax in a cafe. Perhaps, then, young man, I can eventually introduce you to Laufen, Denken smirked, though it wasn't visible from underneath his thick beard. You will probably get along. Oh, well. I suppose it won't hurt to meet new people, Izuku rubbed his palms together. Still, anyway, we'll be fine over here. You hadn't found Unwar, but I'm sure he's run back to America already since all the other demons have died. We'll find him and end him, eventually. If only Ragdoll still had her quirk. It is time, Fumikage closed his eyes and crossed his arms, though anyone who knew him in the slightest would know that he too really was trying really hard not to be emotional. Thank you for everything, Frieren. If not for you, there will be much less hope in this world. You give me too much credit, Frieren fidgeted at her suitcase's handle and looked away. Thank you, Frieren, Inko added. Because of you, my sweet boy has fulfilled his lifelong dream. And, in a few years, he'll be helping others like him fulfill their own dreams, too. This is all thanks to you. This is but a string of coincidences that ultimately turned out to be in your favor, Denken cut in. But, yes, Frieren's arrival to your world has been of immense aid. Discovering an entirely different system of magical lore has also been a worthwhile thing. Perhaps these spells we have learned and will be bringing would be more than enough for the Continental Magic Association to reverse its ban on you entering their facilities, Frieren. Maybe, Frieren nodded. Mistress Frieren, it is time, Fern reminded her. She was in a hurry, as usual. Right, Frieren looked down. She still has to talk with Himmel, after all. She then reached up and patted Izuku and Fumikage's heads, who bowed down to accept it. We'll be back for your graduation. Take care, Frieren, Izuku tearfully replied. And we'll be taking care of Eri until she's ready to join you on your journey. Likewise, Fumikage added. Dark Shadow had come out, tears gushing out of his eyes. Please take care, and have a safe return. Frieren then knelt down as Eri hugged her. When I see you again, Eri exclaimed, I'll beat all the monsters. Perhaps, Frieren stood up and held up her hands, where a fractal mass of mana began to churn and mix. The room was then bathed in green light, forcing everyone who wasn't Frieren to look away lest they be blinded. All right, Frieren said as she cast the reversal on the summoning spell, this is farewell for now. 6 years later. People are not born equal. In this age of quirks, of heroes and villains, that statement has become more and more literal. Some individuals have been blessed by their genetics to have strong quirks, like the air conditioning hero, Equite, the Nevermore heroes, Tsukuyomi, and the explosion hero, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Others are fortunate to have been raised in wealthy families, every problem answerable by simply throwing piles of money at it. Nowadays, there are 3 main ways someone who is not blessed with a powerful quirk could still be a great hero. If your quirk appears to be made out of hot garbage, work hard and smart. Make a disadvantageous quirk into a powerful one through correct application and skill. Perhaps it will be a painful process of trial and error, but all these sacrifices will pay off in the end. The invincible hero, Lemillion, is a testament to this path. His quirk, Permeation, used to be more of a detriment to him than anything else. However, through skill and experience, he turned a weak, ineffectual quirk into one of the most dangerous things any villain could face. That, and the fact that he secretly possesses the core quirk of One for All as well. Perhaps you don't have a quirk. Or it's not too good for hero work, or your body has been ravaged to the point of utter frailty. But, you still happen to possess vast amounts of money. In this case, you can turn to the advancement of support items to still be on par with any hero with a quirk. The armored hero, Iron Might, is a testament to this path. Though he is one of the oldest heroes still in service and possessing a frail body that barely even has a digestive tract, he still keeps up with some of Japan's strongest heroes. This is all thanks to the aptly named Iron Might suit, built by the brightest technologists in Island and costing somewhere between $100 billion or so to design and create. Being one of the richest men in the world, Iron Mike could very well afford it. However, what if your quirk is either weak and non-existent, and yet you also lack the financial means to purchase a suit of powered armor? What if you do not have the riches of an entire international corporation behind your back? What if your merchandise isn't the most popular merchandise in the entire world? What then? In recent times, there has been a quiet revelation. Magic is quite real, and though many simply do not believe in its existence, those few practitioners that currently exist are less interested in correcting their assumptions. Even then, being a mage requires dedication above all else. It requires a bright imagination, for the world of magic is all about visualization. To be a good mage, one needs an analytical mind, a penchant for studying and reading through magical texts, and experimentation. It is akin to a science all in itself. The great mage hero, All Mana, is a testament to this path. Once deemed to be essentially disabled by the lack of a quirk, he would, through a series of coincidences, gain access to a power that no one on Earth had wielded for many generations: magic. All Mana, of course, has big dreams. He has visions of a massive, global magic association. He sees vast study halls of aspiring mages, both quirked and quirkless, studying grimoires, scrolls, tablets, and poring over ancient artifacts. All big things, of course, have small beginnings. The Sanctum Agency, Muzutafu. If there's one thing Izuku still detests after 5 years as a full-fledged pro-hero and a mage, it would be bureaucratic paperwork. Forms, registrations, permits, receipts, whatever the hell a PTR is. It wasn't even 10 o'clock in the morning, and Izuku was already tempted to simply set the pile of papers laid out on his desk on fire. He wouldn't ever dare setting anything in his office on fire, though. Between all the All Might posters, the stars and stripes sculpture, the poster of himself in an All Might pose that Dark Shadow commissioned while his host was asleep about 10 years ago, and a wallpaper depicting a white-haired elf lady kicking a red-skinned chaos demon in the face, there were too many valuables in his office. That, and the bookshelves filled with grimoires. Frieren will come barreling from the other world if those were to be accidentally set ablaze. The last thing Izuku wanted to see was a furious Frieren standing over a pile of burning books. That would be true horror. Oh, yes, his sidekicks keep telling him to hire a secretary, but no. He barely has the spare budget to hire a secretary when he has one of the highest environmental collateral damage figures out of any of the top 50. He's not Frieren, whose control over magic is refined to utmost precision. And, sure, Mount Lady ends up sitting on houses way more than he accidentally destroys them with Zoltraak or Judrajim when a villain just won't stay down. And sure, Iron Might has to keep drawing electricity from the power grid to fuel his suit, praise be All Might's name, and thus puts entire blocks into temporary blackouts whenever he fights a particularly strong villain, but they've been at the hero game for 11 years and 40 years respectively. Izuku's barely even started. Right, sure, 5 years is a bit already. And sure, Nizu made sure he already had his own agency from the start instead of having to be someone's sidekick first. And sure, Hawks, Endeavor, and all, no, Iron might have been helping him get set up, but he didn't want to be a charity case. So they don't donate to him anymore. He specifically asked them not to. Anyway, teaching the 10 students of UA's not-so-secret magic course 2 days a week, while the other 4 days were mostly on hero work, has been a treat over the last 2 years, too. Only 3 of them, Haru, Harumi, and Ron-Naruto, were actually gunning to become heroes by throwing offensive spells at villains, though the other 7 were more interested in peaceful magic, like magic that makes crops grow faster and spells that annihilate worms from the digestive system. As such, they were mixed in with general education and business course students in some subjects. That did make sense. Not every mage is going to be a battle mage. Some just want to be the best chefs ever by using magic on the food. It also just happened that those 3 had promising mana pools. The others weren't that good in that regard, but they can improve over time. Frieren had been visiting every now and then, too. She'd been bringing Eri to the other world, showing her strange sights and sounds before sending her back when Frieren and her companions had to proceed on their dangerous path. Having just turned 16, though, Eri will probably be spending a lot more time over there than here. They grow up so fast. Excuse me, All Mana? One of Izuku's 2 sidekicks, or really, mage apprentices, daintily opened the door to his office. Izuku's train of thoughts crashed, making him turn to the sidekick. Yes? Izuku asked. He recalled that this sidekick, who took the hero name Patronum, used to be one of the quirkless hostages the Meta Liberation Army imprisoned during the PLF war. Hell, she was probably the one that gave Fumikage a lipstick mark back then. She had been, of course, quite happy to be saved, and enrolled in UA High School after Izuku's graduation. Then Nizu told her through her acceptance letter that she could be a mage. It must have been a wild ride for her all these years, as well as everyone else. I saw this in the mail when I came back from my patrol. Patronum handed an envelope to Izuku. I think it's a wedding invitation? Finally, some good news. Izuku's sheer, unrelenting hatred of paperwork evaporated right then and there. Ah, I see. He took the envelope and began to open it. Carry on then. As Patronum left the office and went back to her patrol, Izuku took out the envelope's contents. Then, he began reading. You are cordially invited to witness the union between Takami Kigo and Todoroki Fuyumi. Wait, what? When was this a T-dash? Izuku stood up so fast and so suddenly that he didn't notice the cleaning robot hovering over his head. With a loud tongue, he expedited a meeting between his forehead and the robot. Ow, Izuku muttered as he nursed the sudden sting of pain. He looked back down at the wedding invitation. He wondered just when Hawks and Todoroki Fuyumi got together. Not even Shoto told him anything, and they already met last month. Well, anyway. This is probably a good opportunity to meet a few of his friends again. While he meets his friends and classmates every now and then, it is very hard to get everyone together in one place. They all have different jurisdictions, diverging schedules, that wasn't even mentioning how they were getting officially engaged one by one. Or, two by two. Just a few days ago, Mina and Ijiro announced through Spacebook that they were now fiancés. That announcement completely blindsided Izuku, though not as much as discovering that Hawks and Fuyumi were getting married already. Seriously, why does no one in the entire Todoroki family tell him anything? As for Fumikage and Ochako, they were still taking their time. Or so he was told last time they were all together a week ago. All mana. Izuku was still nursing the pain on his forehead when Patronum came running back into his office. He'll have to thank whoever made the doors, because he swore that if they were made out of ordinary materials, they would have been broken by Patronum's entrance. You have to see the news. The hero rankings just got updated. Oh, really? Izuku used a telekinetic spell to bring the remote control for the flat-screen television into his hand. Then, he tuned into the news. And here are the updated hero rankings for this month. As you can see, there are a lot of young heroes with strong starts. We'll begin, of course, with the top 10. Izuku blinked at the list that appeared on the screen. Some were names he completely expected to be in the top 10, but some were pretty surprising. To no one's surprise, the number 1 hero was the invincible hero, Lemillion. But then, right below Mirio's name, was his own. For the better part of the last 5 years, he had been steadily rising through the ranks. Last month, Izuku had already entered the top 20, a mean feat for someone so young. Hawks was, really, a complete anomaly on how fast he rose to number 3 position back then. Though, Hawks retired 5 years ago. He never said why. Maybe he was tired of the paparazzi. Izuku may have played a large role in the battles against All for One and the PLF, but the hero rankings weren't all about combat, ability or just how dangerous you were. There was a great mix of factors, like public relations, or how much collateral damage there was, or the lack thereof. Izuku cultivated a reputation for devastation and ruthlessness during the PLF war, and not a lot of people forgot that. Many were quite happy with it, of course, but others think his deadpan expression in battle is a little too unnerving. But, again, Endeavor scowled at people and had absolutely no interest in public gatherings, but he managed to hold the title of number 2 for more than 20 years. He just solved that many cases. Izuku supposed that, in some ways, he was the second coming of both Endeavor and Stars and Stripes. How ironic, given that it was All Might he always idolized. Though, when your primary mentor is a stoic 1,000-year-old elf mage, you don't exactly learn how to have good public relations that way. Number 2, huh? Sounds great. Patronum clapped her hands. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Patronum, Izuku nodded. He then kept reading, taking note of the top 20 heroes. Invincible hero, Lemillion. Great mage hero, All Mana. Air conditioning hero, Equite. Fiber hero, Best Genist. Rabbit hero, Miruko. Gigantic hero, Mount Lady. Wood hero, Kamui Woods. Wave motion hero, Nijire-chan. Tentacle hero, Kraken. Shoji had been going around, helping resolve the long-standing problem that was mutant discrimination in rural areas. It was hard work, but it got Shoji a lot of attention, hence being number 9. Also, apparently, his chauffeur is one Shuichi Iguchi. Izuku kept on reading the list, taking mental notes to congratulate the ones he knew personally. Copying hero, Phantom Thief. Nevermore heroes, Tsukuyami. Number 11, let's go. Izuku stood up and cheered at the screen. He glanced at Patronum, who was a little surprised at how enthusiastic he was. What? He's my bestie. Oh, right, sir. Mud Hero, Mudman. Unbreakable Hero, Red Riot. Jet Engine Hero, Ingenium. Explosion Hero, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. He kept the name. Izuku let out a choking snort as he laughed at Bakugo's hero name. He expected Bakugo to rank higher, what with having 2 quirks to work with, but he supposed that he was even worse when it comes to PR. Come to think of it, it was probably because of the time he yelled at journalists trying to get some questions off of him. Wind Hero, Gale Force. Bizarre Diet Hero, Sun Eater. Space Hero, Uravity. Last I heard, she's been helping the JSA, NASA, and the ESA build another international space station, Izuku quietly noted. Rockets that don't weigh anything are just so convenient, yes? Everything Hero, Genesis. Dragon Hero, Ryukyu. With that, the screen returned to the 2 news anchors. There are also some honorable mentions that, while not ranked too high up, have nonetheless made quite a name for themselves. First of all, at rank 51 is Iron Might, the former symbol of peace. While he is no longer as active as before at the ripe age of 66, he still helps wherever he can. Indeed, he is a true hero in every sense of the word. When All Might returned to the hero scene bedecked in a suit of powered armor, no one could believe it at first. Izuku could, though. Though he was nowhere as strong as he used to be, and was significantly slowed down by aging and his frail body, Toshinori Yagi won't ever stop being of service to others as long as he can still walk, fight, and float. Sounds just like All Might. About a week later, Izuku put on a black suit and a green cloak, then proceeded to the wedding venue aboard a taxi. It was a 5-star hotel of some kind. With the combined wealth of the Endeavor and Hawks agencies, there was just a lot of money to throw at the whole thing. Security appeared to be quite strict, as some of Hawks and Endeavor's sidekicks were guarding the entrance. Not to mention the metal detectors and so on. There were more of Endeavor's burning sidekicks than there were of Hawks, though, as he just had, well, more sidekicks than anyone else in Japan. Though, it's really just Shoto's agency now, since Endeavor retired after the war. He just never bothered changing the name. As Izuku entered, he immediately noticed that a few people he knew were already there, nearly an hour and a half early. Specifically, Fumi. Izuku flew forward and wrapped his friend in a tight hug. Fumikage was taken aback at the suddenness of Izuku's entrance, but he just took it in and patted his back regardless. Hello, Izuku, it has been some time, Fumikage managed. At age 22, he was still a little short compared to Izuku, though he was certainly taller than Hawks now. Dark Shadow came out and squished them even closer together with his claws, cackling all the while. Fumikage then blinked at Izuku's hair. I see that you have changed your hairstyle. Well, Izuku shrugged. One of my apprentices wouldn't stop bugging me about how my hair looked like an absolute mess, so I tied it up. Though when All Might saw it when we encountered each other a year ago, he started crying. Oh? Izuku smiled as he remembered what All Might said back then. He told me that Nana Shimura wore her hair the same way. Ah, the 7th user. Izuku couldn't do anything while Dark Shadow was keeping them in a group hug, so he just went on talking. So, did you know that Hawks and Shoto's sister were together? No, I did not, Fumikage let out a small chuckle. I take it that you only found out when those invitations were sent out? Yes. Exactly. Izuku shouted. He didn't mind how Dark Shadow was rubbing his face, beak, on his hair. I suppose they want to keep it a surprise, but I just want to know how it started. Fumikage cast a glance at Dark Shadow's direction. The sentient quirk let them go, allowing them to stand normally, at a normal distance. I am also quite curious, yes. He will probably speak of it during the ceremony. Izuku took a look around and saw Shoto idly talking with Bakugo, while Tenya appeared to be acquiring a new pair of glasses from Yamamo. Others will be arriving soon enough, probably. That, or they were already inside. Where's Ochako? How are you two doing, anyway? She's already inside. Fumikage answered. We are doing well. So, Izuku pocketed his hands and leaned on the nearby wall. When are you and Ochako getting, you know? Perhaps in a year or two. Nice. What about you? Fumikage asked with a cheeky grin. We've been going to the other world in short incursions. You and the teleporting mage, Lawfen, have become quite close. Yes? It appears that she's a complete nerd, like you. Izuku looked away to hide the blush that had begun to overwhelm his face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fumikage smirked. You and Miss Midnight seem to have a liking for individuals from other worlds, yes? Look, Izuku chuckled nervously, I am quite lucky to have met such a beautiful lady, and I have to thank Denken for that. But really Fumi, we're not like that. Yet. I guess? Fumikage threw up his hands in the air and let out a snort of laughter. Finally. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for you to know what it feels like. Feel what, exactly? Izuku feigned ignorance. Love, my good, magical friend, Fumikage patted Izuku's shoulder with a crap-eating grin on his beak. At long last. Now it is our turn to tease you. No, Izuku's face had become as red as a beet. That's not Dash. Fumikage let out a maniacal chuckle. Laufin and Izuku, sitting under a tree. Nope. Izuku turned away and headed toward Shoto and Bakugo, never mind that he was still blushing. Not happening. As soon as Izuku was within Shoto's range, though, it was his turn to tease him. So, it seems that you have found someone to create a love child with. It is truly a wonder how you needed to cross dimensions just to find Dash. Shoto, Izuku sighed. No. He's not dealing with people teasing him about a potential love life when he had no idea how a relationship like that would even work in practice. I mean, Izuku thought as he formulated a response to Shoto's smirking remark, who's going to which world when it's all said and done? Are we going to just spend half a year here, and half a year there? Before you ask, Shoto glanced toward the closed door that led to the main wedding venue. Fuyumi and Kigo asked us to not tell anyone. They wanted it to be a secret. Hawks does have a rather passionate fanbase. Izuku couldn't help but think about how many young women and girls would have had their dreams completely and utterly shattered by the revelation that Hawks was actually getting on with someone. Izuku had read some works of fanfiction featuring heroes and villains, sometimes, on the internet, after all, and by hell are some of those nasty. Not that he'd openly admit to reading those. He also wanted to see the priceless reactions, Shoto continued. That would be when Tuya walked into view. He just turned 16 2 months ago, and was already in his second year as a general education student in UA. Oh, and he's also one of those in UA who knew magic, if only because Izuku thought it would be really sad if he can't use any kind of power, since his fire quirk actively harms him. So, he taught him a bit of ice magic. There was the spell for making shaved ice, and the spell for making ice cubes, and another to make the ambient temperature around him go down to freezing. Nothing too glamorous like Shoto's glaciers, but he at least has something. That, and Endeavor made sure not to put ideas of grandeur in his head this time around. So, now, Tuya wants to be a doctor one day. Good morning, sensei, Tuya greeted. Is my older but also younger brother bothering you? Very much, yes, Izuku glared at Shoto. I keep telling him and everyone else in our class, I don't have a girlfriend. Not yet, that is, Shoto smirked. Izuku let out a long, drawn-out sigh. He looked back at Tuya, who was already resisting the urge to laugh. See? About an hour and a half later, the ceremony itself was over. Izuku was treated to the sight of Hawk-sensei and Fuyumi Todoroki kissing each other amidst thunderous applause, something that, prior to last week, he wouldn't have ever imagined. He and everyone else were also made privy to the story of how those two even met. Apparently, 6 years ago, after Endeavor was knocked unconscious when he used his most powerful move, plus Ultra, Prominence Burn, Supernova, while being electrocuted, burned, and blasted from every direction by Sabu the Unending Legion's clones, Hawks had to drag him away while Redestro menacingly advanced toward them. Redestro was about to kill both of the exhausted heroes when Fern and Stark saved them in the nick of time. Izuku knew that Hawks already knew about the whole thing where Fern and Stark were from another world entirely. While Hawks was dragging an unconscious Endeavor, he blurted out how much he was a fan. He blabbered about how Endeavor saved him as a child and thus Hawks had admired the flame hero ever since. Endeavor, of course, heard and remembered everything Hawks said, and proceeded to invite him over to family dinner. The public has absolutely no idea about the drama that was the hellish Todoroki family, never mind that they were in a better place right now. And the rest, well, was history. Now, the MC, who happened to be present Mike himself, announced that it was time for the garter toss. The unmarried male guests gathered in a crowd, while Hawks, dressed in a fancy tuxedo with custom-made holes for his wings to fit through, stood with his back turned to them. In his hands was Fuyumi's garter. He then glanced back at the crowd with a sinister grin. Izuku, despite having his relationship status as completely single, found himself dragged into the crowd by Dark Shadow. And then, the one that caught the garter was? Denki. Hey! Kyoka. Denki waved the garter in his hand as Kyoka immediately ran for cover. We're next. I'm not Ria Eddie. Kyoka screamed in terror, while Denki laughed and laughed. Let's talk about this first. Right after that was the bouquet throwing, and Ochako won. Hey, Fumi, Izuku glanced at Fumikage, who was already beginning to shake as Ochako advanced toward him with intent. Are you going to run? Maybe. I won't let you. Izuku grabbed Fumikage's shoulders and kept him still. Fumikage looked positively terrified as Ochako approached, and Izuku was all for it. This is what you get for teasing me. Fumikage somehow managed to pale at Izuku's words. Please, have mercy. I was shown none, so I will give none, Izuku smirked. Hey, baby bird, Ochako drawled. Should we start planning? Fumikage blinked at his love in the dark. Oh, yes, of course. Yay! Ochako wrapped him in a tight hug. But, just whenever you're ready. Right, Ihem, hey, Izuku, are you crying? It's nothing, Izuku looked away. Seeing you too, it makes me happy. Of course it would, Fumikage smiled. But do you know what would make me happy? What? No, just stop. Heh. Oh, is it that Laughing girl Fumi told me about? Ochako asked. No. Yes. Deep within one of the many dungeons dotting the northern lands, Eri Frieren's daughter danced around a giant, monstrous scorpion, blowing raspberries at the creature. At about 17 years old, she stood at about the same height as Frieren. She wore a white jacket, its cuffs covered with ancient Egyptian and Greek symbols of magic. Norse runes were in turn on her black undershirt, while a plain black skirt, with black leggings and brown boots, completed her look. Her stark white hair bundled into a ponytail behind her head so that it wouldn't get caught in her choice of weaponry, a pair of swords. They were not just any swords, either, they were actually red flight feathers originally belonging to hawks. She received them as a birthday present when she turned 16, and she had wielded them ever since. They were lightweight, and yet were also extremely strong, a perfect fit for her. Too slow. You can't catch me, Baka. Eri easily dodged the scorpion monster's stinger. Beside her was Stark, having grown old enough by this point that he was beginning to have a small goatee. A giant spider lay dead before him, his axe having facilitated its death by splitting its brain into two. Fern, for her part, was leisurely walking behind the warrior and the skirmisher of the party, shooting off the scorpion's tail with a blast of Zoltraak. Sane stood further behind them, healing the poison that the spider gave to Stark when it bit his arm. Frieren, meanwhile, looked down at a treasure chest, her attention enraptured by the prospect of a rare grimoire inside it. It was like her party members weren't fighting monsters all around her. Or, rather, the monsters just didn't stand a chance at all. So, her help wasn't needed at this moment. The scorpion hissed in pain and rage as Stark swung his axe at its legs, chopping off two of them. With its attention drawn to the red warrior, Eri jumped off to its head, plunging both feather swords into the joints between the exoskeleton. She hit something vital, perhaps the central nervous system. Whatever the case, Eri had delivered the killing blow to the monster, causing it to slump to the floor and slowly disintegrate into mana particles. Mistress Frieren, Fern turned back toward the ancient elf, who was still crouched in front of the chest. She used the mimic detection spell on the chest, and sure enough, it set off the alarm. This chest, according to the spell, is indeed a mimic. I am telling you, again, that this is just a mimic. And I am telling you again, Fern, Frieren smirked at her apprentice, the Mike Height spell only has a 99% success rate. I am going to gamble on the 1% false positive. After all, that's how I got the spell to make ice shavings. Fern just stared at her master. They've been together for, what, nearly 20 years. She was already more than used to Frieren's antics by this point. Fine, Mistress Frieren, but I'm not going to be the one that's pulling you out. I will. Eri raised her hand to volunteer. No, no, Sane shook his head at Eri, we should leave her for a bit. Make her think about her choices in life. Stark turned to the priest with a rather indignant look on his face. Hey, that's just terrible, Sane. How could it be that the girl that can never be deceived by demons always falls for mimics? Sane muttered and looked away. Whatever. Do what you want. Hee. Frieren's hand went toward the chest to begin to open it. Fern just sighed, expecting the teeth to come out and swallow Frieren. Eri looked on excitedly, while Stark prepared himself for extracting Frieren out of a mimic. Sane just looked down. The lid opened. And nothing happened. See? Frieren reached down into the chest and pulled out what appeared to be a grimoire. I told you, great discoveries are made by those that trust the 1% chance. What kind of spell is that? Eri asked. Frieren looked down at the grimoire, analyzing the spell within. It's a search spell. The ultimate form of pursuit magic. It can pinpoint anyone as long as the user had seen and felt their mana before. Whoa, that 1% chance really did pay off, huh? Stark remarked. Sane glanced over at Frieren, who stood up and dusted off the grimoire with a spell that cleans dust from books. How many failures did you suffer before you actually got one? I have no idea, Frieren replied as she opened the first page of the grimoire. But rare finds like this is why I never give up even if the Mackay spell says that a chest is a mimic. Still, who do we use it on? We can use it to see where Mr. Kraft is, maybe we can meet him again, Fern suggested. We can use another vanguard. Am I not enough? Stark asked. Just to be sure. Stark frowned and looked away with sadness in his eyes. Ah? Don't feel bad, Stark. Eri patted his shoulder. You're a very good warrior. One of the best, ever. See, Fern? Stark pointed at Eri. Someone in this party knows how to be nice. Either way, I know someone we can really search for, Frieren interrupted. Last time we visited the other world, Unwar hadn't been found yet. Let's give Izuku this spell. Hello, Aoyama. How have you been? 7 years after the defeat of All for One, Izuku sat in front of his office computer. It was already around 9 p.m., a bit past his usual patrol time during the day. He still wore his hero costume, though he will soon be switching to civilian clothing soon enough so that he could go home and have some sleep. Right now, though, he had a friend to speak with. Someone he hadn't seen in the last 7 years, but a friend nonetheless. I am doing well, Midoriya, Aoyama replied. He still looked rather fabulous, with his stylized blonde hair and rather well-maintained eyelashes. He also wore a hero costume, the same shiny suit of armor and mirrors that he used back when he was a hero student in UA. Aoyama was also holding his phone while walking on the streets of Montreal, so his video wasn't all that stable. It kept shaking and blurring, the network delay from halfway across the world causing rather hefty amounts of pixelation. I can see that. Izuku replied, though he was having some difficulty actually seeing what Aoyama was up to. I didn't know, you're actually a licensed hero now? Well, everything that happened wasn't leaked to the public, and it was sealed away, so my family and I had a fresh start when we came back here in Quebec, Aoyama answered. He had stopped moving at this point, so his surroundings weren't pixelated anymore. Are they still angry at me? It's been 7 years. I don't think so, Izuku sighed. In truth, he never asked his classmates whether or not they had really gotten over the fact that Aoyama was a mole in UA. Or that he was the reason some of them were hurt, and worse, during the USJ attack. He doesn't want to bring back bad memories, especially for Denki. I believe that, at the very least, nobody will try to kill you when they see you. That is hardly a comfort, mon Dieu. But I wish we were friends when we were younger, like how I was with Fumikage and, Bakugo, Izuku blurted out. Well, yes, Bakugo wasn't really a friend after Izuku turned 5, but before Bakugo's quirk manifested, they were pretty close. Maybe, that way, you'd have become like me. You'd have become a mage. I've got plenty of spells that sparkle and glitter, after all. I bet you'd have loved it. Well, I only came to Japan because my parents were searching for him, Aoyama muttered. Otherwise, I would have never come to Japan to begin with. I would have never met you, either way. The cheese has spoiled already, no use trying to unspoil it, Right. I'll be on my patrol, Aoyama continued. I have to go. Talk to you later? Okay, see you over the airwaves, Aoyama. As Aoyama disconnected from the call, Izuku would once again find himself more or less alone in the agency building. At this point, he had already acquired 4 sidekicks. Out of those 4, 2 of them, Patronum and Hex Force, were full-on mage apprentices that used to be quirkless. Another one, Luxana, had a photokinetic quirk that absorbed photons to be used for her abilities. Just as Frieren taught Nebulum to Fumikage, so too did Izuku teach Luxana a spell for creating orbs of light to further fuel her power. And then, there's this big, burly sidekick who took on the hero name Minus. The gigantic man had a minotaur mutation of all things, and functioned as the frontliner for the Sanctum Agency. Though he looked pretty scary, he was actually the most personable sidekick in the entire agency. Patronum and Hex Force both had resting beach faces, and Luxana was a little shy when it came to public interactions. Right now, all his sidekicks were back in their respective homes, asleep. Right. It's his turn to go home and rest, now. On the next morning, Izuku would be woken up by a loud knock on the door. Oh, and the same, familiar mana signature that belonged to Frieren. Hurriedly, he got off the bed and made his way downstairs, where his mother was already cooking breakfast. Some people may wonder why the number 2 hero still lives in a rather modest 2-story house with his mother, but frankly, he just prefers it this way. Besides, it's not like he has a big family, yet. He only has his mother, after all. The last thing he wanted was to leave her all alone in a house. Hey, that smells good. Izuku stopped and took in the scent of fried pork chops and steamed rice. There was also ketchup. Real tomato ketchup, not whatever the hell banana ketchup was. Izuku, it's them, Inko pointed at the door with her cooking spoon. The woman had lost some weight over the last few years, hell, she looked a lot like how she was at her prime. Come go open the door, can you? Oh right. Izuku then opened the door, and was immediately captured in a tight hug as Eri jumped off from the ground and wrapped her arms around his neck. Had he not expected Eri to do this every time she came back from the other world, he would have fallen over. But she always greeted him this way, and so he was ready. Izuku! Eri held him tight. I missed you. It has been a month since you last visited, so the feeling is mutual, Izuku nodded as he hugged her back. He then saw Frieren standing on the veranda, with a grimoire in hand. Eri then let him go, running off toward Inko to greet her as well. Now, Frieren, what did you find? I found a handy search-type spell that will allow us to finally track Unwar down. Frieren held up the grimoire at Izuku, who marveled at the magical book. It is the ultimate pursuit magic spell. I managed to acquire it because I always trust in the 1% chance of a false positive for the mimic detection spell. Never change, Frieren, Izuku laughed as he accepted the grimoire from Frieren. I know the exact person who'll know the best way to use this. Oh? Frieren raised an eyebrow. Well, as we both know, us human mages specialize in specific fields more often than not, Izuku replied. He could hear Eri asking Inko where Fumikage was. The answer was, of course, over in Tokyo. Because of course he went to Tokyo. You know a mage that specializes in search-type magic? Frieren asked. Who? Ragdoll, of course. Remember how, when I first became an official pro hero, I approached her and offered to teach her magic. Aha, I remember you mentioning something like that. Frieren glanced to the side as she recalled that specific event. She'll be so happy to get this spell. Izuku looked up with dreamy eyes. But, are you willing to take a road trip first? She and her team live over in the countryside resort. I won't mind, Frieren nodded. Great. Izuku turned around and marched back to his room. I'll get fixed, tell my sidekicks that I won't be around today, and then let's go. Oh, hey, Midoriya, Frieren, and Eri. A few hours later, Ragdoll waved at the trio approaching the Wild PP Cats resort base. Being rescue heroes that primarily deal with incidents in the mountain, they have to live close to, well, the mountains. Ragdoll, I trust that you and the rest of the Wild PP Cats have been doing well? Izuku asked as he came close. He looked around, taking in the sight of the forests around the resort. Being back here, it takes me back to the summer training camp. Those really were the days. Well, we're going to have another training camp here in a few months, and as you know, your students will be there, Midoriya. You could come here and watch or help us. Ragdoll nodded. Izuku noted how, aside from the small, cutesy, cat-themed staff she held in her right hand, her hero costume hadn't changed at all. Though, eternally 18, Ragdoll was already 40 years old, and looked the part. Well, she looked good for someone getting on with the years. Great, so, I mean, we have something for you. Izuku summoned the grimoire and held it out toward Ragdoll. You've been specializing and studying every type of pursuit, search, and scrying magic that the archive has over the last 5 years, ever since I first taught you magic. This, he tapped a finger at the book, is a powerful search spell. It can allow you to search for anyone, anyway, as long as you know their mana signature. Ragdoll's eyes glimmered as she accepted the grimoire out of Izuku's hands. This is really great. It's not like my good old search quirk, but it gets pretty close. Thank you so much. Thank Frieren, Izuku motioned at the elf behind him. She found this in a dungeon in the other world because she trusted the 1% chance that the chest it was in wasn't a mimic. I tell you, if she ever went to Las Vegas or bought a gacha game, she'll spend more money than our entire economy in gambling. Ha! Ragdoll snorted, much to Frieren's chagrin. Eri, meanwhile, just started chuckling. But, anyway, is there anything else? If you want to stay a while. Izuku smiled. Frieren's eyes burned with murder. There is something, actually, Izuku replied. You see, we've been looking for a certain someone. I'll just be giving you his mana signature so that once you've learned this spell, we can track him down. 1 week later. Sakhalin Oblast, East Siberian Commonwealth. Deep in a quiet forest, a demon sat on a log, eating. Behind him hung a man, a foolish content creator who thought filming a video in a foggy forest would garner him plenty of views on the internet. But now, he is no more than a slab of flesh neatly tied up in magical silk, preserved fresh meat for a demon to consume. Even now, he could only watch in abject and silent horror as the demon roasted his severed leg in a spit over a fire using magic. The stump had been completely sealed, but so was his mouth, though in the latter case, it had been carelessly sewed shut. The foul creature had, over centuries and a millennium of life, discovered that cooking something made it taste better. Also, it was nicer to have a meal when there isn't any screaming happening. And so, unworthy all-seeing, being as eccentric as he was, picked up the human practice of cooking. He didn't care much for skis, It's not like he could acquire those in an isolated forest like this. That would be when he felt the very fabric of space ripple and contort. Reality itself was violated, the laws that bind the universe together broken, as dozens of purple portals opened all around Unwar and his food. Impossible, Unwar prepared to run, but then, bolts of golden lightning came out of one of the portals and straight towards him. The demon put up a barrier of defensive magic, successfully blocking the incoming attack. However, he couldn't help but notice how powerful, and murderous in intent, the lightning was. Also, Unwar remembered, he was now surrounded. There were at least 4 mages around here, Frieren and all mana included. Not to mention the plethora of Quirk users that had arrived through the Quirk-based portals. He recognized the electricity as belonging to the one he stabbed during the battle against All for One, at least. Humans, they had this thing called bearing a grudge. And that child he nearly killed probably had a very, very big one. This is not good. Good job, Ragdoll and Wormhole Extreme. Now, we finish this. Go help the guy in the spiderweb. Izuku floated down from one of the many portals that Oboro had summoned. The hardest part in the lead-up to this operation was, honestly, getting Ragdoll acquainted with the new search spell, as well as getting her to read Unwar's mana signature off from Izuku and Frieren's memory. Getting the East Siberian Commonwealth government to agree to letting some of Japan's heroes kill a demon in their territory was pretty easy after that. At the very least, the Commonwealth didn't have to risk its own heroes to kill Unwar. It was a win-win situation for absolutely everyone. Except for Unwar, who, by the end of the day, will be dead. Before that, though, some people have some business to settle with him. Ehem. Anyway. Hey, horn fucker. Remember what you did to me? Denki, now known as the number 23 pro hero, Raiden, floated out of his portal, crackling with murderous amounts of golden electricity. When the electric user was looped into the plan for eliminating Unwar once and for all, he jumped in with gusto. After all, that demon stabbed him in the back. Without Fumikage's intervention and Frieren's arrival, he would have died a gruesome death at Unwar's hands. Unwar didn't respond to Denki's question. Instead, he turned tail and began to fly away. Don't you run away from me, not after what you did. Denki growled at the cowardly demon as he gathered his electricity into his fingers. Izuku landed beside him, while Frieren floated above them, just in case the demon somehow managed to escape the cordon of heroes and mages that surrounded Unwar. We can't reliably kill him with Zoltraak, not when the defensive magic he uses deflects it instead of absorbing. We might end up hitting one of our allies in the process. We wanted to do this ourselves, but a lot of people just have a grudge, Izuku thought as he raised his staff while Denki gathered even more electric charge. Raiden, are you ready? I am. Good, Izuku then cast Waldgoes, but horizontally, sending a whirlwind spinning towards the running Unwar. Trees were uprooted and thousands of forest animals probably died. The demon covered himself with his immense mana, protecting himself from getting swept away by the tornado. Denki then added his electricity into the Waldgoes, sending it in swirling arcs. Wind becomes lightning. As Denki shouted out the combo move as any good pro hero would, the tornado became a raging thunderstorm, with Unwar still inside. Lightning began to strike the demon, who attempted to block the thunderbolts with barriers of magic. The lightning was coming at him from all directions by this point, and so he was forced to maintain a full, spherical barrier. Though, he did have a huge pool of mana to pull from, so the storm Izuku and Denki created wasn't going to wipe out his reserves anytime soon. Unfortunately for him, that was never the intent. As Unwar would quickly discover, the tornado that became a thunderstorm was infused with mana, obscuring mana detection for anyone trapped within. Mana and Quirk energy, incidentally, were close enough that someone with respectable mana detection can also detect Quirk users. With the magically infused tornado blocking Unwar's mana detection and eyesight, though, he never saw the behemoth that had taken position, ready to strike vengeance upon him. Sure enough, as soon as the magic lightning storm dissipated, Unwar would see a gigantic dark shadow and a very, very set-off Fumikage looming over him. Floating beside the number 11 hero were Patronum and Hex Force, Izuku's apprentices, both of whom were casting spells of darkness to help empower the sentient Quirk. A gigantic claw was already flying towards the demon before the storm cleared, and he had no time to do anything else but put up a barrier of defensive magic to stop himself from being turned into a red paste. Amazingly, Unwar's barrier held up against the utterly gigantic mass that had just hit it, though it cracked substantially. He began chanting a spell to create an enormous flash of light when the other claw came towards him from the right, forcing him to divert more attention and mana towards maintaining his defensive magic. However, it wasn't enough. The kinetic energy from Dark Shadow's other claw slammed against the shield, which by itself held, but Unwar himself was then launched by the impact. He used flight magic to stabilize himself midair, but would then be immediately attacked yet again by Dark Shadow. At the same time, a beam of Judrajim came flying at him. So was a bolt of lightning, yet another blast of Judrajim, and at least a dozen other quirks. It was all too much, all at once. Unwar had never been a frontline fighter. He always had a supportive role, watching and waiting in the sidelines. And so, he found himself attempting to block all of these incoming attacks. The combined force broke through his defenses, if not barely, slamming him against a nearby tree with an audible crack. Unwar tried to get up, but immediately discovered that he could not. My spine has been broken. So this is the end for me. Unwar could only look up with dead eyes and morbid fascination as Frieren stood over him with her staff aimed squarely at his face. The elf mage gazed upon with such contempt, she might as well have been looking at a wild animal. Though, perhaps wild animals were the best way to describe demons. Or, as Flam said, beasts that speak. Unwar would certainly agree with that sentiment. Humans are dolphins, demons are sharks. They might look a little bit alike, but they're very, very different. How did you find me? Unwar croaked. He could feel his life ebbing away. Bits of him were now turning into dust. Are you stalling? Frieren asked. Her staff began to glow with a blue light. Perhaps, it is all I can do now, yes? Unwar replied. Everything hurts. Good, Frieren's staff glimmered. Mother, don't make me laugh. Demons do not have a concept of family. Now, die. With that, Frieren cast Zoltraak, punching a hole clean through Unwar's chest. When Izuku found himself invited by a famous talk show host in London, he was thrilled. The Sanctum Agency had been slow-going, but steady. A lot of people everywhere didn't even believe that Izuku's abilities and that of his apprentices weren't quirks. It was strange and perplexing how much denial there was. There were even absurd gossips in social media sites that he was in fact some kind of quirk replicator like Phantom Thief or, worse, someone related to All for One of all people. When Fumikage told him about those strange conspiracy theorists, he nearly had the mind to create a singularity. He had ripped into those loony theorists more than a few times. If it wasn't for his mother telling him to rein himself in, then he'd probably be already banned from every social media site that exists for violating community guidelines. TCH, how could they even conjure such stupidity? He'd probably ask Mei or Nizu to hack those sites and shadowban every single one of those conspiracy theorists if it weren't extremely illegal. However, he did get the companies owning those sites themselves to do the banning. After all, why wouldn't he be furious at those people? Thinking that he would be related to All for Fing1. Not just related, but the lost child of All for One. How would that even happen? All for One killed his dad. Either way, a different rumor was indeed true. Laufin, are you sleepy? Izuku asked as he wasn't so sure what they were at this point, but either way, he nudged the female mage from her slumber on the back seat of their taxi. We're here, in the airport. When he first met Laufin, it had been at Denken's invitation. With the use of that summoning spell, Izuku crossed the dimensional barrier and found himself at the city of Oberst. Denken then invited him to a meal with the girl, and the rest was history. As it turns out, Laufin was a little bit like him. She was an outlier among mages in that her fighting style was in close combat. While Izuku learned some of that during his tutelage under Hawks, it was never his speciality, just something he could fall back on. Another thing that set her apart from her peers, though, was that she wasn't cynical, with a willingness for self-sacrifice. If she were Izuku, she'd probably also try to save Bakugo from the sludge villain. And, if she were born on Earth, she'd most definitely be a pro-hero. At least that's what she said when Izuku told her all about the spandex-bound heroes of his own world. Where? Laufin asked as she opened her eyes. Airport. Izuku looked outside, where Fumikage was already waiting for them. The talk show only invited the two of them, allowing one more guest to come with. Ochako, Shoto, Denki, and Tenya were too busy with hero work, so the two of them stepped out of the taxi. Laufin stretched her limbs, while Izuku threw up a jacket around her. Fumikage then approached them with his hands in his pockets. He was, as always, dressed in all black, though it was a more casual get-up. Izuku. Laufin. I see that you're together, truly. The private jet is waiting for us. Fine, you were right, Izuku shrugged. We did have something. Anyway, what's this about a private jet? I thought we'll be booking a flight. Also, since when did you have the money to buy a private jet? It's not mine, Fumikage replied. The pilot is quite excited to meet us again, you see. Wait. Minutes later, the three of them walked to a smaller runway, separate from the big airline planes, where a small jet waited. A tall, brown-haired man in a commercial pilot uniform then exited the cockpit, along with a little pink bird. Rhodey. Izuku ran up to the Otheoni and hugged him tight. After a few seconds, he took a few steps back and took a better look at him. Rody was much taller than him at about 6 feet tall. He practically towered over Fumikage, and wasn't that far from Laufin either. Pino, for her part, still looked the same. It had been years since they last met, when Rody and his siblings won a trip to Japan and visited Mizutofu. Last I heard, you joined the Air Force. Well, Rody tried his best to ignore it when Dark Shadow and Pino approached each other and rubbed their noses together. I can't really be a hero with a quirk like mine, so the closest thing I could do was join the military, since they work pretty closely with heroes back in Otheon. But when I heard that you were going to London, I jumped at the chance. Oh, and who's this? Ah, Izuku motioned at Laufin. This is Laufin. She's a mage from the other world. Laufin, meet Rody Soul. Rody Soul, meet Laufin. Nice to meet you, Rody Soul, Laufin greeted the pilot. Heh, nice to meet you, Laufin. Looks like Izuku here finally found someone after so long, Rody grinned. So was I, Laufin shrugged. I still can't believe you're actually a mage, Rody shook his head, remembering the time when Izuku chased him across Kessel City with beams of light, portals, and flight. I mean, hearing about it is one thing, but when I think about it, it really makes a lot of sense. Anyway, climb on in. This thing is rented by the hour, so we better get on quick. Wow, Laufin looked around the interior of the private jet, which could be best described as a luxury suite. The floor was coated by a woolen carpet with intricate, delicate patterns of white in a red background. 8 seats in total were present, organized in 4s that each surrounded a small table. A counter with drinks and pastries was to the left, with a bartender quietly wiping at the glasses. Meanwhile, a door that would lead to the cockpit was on the right. Do you fly across continents with this all the time? This is so luxurious. Well, no, Izuku said as he approached one of the chairs and sat down. Laufin sat down beside him, while Fumikage sat on one of the seats facing them with Dark Shadow coming out to ask for stuff from the bartender. Most of the time, we take commercial flights with hundreds of other people in the plane with us. I'll show you that one day. Laufin leaned back on her chair. I'll be looking forward to that and other wonders of your world. Are you for good? Rody asked as he stepped into the suite. If you need anything, just ask this guy. I just have to ask, Izuku leaned closer. How much did you spend on this? Ha! Rody snorted. Your apprentices did. In gold. Of course they did, Izuku sighed. Well, this is fine. Could have been worse? I could have just asked Wormhole Extreme to bring us there, but... This is more fun, Fumikage finished off for him. Dark Shadow returned with a plate of donuts and other such sweet pastries. Besides, he's busy. Say ah. Dark Shadow held out a bagel at Laufin, who was just shocked at the sentient Quirk's brazen attempt to feed her. Later. I'm nervous. Are you nervous? Izuku's hands were shaking as he adjusted his necktie one more time. He had dressed in a rather dapper suit, though the green cloak with gold embroidery he wore on his back would probably steal the show. His hair, bright green as ever, was tied into a bun. It was the main way he could keep it from exploding into a big fluff. Izuku took a deep breath. The moment he steps in, it would probably be to thunderous applause. And yet, he still can't stop shaking. No, he wasn't about to fight a powerful villain and risk his life in the process. He'd already fought some of the most dangerous villains to ever exist on the face of the earth, after all. All for one, Gigantomachia, Nakaru the Destroyer, unworthy all-seeing. Izuku and his friends had fought and defeated them all. Nowadays, the villainous forces of the world are not but a fractured mess, remnants of shadows that would never be able to truly present a credible threat to society. Some had even disbanded or reformed into moderate, peaceful groups, like the heteromorph activists of the Order of the Beast. Others were mostly destroyed and their members either imprisoned for life for heinous crimes, or reformed, in the case of those that hadn't committed anything extremely despicable. This latter category included forces like Humorize, the Meta Liberation Army, and the League of Villains. Neither was he going to conduct a particular dangerous experiment involving magic. He had already done that one so many times, it might as well be second nature to him. One needs only to look at the absolutely and constantly horrid state of his agency's testing rooms. Anyone who can trace and detect mana would see that so many spells had been cast there that it could be overwhelming to try to detect all the traces of mana all at once. Not only that, they had to be repaired again and again as the rooms themselves buckled under the structural stresses that the various spells wrought upon them. He had conducted magical experiments that aimed to improve existing spells or make new ones entirely, and invented spells of both mundane and combative utility. He did all of this, of course, with a lot of help. If not from his dozen or so apprentices and sidekicks, then mages from the other world assisted him. Frieren and Denken were the most notable in the latter regard. They are, after all, vastly superior mages. I am also, Fumikage replied from beside him. He wore all black, a black suit and tie, along with a black overcoat. His feathers had been meticulously preened, while a pair of braids hung from either side of his head. Dark Shadow was out, his claws on Fumikage's shoulders. Though he was smaller than usual. After all, we are going to speak with a talk show host and be watched by millions throughout the world. Millions. Izuku shuddered at the thought. While he had always aimed to eventually become a big inspiration to others as a pro-hero, there was a big difference between a crowd cheering him on and millions upon millions of people watching him through their screens. The latter was way scarier in his opinion. A shame that Frieren won't join you today, a woman's voice spoke from behind the two. Izuku turned around, his hands still shaking uncontrollably. Her mere presence would probably reassure you a lot. Well, Laufen, Izuku replied. You know Frieren. She hates being the center of attention. She's also still busy gathering spells on your world. Izuku then shrugged. We're fine with it, though. Laufen wasn't wearing her usual mage outfit that exposed a hefty amount of skin. Instead, she had taken to wearing something of this world, at least for this occasion, a blue, ankle-length dress. It had swirling white patterns all around it, looking a lot like billowing clouds and serpents of smoke. She also held a box of donuts, one of which she was already eating. You're nervous, Izuku? I am. Izuku let out a sigh. Well, Laufen put the box down and wrapped Izuku's hands in her own. I believe in you. You're a real great mage, after all. Not a lot of those in existence. Not a first-class mage, Laufen? Izuku chuckled as they held hands. Can you imagine Ciri passing you? Laufen asked. She failed me. Twice. I can, Izuku shrugged. Frieren told him all about Ciri, how she claimed to not give a DMN about her apprentices that she trained on a mere whim while still remembering their favorite spells. She definitely cared, she's just worse than Frieren at expressing what she feels. She is. Probably what Frieren would have become without Himmel. Anyway. I hate to interrupt your hand-holding session, Fumikage said, but it is time. Right, Izuku sked in a deep breath. His hands weren't shaking anymore, thanks to Laufen. Cheer for me, alright? And now, for the part of the program that I know you've all been waiting for. Seated on a big, comfy chair was a famous talk show host, Ellen Grant. Dressed in her trademark red dress and her deep blue hair in a neat, rebonded cut, she faced the camera, through which millions across the world watched. These two young pro-heroes I'll be interviewing today have been at the roots of one of the biggest developments of our day, that magic is, in fact, real. They're both from Japan, alumni of the Hero School, UA High School. One of them, right now, is the leader of a hero agency with half of its members being mages, too. You probably already heard of it, but you might be having a hard time believing. But, rest assured, by the end of this, you'll be a true believer too. You're reading that right, folks. I'll be talking with honest-to-God wizards for today, and you'll be there for every second of it. Now, let's welcome the number 2 and number 11 heroes of Japan. All Mana and Tsukuyomi. Izuku and Fumikage then entered the stage, where Ellen welcomed them with open arms. The audience cheered and clapped, while cameramen stalked the area, looking for the best shots. Welcome, welcome. Ellen greeted the two as they seated themselves on their own chairs. Now, before we begin, I'd like to say that I am a big fan of you too. As a quirkless woman, you've been a big inspiration to me, All Mana. After all, your mere existence proves that anyone can be a hero, if they put in the work and effort. From what I've heard, being a mage requires a lot of study and practice, and a really bright imagination. How true is that? Well, Izuku began, first of all, thank you for the compliments, Ms. Grant. When I first found out about and began studying magic, I did so with the goal of being a hero, like All Might. As you can tell, Izuku summoned his staff and brandished its middle section, which was colored in the theme of All Might's iconic blue, red, and white costume. He was my inspiration. He became my teacher in UA, too, but everyone knows that. And, secondly, it's very much true that getting to this level of magic ability takes a lot of study. You can think of it as a science of its own. Fundamentally, though, the world of magic is one of visualization. If you can't imagine yourself casting a specific spell, then you can't. If you can't visualize yourself breaking a barrier or shattering a fortification, then you cannot. But there are 100 different factors that affect the strength of one's magic, which I can't go on about in here lest I completely fill up our time. Right, well, I don't think I can imagine myself shooting beams and making black holes, so I guess I can't be like you, Ellen chuckled. But your sidekicks and apprentices sure do. Anyway, my first question for you, Tsukuyomi. You rank first for heroes that look like villains. We often see just how terrifying a combatant you are, after all. Plus, your hero costume does sometimes make you look like a dark lord straight out of a fantasy. Does it ever discourage you? It usually does not, Fumikage replied. Truth be told, I sometimes revel in the fact that villains are so afraid of me and Dark Shadow. My fiancée Uravati even says that it's just her type. Miles away, Ochako's face became beet red as she watched the interview through her phone. Oh, Fumi, seriously? But, in the end, it's what's inside that counts, not the outside, Fumikage continued. Our dark facades have been said to hide hearts of gold. Right, Ellen nodded. Anyway, how did you two even discover magic? That us quirkless folks aren't as disabled as a lot of people think? I'm sure that our audience throughout the world is itching to hear the beginning of your story. Well, I suppose you can thank our friendship for causing the strands of fate to align in such a manner, Fumikage replied. You see, Izuku and I have been friends since childhood. Though my family moved away when we were 6, we would meet each other at least twice a year. That is, until I began applying for enrolling in UA High School. I was going to apply, too, Izuku picked up where Fumikage left off. Back then, I was just going to the general education course, even if all I wanted was to be a hero like All Might. But then, Fumikage and Dark Shadow here asked to stay overnight at my apartment with my mother. He has always been interested in the occult. And for our hanging out that night, he brought a spell book. Neither of us thought it was real, though. But it was, Fumikage nodded. After that, Izuku and Fumikage explained to the world how they summoned an elven mage, how she taught Izuku and Fumikage magic, and how there was once an order of mages that guarded the world from otherworldly threats, such as demons. Everything, except for the part where quirks are also magic, but not quite. That is best left to the quirk scientists to debate over. With that, Ellen decided to move on to a different topic. Well, that was certainly a lot. Ellen clapped her hands together. Now, all mana, can I ask a more personal question? Okay. Izuku cast a glance at Fumikage, who was smirking at him like an idiot. Oh, no. He already knew where this was going. Is it true that you have found someone from the other world? Izuku felt his face go hot. I suppose you could say that? Come on, all mana, tell us about this lucky girl. Ellen laughed. You really must have plenty of charisma for you to be able to pick up across dimensions. Laufen chuckled as she watched from backstage. Poor Izuku, getting a hot seat in front of the whole world. All I'll say is that she surprised and beat my butt when we first sparred. Izuku crossed his arms and leaned back into his chair. She is very, very fast, that I can tell you. But we are both mages, she just has a specialization of her own. I don't. Anyway. Anything else? One last thing, before we end this segment, Ellen smiled. What is your favorite spell? The one you like the most? Is it the portal spell you used to defeat Fleck-Turn, leader of the Doomsday Cult Hummerise? Izuku smiled. Though I created that spell myself, it isn't my favorite. Neither is the Black Hole spell, or even the good, trusty Zoltraak, though it is certainly my favorite when fighting. My favorite spell is the spell that creates a field of flowers. It is my master's favorite spell, and her master's as well. Oh, I see. Ellen clearly expected a different answer, but she carried on nonetheless. For someone in your kind of profession, most would think that your favorite move would be the one you use the most, like the aforementioned Zoltraak, which we have all seen for ourselves ever since that day, 7 years ago. May I know why this spell is your favorite? Initially, I didn't have a favorite spell, Izuku replied. There were a lot to choose from, you see. But, for me, magic isn't just a tool with which I can blow up a villain. My master told and showed me that. Ellen nodded. Interesting. Perhaps you can carry out a demonstration, for everyone? Of course. Izuku stood up from his chair and planted his staff on the floor. Fumikage, meanwhile, looked up at his friend like he was a proud parent watching their child taking their first walk. Izuku, Fumikage thought as his green-haired friend floated off the floor, we have truly gone a long, long way, haven't we? In a near instant, the floor of the studio turned into a flower bed. It wasn't just any ordinary flower bed, either. There was just this pleasing aura that came out of it, purely by virtue of being generated by magic. Roses, chrysanthemums, violets, sunflowers, azaleas, wisterias, there was a great diversity too great to count. So beautiful, Ellen gaped at the sight. I know, right? Fumikage smirked. We did great, did we? Around 20 minutes later, Izuku stepped back into the backstage, where Laufen and now, Rhodey, were waiting for him and Fumikage. This is going to put so much attention on us. Hopefully the good kind. I can already see people all over this world scrambling to be taught by you, Laufen said. She had completely consumed all her donuts by this point. You left none for us? Fumikage stared at the empty box of donuts. How tragic. Laufen scoffed. You didn't ask. Rody here ate half of them. They were just too good, Rody chuckled. Anyway, Izuku yawned. All that talking exhausted me. We should get some food for lunch. A splendid idea, Fumikage nodded in agreement. There are some Japanese restaurants here in London, from what I heard. Right, Izuku stretched his arms upward to relax them after the rather exhausting hour-long conversation he had. He then held an arm out toward Laufen. Shall we go? Oh, by the way, Fumikage held out his phone towards Izuku. Yamamo has put up a poll asking if anyone's available next week. It seems, everyone has made a positive response. For real? Izuku squinted at the online poll on the class group chat, which has remained active in all the years that had passed. Though, half of the messages were just memes. Oh, that's unprecedented, but welcome. It's about time we all meet again. It's been, how many years since we all last one another? The last time we were all in the same place was during the oath-taking for licensed heroes, Fumikage replied. 5 years ago. That feels like forever long ago, but first. Izuku looked back at Laufen, who just smiled back at him. Let's go. As months and years passed, the Sanctum Agency, and the number of mages not just in Japan, but from all over the world, grew. 4 apprentices became 6. 6 became 12 as sidekicks graduated to being pro-heroes and took on their own sidekicks. 12 then became 24, to 60 more, and so on. At the hundreds of quirkless or weekly quirk students passed through UA's magic course, becoming mages in their own right. Izuku's apprentices and their apprentices rose as heroes, or, in some cases, used their magic in mundane things like construction or industry. Some just wanted to use magic for interior decorations or the entertainment industry, spells really saved up on special effects. Izuku approved of all these applications, and so did Frieren whenever she and Eri came over to visit. Eventually, the Sanctum Agency became the foundation through which the Global Magic Association was established. This body, which Izuku led, tightly regulated the distribution and study of magic, lest any villainous forces manage to acquire powerful spells like Zoltraak. The day came when Izuku and his apprentices left the simple office building that served as the Sanctum Agency's headquarters for a true bastion of magic, a mansion quietly nestled in the mountains of central Japan. Runes charged with magic writhed in the very air around the association's headquarters, ensuring that nothing around the place happens without the knowledge of the mages and sidekicks within. Libraries of grimoires, scrolls, and tablets lay in underground sections, copied, electronically, from the magical lore of both worlds. They even had a gift shop, a lobby, a guest lounge, a restaurant, and a theater. Individuals from all over the world came here now. Quirkless folk with their own formerly misguided dreams for heroism, people with weak quirks, heroes that would like to have a spell or two, and people whose quirks were stolen by All for One, they were all welcomed. Eventually, the association had more than 100 full-fledged mage members, with thousands of associates. 27 years after he first discovered the power that was magic, Izuku could only look on with brimming pride as he stepped away from his latest, and greatest, project, the Way Gate. It was a circular stone gateway with runes arranged on the structure itself. It could, at least in theory, open a portal to another world. Though it was currently aimed at Frieren's world, it could probably go anywhere. While Ochako helps reinvigorate space travel, I'm just going to be here, creating multiversal travel, Izuku thought. This is where I start a multiversal road trip, too. Alright, Izuku clapped his hands and began to weave the spell that would activate the Way Gate. 4 of his apprentices, who were standing in a semicircle beside him, joined in, adding their mana to the spell. A blue magic circle appeared beneath each one of them. They knew that, if they messed up, they could cause a rupture in reality itself. However, they each knew their parts in the spell. Mana and incantations, visualizations and memories, they all contributed to the spell. Years of tests and experiments have all led to this one, singular moment. Finally, after a bout of concentration, the magic worked. The fabric of space and time bent and contorted as the hands of magic grabbed and bent them to its will. Seas of chaos were bisected by a pathway of order as portals appeared on 2 different worlds. Almost immediately, 2 white-haired women stepped through. Frieren, Eri, of course you'd step through the moment it opened. Izuku clapped his hands as he saw them arrive. Izuku, Frieren came in first. You look older now. Your beard makes you appear dignified. Why, yes, I'm 41 already, after all. Izuku laughed. Meanwhile you haven't changed at all. That's just mom for you. Eri came up towards Izuku and hugged him, neither of them caring that Izuku's apprentices were present and watching. She was a grown woman now, standing taller than either Frieren or even Izuku. When you said you'll be figuring out a way so that more people can go back and forth, this is what you meant, isn't it? Yep. Izuku hugged her back. Now, it's time for that multiversal road trip I told you about. Oh? We're visiting other worlds this time? Frieren asked. Quite exciting. I wonder what kind of magic they have. Of course, between the two worlds, it had been the mages on Earth that were aware of other worlds. To this end, they wrote down a catalogue of these worlds. A catalogue that ended up in the bowels of Nizu's collection, but it was deciphered by Frieren and then handed off to Izuku when he first began the routes for the Magic Association. Now, they had a list of places to go to, though there was no telling how different they were more than 2,000 years after they were first surveyed. At least, Hatsum Industries was more than willing to provide probes to go through the wormholes that the Way Gate creates to connect between universes at a fair price. That way, they would be able to tell if a world was safe to visit or not. Perhaps I'll embark on this journey too, then, Frieren nodded. What do you think, Eri? I think it will be amazing to see all these new worlds, Eri replied. I'll invite a few friends over to join us, we'll be in and out in a week at the most, Izuku lifted a finger. We still do have jobs and people back here, after all. Ah, of course. This, Izuku looked towards the portal. This will be fun. In another world? You should take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a better Quirk in your next life. Midoriya Izuku stood before his notebook, soaking wet and blotched by explosion marks. He remembers the day he first watched a video where All Might saved 100 people, all by himself. Ha 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 ha. Fear not? Why? Because I am here. As Izuku thought about his dream and the impossibility of achieving it, a disk of yellow light coalesced behind him. The middle schooler jumped in fear at the sudden appearance of the portal, wondering if it was some kind of warp Quirk user out to kidnap him. But then, he stepped out. Wait, what? Who are you? Izuku asked. He looked up at the man. He had a long, bushy beard, with a green cloak and black undergarments underneath. He held a staff, like that of a wizard, though he didn't have a pointy hat. 3 more people then stepped out, a short, pointy-eared woman that looked like an elf dressed in white, a white-haired woman with a horn on the right side of her forehead, and a crow-headed man with a black cloak. Is that your Quirk? Izuku couldn't help but notice that the man's hair was green, and that he had the exact freckles he had. Is he an older him? Did he have a warp Quirk all along? It is not a Quirk, the green mage replied. I nearly forgot that you were so small, the crow-headed man replied. Elder Izuku cast a glance of mock offense at him, just for the 2 white-haired women to add on it even more. Kawaii, the woman with the horn said, while the elf simply smirked. Izuku, the younger, stood up and shook his head and arms. Okay, I get it, I'm small and adorable. My mom says it all the time. Who even are you people? Ah, right, I was going to get that before these people decided to get ahead of me, Izuku, the elder, sighed. I am the first great mage of Earth, the number 2 hero of Japan. I am an apprentice to the great mage, Frieren. He glanced at Frieren beside him. I am you, from another time and place. He then created a magic circle on his hand, brandishing it in front of his younger other self. Would you like to know how to do this? Be a hero, Izuku took a deep breath. Just like All Might? What? Izuku, the younger, proceeded to faint, falling into a crumpled heap on the ground. Too much? Izuku glanced at his companions, who just chuckled at him. Oh, bother.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.